I overheard.
Good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome back to Donington Park for day 2 of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. A sunny, slightly sunny morning, mostly cloudy, but the sun is trying to break through here at Donington Park today, where we have another 13 races ahead of us. My name is Ian Soman. We'll hear from Josh Barrett later on. Paul Thorpe is going to join me in a moment or two for the first race of the day, which is the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. For those of you at the circuit, no printed programmes available, but if you'd like to have a digital download of the race programme for the rest of the weekend's racing, then you can go to the 750 Motor Club website and download that free of charge. It's 750mc.co.uk/calendar. That will take you to a page which shows you all of the race meetings that we've got. You'll find the Donington Park meeting on there, and you can click a link to download the race programme. You can get the final instructions, you can get the live timing as well, and indeed the link to the stream of this commentary, which is going out as well on Facebook and YouTube. So good morning to those of you who are tuning in on that. It is just a stream of the commentary straight out of the PA system, but there is no live directed cameras as such. We do have a view, though, overlooking the exit of the chicane, and you'll see what the weather's doing, at least in a glimpse of the cars as they go through, but it's not a full produced live stream. We'll have that back with Alfa Live at Donington, Croft, I should say, next weekend. So 13 races today. We've got 5 of them coming up this morning. First up, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catches, then the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s. In each case, that's the second part of a triple header. Then we've got the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, the ProTech Shock Sports Specials, and the High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship. In each case, that is the second part of a double header. And we have a qualifying session just before lunch, which is for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. And then after lunch, we have another 8 races for you. The Race Part Historic 750 Formula Series, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've seen those 2 categories qualifying this morning. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatches, Classic Stock Catch, Clio 182, more from the historic 750 Formula, a handicap race this time, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And then the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute race to round out the weekend. So we've got the second of 3 races this weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship coming to the grid. Let me run you through that grid first of all, and then we'll introduce Paul Thorpe. So on pole position, it's going to be number 53, Pete Morgan, and alongside him, number 87, Stuart Place. So 53 and 87 on the front row. The second row has 2, Ryan Morgan, and 72, Lee Scott, 2 and 72 on row 2. The third row, 28 and 89, 28, Andrew Tibbs, and 89, Richard Kelsall. Row 4, 41 and 88, 41, Jason Wood, and 88, Martin Kayser. The fifth row, 46 and 39, 46, Chris Deere, and 39, Martin Rogers. Row 6 is 5 and 93, 5, Terry Roughton, and 93, Ben Bateman. Row 7, 24 and 33, 24, James Hancock, 33, Ryan Clark. Row 8 is 58 and 30, 58, Pete Erskeby, and 30, William Humphreys. Row 9, 12 and 21, 12, James Hazelhurst, 21, Ian Gribben. Row 10, 27 and 60, 27, Jack Reynolds, and 60, Gary Coburn. Row 11, 26 and 73, 26, Paul Brock, 73, Jason Watkinson. Row 12, 91 and 92, 91, Steve Gribben, 92, Rick Groom. And row 13 and number 18, Darren Bassingthwaite. Alongside me, Paul Thorpe, long-time racer in Classic Stock Catch these days, doing duty as the Formula Rep for the championship as well. Paul, we had a very entertaining race yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we did. It was very entertaining indeed. There was quite a lot of tussles going on. I was talking to Pete Morgan. He managed to qualify really well yesterday because it was wet. But he said that in the dry, he just does not have the pace. So I'm just noticing there, Titch Kesel has not pulled away to... Oh, he's going to put his helmet on. I can just see him there. It's caught a few of them unawares. We're down the right far end of the paddock and we can't hear the announcements. So I had to rally him up and then run down here. Well, I say run, walk quickly. We are missing a couple of cars. Number 33, Ryan Clark. He had a bit of engine trouble in race 1 yesterday. Unfortunately, that is terminal. And Andrew Tibbs, car 28. He's also throwing caution to the wind. He's got a bit of rumble in the engine and he wants to check it out before he goes out again. We had so much going on in the pits last night. We had 5 cars being stripped and rebuilt, trying to get back out there. Chris Deere was number 46. He had an engine change. We had Kerry Coburn in car 60. He had a gearbox issue. We think we've sorted that out. But it was absolutely great. We had 5 cars being worked on, and just all the other drivers were rallying around, trying to get the other cars on the grid. We had Ian Gribben, who had that unfortunate roll down by the old hairpin. He ended up driving home last night, a 3-hour trip, to fit a windscreen while the rest of us straightened out his car, ready for the day. And that's what Classic Hatch is about. We just want to get cars on the grid and everyone helps each other. That's the fun of this class.
Absolutely right. Yesterday's race up front, it was a very good race of Lee Scott, making a return to Classic Stock Act, multiple champion. He won, but it was a really close race with Stuart Place.
It was. He had I was talking to him earlier, and he said last year he seemed to have lost his mojo. He was making mistakes at the round at Brands Hatch. He qualified really badly. And that's his home circuit, and he was a bit concerned, but he's come back and shown that he's back on the pace again, so he's got his mojo back. I expect him, he's only carrying 25 kilos of ballast from the win yesterday, so I expect him to do well. Pete Morgan, I'm expecting him to drop back, and Ryan's going to go through. It's really going to be those 3 cars. It's going to be Stuart Place, Ryan Morgan, and Lee Scott to keep an eye on. Don't write off Titch Kessel. He's really come along. He's only been in the championship a couple of seasons, but he's doing fantastically well. I'm looking at the first 10 cars on the grid, and I couldn't tell you who's going to finish in the top 10. We have a lot of class drivers out there.
Absolutely right. As far as the championship's concerned, coming into this race, Josh Bout's worked out the points with us, and I think he says that Stuart Place now has 75 points, Ryan Morgan 64, Martin Kaiser 56, Martin Rogers 48. So Stuart Place has an 11-point lead in the championship.
Well, the thing to watch out with Stuart, he's now carrying 65 kilograms of success ballast. Now, yesterday wasn't too bad. He was carrying 50 kilograms, but it's quite cool here today. Although the trackside is quite cool, and that played well into his hands. It meant he didn't overheat his tyres, and he was able to slipstream Lee Scott and keep within distance of them, and that really helped his chances. So he's just going to sort of be damn his imitation. Still expecting to see in the top 3. Obviously, the green flag is flashing back.
So we've got the 5-second board up, ready for 15 minutes of racing from the Demon Streets Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship. Pole position, number 53, Pete Morgan. Alongside him, number 87, Stuart Place. The lights go out, away they go. Better start by Stuart Place from the outside of the front row of the grid. Ryan Morgan trying to get alongside his father from the second row, and he's ahead of his father now, who pulls across to the right-hand side of the circuit, with Stuart Place leading in the red and white Peugeot. Who's going to turn in second place? It looks like Ryan Morgan is there in second, and I think Lee Scott has slotted into third place, so Pete Morgan from pole position has dropped back down to 4th place pole, and a bit of shenanigans further back.
Oh yes, I see a little bit of problems there for Rick Green. I think the trouble is we've got very cold tyres these first couple of laps, and I think he catches some of them out, even though we sort of keep trying to remind them it's...
one on the grass, one of the leaders, I think it's Ryan Morgan that's gone off. Paul is heading back onto the circuit, and he joins about third. He doesn't actually lose too much time. He was briefly heading for the gravel.
What an impressive save that was. I was expecting him to go in the gravel. That was a very good save. He's a very talented driver, been doing oval racing for some time. But yes, there's a big gap now. There must be about 15, 20 cars back from the leaders. So we've got Stuart Place in front, Lee Scott behind him, 15 cars back to what looks like Ryan Morgan. Looks like Jason Wu has now gone up to 4th, I think.
As they're at Coppice Corner now, yes, the top 2 are miles in front of the rest, aren't they? Ryan Morgan, I think, still there in third, and but the top 2 a long way out in front, and same 2 as yesterday as well.
Yes, and I'm expecting Stuart Place to just sit behind Lee. Lee is carrying success ballast, but not as much as Stuart. He's just going to be damaged limitation and just trying to stay with Lee. 65 kilos is a lot of weight. And he's about 3 car lengths in front of Lee Scott, but Lee Scott's going to have a terrific run down here if he can get the slipstream towards the end. About 15 car lengths. We've got Ryan Morgan. Jason, that's Ben Bateman. That's Ben Bateman. He's up to 4th place. Now, he's a new driver to the class. He's been over racing mini stocks and F2 Briscoe. He had a terrible start yesterday. He got a bit nervous and missed 3rd gear. But what a fantastic show by that young man. It's his first ever meeting. And this is technically his first race because he didn't actually finish a lap of the first race yesterday. What a fantastic show from a new blood.
Look at this for the lead, though, side by side down towards the old hairpin briefly. It's still Stuart Place up ahead from Lee Scott. in the next position as they turn their way out of the old hairpin through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's for the second time. Then these two getting away from the rest. The question is, can Ryan Morgan in third place bridge the gap and catch the top two? It's about 4 seconds behind at the start of the lap, Paul. Do you reckon he can do it?
I think Ryan can. He's a very good driver. Now, if Lee is going to get in front of Stewart Place really quickly. He knows how much weight Stewart is carrying, and he's worried that that Ryan is actually going to catch him after a couple of laps with all this weight. Looking at this, it's definitely Shanagan's a bit further back there, but as they come down, I still call it the Dunlop Straight. It'll always be the Dunlop Straight. And you can see that Lee Scott is thinking about it, but he's just picking his moment very carefully, going back to then Ryan Morgan and then Ben Bateman. That is a fantastic showing. He's incredibly nervous, but that's brilliant to see. And as they come across, it's Stewart Place, 3 car lengths to Lee Scott, about 10 car lengths back to Morgan, and then Ben Bateman. You keep hanging in there, Ben. Then Pete Morgan, Martin Kayser. Now I'm expecting him to catch Pete there. Looking further back, Martin Rogers going for the inside line on Titch Kessel. He's got the right line. It's really interesting. There are 2 lines there, but you've really got to stop the cutback. And has he done it? Yes, he has. And it looks like Jason Wood is following him. What a fantastic move there. It looks like Jason Wood has made an opportunist move there.
Further towards the front, it's Ryan Morgan who's taken 0.6 of a second out of the 2 leaders on that second lap of the race. So he is making steady progress. He's still got about 3 seconds to make up, though, to get on terms with Stewart Place and Lee Scott, the 2 leaders of the race. The first 2 heading through McLean's corner now. Ryan Morgan on his own in third place. Ben Bateman, after that disappointment yesterday, when he didn't even get to the first corner after that start line shunt, in fourth, and then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all pretty much together.
Oh, I've just seen further back there, McLean's my favourite corner. I love that corner because it's very deceptively got a double apex, and I've just seen Martin Kayser has in fact got in front of Pete Morgan there. That's one of my moves down there. So come back down the back straight. Lee Scott is desperate, I think, to get in front of Stewart Place because slowly, Ryan Morgan is catching them up. And I see Ben Bateman is holding his own as they go through the chicane there and pass on the line. Again, it's still about 3 lengths between the first 2 and still about 10 back. There's not a lot happening, but I'm really pleased to see Ben up there. Now, he's going to have to keep an eye on his mirrors because Martin Kayser will be catching him. Martin Rogers has got in front of Pete Morgan, and looks like Jason Wood is desperately trying to catch up with them.
2 leaders are right together. There was half a second between them as they crossed the start and finish line, but it looked like it was less than that as they were heading through Redgate and Hollywood, and then again getting overlapping as they go towards the old hairpin Stewart Place. On the inside line, Lee Scott was going to the outside there to try and find his way through, but again, no way past Stewart Place, so doing so well here with all of that success ballast on board to keep Lee Scott at bay. And then Ryan Morgan that time through took only about a couple of tenths out of the 2 leaders, so his pace relative to them, his pace of closing slowed down a bit.
Yes, well, these are the laps where the tyres come in. They are in now. Everyone's happy, but towards the end of the race, it's going to be really tricky for Stewart. If he can manage the tyres like he did yesterday, that would be absolutely brilliant. But I've noticed this time he's actually in front of Lee, so Lee's got the advantage there. He can see where he's going to be stronger, and he's going to be playing the waiting game. Lee has been doing this for a very long time now, 15, 20 years, I think. Lee has been in the championship, and he's a wily old bird, and he'll be waiting for his chance, but he's not actually catching Stewart. This is such an impressive show. The most ballast weight I carried was 40 kilos, and I noticed the difference, and he's carrying 65. That's an impressive show indeed. And yes, I can see that Ben Bateman is slowly being wheeled in by Martin Kayser, but I really hope that young man does well in this race.
Yeah, looking at lap times, yesterday Stewart Place, the fastest lap of the race was 1:26.43. The best lap so far today was on that lap by Stewart Place, 1:27.39, so about a second slower. Kayser actually got the fast lap, a few hundredths faster, 1:23.33.
I think I'm trying to think they're all going quicker than me. I managed to hear. A couple of years ago, I took it was actually the 93 car. I took it a couple of years ago, and I was about, I think it was 2:26.74, I think the quickest. So they're going quicker than I did then.
Not today, they were yesterday though.
Oh, they were yesterday. Oh yes, they're still at 1:27s. Now that's surprising because I think the conditions out there are absolutely perfect for these tyres. But looking as they go around far end, can't quite see. No, Lee Scott is not making any ground, and that's really surprising. And it looks like Ryan isn't catching either. So this is really interesting to see that later on, when the front tyres start overheating. Of course, these are front-wheel drive cars, and the front tyres are doing all the work, and they do start to get worn out. And as they come into the chicane now, Lee Scott keeps thinking about it, but no, there's still those 3 car lengths between the two as they cross the start-finish line for the next lap. And if anything, it looks like actually getting away from Ryan Morgan.
Yeah, they certainly were on the previous lap as well. One to watch is Martin Casey. He's come from 10th on the first lap. He's 5th now. He is closing on Ben Bateman. That time through, he was nearly a second faster than Ben. He's on 1:27.23 now, which is the fastest lap in the race. So Martin Casey looking for 4th place. Martin Rogers is now in 6th place. He's just got the fastest lap, actually, 1:26.93. So he's gone faster than Martin Casey ahead of him and is only a few hundredths behind.
I'm looking at the first car at Redgate. I can see Chris Deering going side by side with Jason Wilkinson. Didn't quite make it pay off. I thought there was going to be 3 abreast around there.
Yeah, they're heading out of Schwanzke, the 2 leaders, but actually it's getting a little bit spicier further back, not necessarily with Ryan Morgan, but with the next group of cars behind, because you've got 3 of them together now. You've got Ben Bateman, you've got Martin Kayser and Martin Rogers all together, heading through the left-hander before McLean's, and now they're going up the hill out of McLean's towards Coppice, so 4th, 5th and 6th. At the moment, Paul, looks to be the best battle of the race.
Looks like it's going to be the battle. That's going to be really interesting. Now, this is, like I say, Ben Bateman's first race at this speed, and although he's saying it's completely different than over racing because of the speeds involved, and this is really going to test his mettle now because Martin Kayser has been doing it a long way. I can see he's looking for the inside line down the straight. It looks like he's trying to take Martin Rogers in. Now Martin Rogers has gone to the outside, and Martin Kayser coming into the chicane. As Martin Rogers got the advantage? No, he didn't quite make it pay off. But they've still managed to keep together with Ben Bateman, and I can see there's a bit of skirt hanging off the back of Martin Kayser's car. Looks like they got closer than what it appeared on the screen, Ian.
Yeah, I don't think that was like that on the previous lap, was it? 2 leaders though, already out of Redgate Corner. They are now about 6 or 7 seconds clear of Ryan Morgan, actually, who's down to the 1:29, so he's going slow. I wonder if he's got a problem, Paul.
Oh, that could be. That's really surprising because I really was pretty confident that he would catch the front 2 quite quickly. I think that he's carrying a bit of ballast, but not that much. But it's really surprising. Maybe he has got a problem and dropping back, and that'll be interesting because that'll play into the 4th, 5th, 6th battle.
Yeah, also, Stuart Place is just in the best lap of the race, 1:26.52, so he's now less than a 10th off the time that he set yesterday.
Oh, that is so impressive. I'm carrying that much weight and to be going that fast, that is an impressive drive. He's been in the championship about 5 or 6 years. I think he's been involved with the championship. And these last 2 seasons, he's really found his mojo. And he's proven to be the man to beat this year, I think.
10 minutes gone. I think we'll have 4 more laps to go at the end of this one. Stuart Place leading from Lee Scott by about a second now. Question is, we're going to get a battle for third here with Bateman, Kayser and Rogers closing in on Ryan Morgan now.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I'm looking at the front 2 as they come across. If anything, Stuart has gained a few car lengths as they come. There's a little gaggle of cars coming in, and they are indeed catching Ryan Morgan. Now, this is really interesting. So we've got Ryan Morgan third, Ben Bateman, Mike Kayser, and it is. It doesn't seem to be that quick on the straight. Martin Kayser's being threatened by Martin Rogers there. I'm going to use their surname. It's very confusing having 2 Martins together. But this is a brilliant showing. There's danger of this 93 Bateman actually getting a podium on his first race.
There's one car off. Is that Paul Brock possibly at the chicane there? Getting a zoom in.
Oh yes, that's Paul Brock's car. Yes, that indeed is Paul Brock's car.
Yeah, so he's come to a halt at the chicane. The leaders are at McLean's, and I think Lee Scott's taken a 10th or 2 out of Stuart Place so far on this lap, and we do now have 3rd and 4th place together. So Bateman is with Ryan Morgan, who I think certainly does have a problem.
He definitely does. It looks like it's straight line speed. That's where it seems to be the issue. Cornering doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the straight line speed. And of course, with a couple of fast bits down there, especially coming down to what I call the Dunlop straight, this is going to be telltale. Ben Bateman could actually catch right up behind him. I think Ben should sit behind him for a couple of laps more and just watch to see where he's quickest and then take advantage. It's just a brilliant outing. But as the leaders come across, there's there's a couple of, let's back down to three or four car lengths between Stuart Place and Lee Scott. Looking further back, it's quite a long gap, but Ryan is definitely struggling with straight line speed. But now Ben's dropped back, and now Martin, we've got Ben Bateman, Kaiser, Rogers, all three together. Rogers is trying to get the slipstream from Kaiser. He's gone for the outside line. Kaiser's gone for the inside line. Now, I wonder if Martin can get the cut back. No, Kaiser's covered that quite clearly. But that is going to be the battle to watch, the third place position.
Bateman ran a bit wide over the curve there on the exit of Redgate Corner, so we'll see if that cost him as they come down the trailers. The two leaders were very close together at the old hairpin as well. Lee Scott was right with Stuart Place there, but it is still Ben Bateman holding on to fourth position, keeping Martin Kaiser at bay. The leaders, meanwhile, heading up towards McLean's. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and it's still very close. Lee Scott's got that gap down now to 6 tenths per second. He's into the 126 as well.
Yes, he'll be keeping an eye on it. He'll be thinking that places, tyres are starting to go off, but looking at that third place battle, as they're quite grabby. I mean, Ryan Morgan has definitely managed to maintain that three car gap, but I'm worried that Ben might be looking in his mirrors too much. Just keep your head facing forwards. The trouble is, when you're in that car, you look in that mirror, it throws your concentration. Just look to where you're going. That's so easy to be put off by what's in your mirrors. But as they come across for another lap, we have indeed, there's another car length gain by Lee Scott, so he's catching Stuart Place. He's just waiting for those tyres to go off. And as we come across, we look at third, we've got these getting closer and closer. We've got Morgan, Bateman, Kaiser, Rogers again. And again, Rogers is getting right up behind Kaiser. He's gone for the outside again. Kaiser's definitely guarding that inside line, and he's going to see if he can do the cutback. No, not this time, but he's definitely persistent. But Bateman has got about a length back on Morgan. This is going to be so exciting. How many laps have we got to go?
I think one more after this. The leaders have headed out of the old hairpin. The next is just 4 cars heading towards the old hairpin now, and that is still headed by Ryan Morgan, but it's much, much closer behind him now. Ben Bateman, Martin Kaiser, and Martin Rogers right together. The leaders are at McLean's, and there's still only about 3 car lengths between Stuart Place and Lee Scott. So are we going to have a reversal of the result we had yesterday with Stuart beating Lee?
Yes, it looks that way at the moment. Stuart's done a fantastic job. But again, now we've actually got the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are all together now. This is going to get really exciting. I wish we had more laps. I can tell you that somebody's getting a warning flag, but I can't quite see who. I can see the black and white flag for warning is out, but I can't see who for. It's very easy to do track limits, especially on the old hairpin. You can go out so wide, but as the leaders come into what looks like it's going to be the last lap, I think. But no, Stuart Place is still maintaining that gap. And as we're coming to the chicane, there's 4 cars abreast. Oh no, Ben's been pushed out onto the gravel, but has he lost a place? No, come on, keep it in, Ben. I think they're all tossed in for places now. So we've got Morgan, Kaiser, Bateman, Rogers is going to the outside of Bateman. Come on, Ben, you hold your thought in there. Brilliant. Fantastic as they go down to the first corner. And Bent, a little lock up with the rear brake, but no, he's held his own. Well done, Mr. Bateman. That was a fantastic holding your places. Now, trying to go out wide. This is fantastic. See, looking further back, it looks like it's like Jason Wood racing with Chris Deere side by side as they go into the first corner again. And it's, Jason's got to the inside line. He's managed to hold it, but is Chris going to get the faster run down the Craney curves? He's trying to get the cutback. Chris Deere has actually got the cutback. They're going side by side down the Craney curves.
Leaders that will put the McLaren's for the final time. It doesn't look like there's going to be a change between Stuart Place and Lee Scott unless that happens down the chicane on the final lap. Just watching that next group of 3 cars still headed by Ryan Morgan. Somehow for 3rd place, he's now got Martin Kaiser behind him there, a bit more experienced than Ben Bateman, so he might be able to make a move on to the final lap. Let's just watch those 4 cars as they head into Coppice. We've got those on our CCTV screens, and Martin Kaiser is right with Ryan Morgan now. 2 leaders down to the chicane for the final time. There's going to be no change in the order, so Stuart Place is going to come through to take his 3rd victory of the season in the Demon Twinks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship. Well, they go over the line, separated by only about half a second, but look at this. It's Martin Kaiser trying to go over either side of Ryan Morgan there. Ryan Morgan making it very difficult indeed to try and get through. They get through the chicane. It's Martin Rogers that gets the run here. Martin Kaiser. It's going to be Ryan Morgan 3rd, Martin Rogers 4th in the end, and almost a dead heat for 5th between Martin Kaiser and Ben Bateman. But sadly, Ben, who was 4th for so long, eventually only finishing 6th. 7th over the line, number 12, James Hazelhurst, and 8th, number 41, that was Jason Wood. No, it was Chris Deere in the end.
Chris Deere, 46, yeah.
Jason Wood, ninth in number 41, and Pete Morgan rounding out the top 10, having started on pole position. So, again, great win for Stuart Place.
Yes.
All that weight on.
Yeah.
Well done him. That's not going to help him lose any weight.
No, exactly.
Lee Scott, solid second, but a great race behind him.
Well, interesting you say about the weight. He actually loses 25 kilos from a race over 3 races away, but now he's got to put it back on. So his weight's not going to change for the last race of the day. So that's going to be really interesting. But I have to take my hat off to. It's a shame for Ben Damon that he didn't get the 4th, but he really proved that he's a man to watch. All that pressure, he was having all that pressure from those guys behind him. He held on for as long as he could. I know he'd be kicking himself, but I'm just going to go and congratulate him, because that, to me, was a fantastic performance by a great young man who's new to this championship. That's what it's about. That was fantastic racing. Stuart Place, fantastic job to keep those tyres behaving themselves. I know Lee's got to be kicking himself. He was waiting for those tyres to go off, but I think that the cooler air temperature here just played into Stuart's hand, and he's definitely going to be the man to watch this year, Ian. I think he's going to be the one.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Paul. I mean, usually we've got a 3rd race this weekend. That's never happened before in Classics.
I've been involved. It's now 10 years since I started in the championship. My first meeting 10 years ago, roughly 2 days ago. It was 10th year anniversary of my first meeting at Brands Hatch. And yes, we've never had a triple header. So it's going to be really exciting. I've looked at the forecast. It looks like it's going to be similar conditions to it is today. And I'm ecstatic, because I was a bit concerned about it being wet, but it's going to be a cracking race as usual for the Classic Stock Catch. Thank you for letting me join you, Ian.
Good to have you, and we'll speak to you again later on.
No, thank you, Ian.
Take care. Right, thank you very much to Paul Thorpe. Next up, we're going to have the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. I won't give you the grid for that just yet, though, because we've got the drivers heading down the pit lane. Most of them will head straight to Parc Fermé, but the winner is going to stop at the foot of the race control building. And waiting for us down there to talk to Stuart Place is Josh Barrett. Good morning, Josh. Thanks, Josh. Let's give you the grid for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. It's based on the fastest lap times from the race yesterday evening. So on the front row is going to be 11 and 3, 11 Jack Dwayne and 3 Jack Kingsbury. The second row, 7 and 44, 7 Stephen Richardson and 44 David Garside. The third row, 12 and 22, 12 Greg Hill and 22 Chris Keir. The fourth row, 13 and 33, 13 Josh Larkin and 33 Nick Brady. The fifth row, 77 and 56, 77 Andrew Harding and 56 Chris Lawrence. Row 6 is 66 and 23, 66 Ross Borman and 23 Jason Powell. Row 7, 42 and 86, 42 John Lovell and 86 Ollie Wayne. Row 8 is 21 and 48, 21 Scott Edgar, the green flag lap gets underway, and 48 Tristan Lang. Row 9 is 26 and 55, 26 Gareth Tansey and 55 Justin Griffiths. Row 10, 99 and 14, 99 Neil Heath and 14 Jason Pelosi. Row 11, 24 and 80, 24 Samuel Johnson and 80 Christopher Noah and 15 Michael Ward should be at the back. Yesterday, we had a win for Jack Kingsbury. Jack Dwayne led for the first 7 laps of the race, as he did at Caswell Park for both of the races in the opening meeting, but eventually was beaten by Jack Kingsbury by 0.4 of a second. Jack Dwayne it was that took second place, and David Garside was third from Scott Edgar, Andrew Harding and Stephen Richardson. So that's how they finished in yesterday's race. So 3 Jack Kingsbury, the winner from 11 Jack Dwayne and 44 David Garside. Dwayne as well got the fastest lap, hence he gets pole position for this one, a 1:23.28. James Barks lap record for comparison, a 1:22.15. As far as the championship is concerned, again Josh Brout has updated the points for that. Jack Dwayne continues to lead the championship. He's on 98 points. He's had 3 second place finishes and a couple of fastest laps so far this season, so that's a good consistent record. Ollie Wayne, the double winner from Cadwell Park, finished down the order yesterday. In fact, he was in 9th place, so dropped quite a few points in the championship, so he's now in 2nd place. Scott Edgar is 3rd, Jack Kingsbury 4th, Andrew Harding 5th, and Christopher Keir in 6th, but we've only had 3 races out of the 14 so far that we'll have this season. Josh is back with us. Josh, what are we looking forward to in this race?
Well, it's a bit of a mixed-up grid, although it's done on the fastest lap, so you'd expect the fast people to be at the front. But you've got Greg Hill on the 3rd row, his first ever motor race yesterday. He was near the back, but he obviously set a very good lap time during the course of it, getting quicker and quicker. So he, very inexperienced, but we'll see what he can do. And then you've got Scott Edgar, a championship contender. He finished with it 3rd yesterday. He starts back in 15th on the grid, so surely he's going to move forwards. Stephen Richardson, he was a star yesterday, starting from the back with a damaged car and got up, I think, to the top 6, and now he starts 3rd. So it's really interesting. Again, Jack Dwayne, he's on pole position as he has been for every race this season. He's yet to win one, though.
Yeah, and when he spoke to Jack Kingsbury after the race yesterday, he wondered if perhaps Jack Dwayne's tyres had gone off or something like that. So maybe there's a bit about learning how to manage the tyres from the point of view of Jack Dwayne, who's still a relative newcomer to the championship, did a one-off meeting at the end of last year. Done a few meetings, well, the 2 meetings now so far this season. Of course, this could prove to be a pivotal weekend in the championship because it's a triple header, one of a couple that we'll have this year in the K-Tech Racing Clios. And so it could be a decisive weekend when we look back at things at the end of the season. There's one car missing, I think. Is
Josh Larkin, who is not there on the 4th row of the grid, is he? A winner in the past. Did he finish race yesterday?
He finished 18.
Yeah, I think he was involved in a last lap incident, so he dropped back, so maybe there was damage there.
5-second board goes up then. We're set for 15 minutes of racing in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. The red light goes on, and it goes out, and away we go. And it's a good, even start initially, but then Jack Dwayne gets swallowed up, rather possibly on the gear change. He has fluffed that a little bit, and he's dropped back to perhaps 6th or 7th as they turn through. So it's Jack Kingsbury with that David Garside, I think, trying to go around the outside of him as they head through Redgate and Hollywood. But I think it's Jack Kingsbury then from the outside of the front row that's got the lead as they dive down through the Craner curves to the first. Only 20 out of these Clio 182s making a fantastic start. We'll will they all get through the old hairpin safely? It looks like they probably will. So not a good start from Jack Dwayne, so it's going to be a very different kind of race for him from the first three he's had this season.
Yes, absolutely. So he doesn't lead the first lap for the first time. David Garside, he's improving all the time, went well at Cadwell, went better yesterday, and now he's in second place. Will try to grab the lead around the outside at Redgate, couldn't quite do it, but great to see his progress. We were saying yesterday how there's no former champions on the grid, which makes this a bit more wide open, and getting these new names who are getting quicker all the time, getting towards the front. So David Garside for the first time in a lead battle against Jack Kingsbury, who was the winner yesterday and has won in the past.
Down the straight towards the chicane they go for the first time on the national circuit this weekend, of course. Turn their way through the chicane now, and a bit of side-by-side action further back. You can see Jack Dwayne there was trying to make up one place, but I don't think he managed to do so. So it's Jack Kingsbury leading, David Garside in second, Stephen Richardson in third place, isn't it, with the taped-up rear window. Number 7 in fourth place, number 77, Andrew Harding. So he's made a pretty good start. Christopher Keir fifth, and indeed Jack Dwayne sixth at the end of lap 1. Ross Borman's made up some places. He started 11th. He's up to 7th position.
Oliver Wayne down in 12th. The winner from Cadwell. So the two top drivers in the championship have got lots of work to do, which I guess will bring Jack Kingsbury well into the championship battle, possibly if it carries on in this way. But as you said earlier, it's a long way to go to be thinking about that. But the top two, they've got this gap from Stephen Richardson, who was very impressive yesterday. Then you've got Harding and Kia, who's made a better start this time. He qualified well yesterday, then sort of dropped back at the start. So the car's for over. Well, somebody's lost it. Tasted at McLean. It arrived at about 45 degrees to the corner, but managed to get through the corner okay. But top two absolutely together. So unlike classic stock, had no success ballast in the Clio 182 Championship. So there's not that to worry about. But David Garside able to go with Jack Kingsbury, sitting in the tow down the back straight, down into the Robert chicane then for the second lap of this race. Don't think he's close enough to challenge. Third, Richardson now getting away from Harding, and there's a big move further out. That's Greg Hill, the newcomer. I think he's just gained a position into the chicane, trying to get himself ahead of Chris Lawrence for 8th, and I think he's got it done. That's the ex-Kevin Condon car that he's making his debut in this weekend.
So leaders at the end of lap 2 then, separated by 0.4 of a second. Jack Kingsbury leading from David Garside in second place. Gap back then, 1.3 seconds to Stephen Richardson in third position. Andrew Harding is in fourth. Christopher Keir 5th. Jack Dwayne still 6th. Ross Borman 7th. Greg Hill 8th. The field streaming their way through the Craner curves and the old hairpin for the third time.
I noticed that battle I mentioned between Greg Hill and Chris Lawrence. They were both passed by Jason Pelosi into a Redgate corner, so they were too busy battling amongst themselves. They ended up losing a position. But for the lead, David Garside was having a little look into McLean's to get put Jack Kingsbury under further pressure. He couldn't really make anything work there, but he's right with him, isn't he? As they turn their way through Coppice. If they start battling, Stephen Richardson could find himself amongst them. He's not that far away, is he, at this point?
He's not at all, and had that heavy off in qualifying yesterday, hence the tape and the plastic on the rear window. But they're heading through the chicane, the two leaders once again. Jack Dwayne still there in 6th place. There's a gap between him and the next group, which is headed, I think, still by Ross Borman. Yes, it is, and behind Borman is the number 14 car now, Jason Pelosi. He's made up a couple of places, therefore, on that lap. Leaders turning into Redgate for the second time. Now, real pressure at this point being applied by David Garside and Jack Kingsbury. Half a second between them as they head down Hollywood and through the Craner curves for the fourth time already in what's probably going to be an 11-lap race.
Absolutely. Top two, turn away into the old hairpin. Stephen Richardson, if anything, looks a bit further away at this point of the circuit to the top two. Don't think he's had a podium in the series before, though, so where he is, really pleased if he can stay there. You've got Andy Harding with Christopher Keir putting him under pressure for the lead. David Garside goes up the inside of Jack Kingsbury and gets through. It looked a bit aggressive, but he made it work. He was quick into McLean's last lap where he had a look. I mean, this time he's made it work in potentially robust fashion, but it's successful. And now Stephen Richardson is with them because, of course, a move like that in absolutely holds each other up.
Yeah, so that could bring Stephen Richardson into play, as you say, but David Garside, then I think, leading a race for the first time in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. He's ahead now of Jack Kingsbury, who's won several races over the last 3 or 4 years that he's been in the championship. But Kingsbury almost pushing Garside along the Wheatcroft straight now. Got a good exit out of the chicane. Is he going to challenge for the lead? He pulls to the inside line as they head to Redgate Corner. There's one on the grass. That's the 12th car of Greg Hill. And behind was Pelosi and Christian Lawrence involved, but the two leaders go through Redgate Corner unchanged. But yes, there was 3 cars all having a bizarre incident on the straight there. One of them pulling up, I'm afraid. That's Greg Hill. But the leaders heading down towards the old hairpin, lap number 5, and it's David Garside still leading from Jack Kingsbury.
Garside's made a mistake into the old hairpin. He was sideways as he stayed on the road. I think he might have done, but that means Jack Kingsbury's batting up alongside him. This is where they came together on the previous lap, where Garside chucked it up the inside. So we know he's good at McLean's, and I think his pace through that corner is enabling him to stay in front. Possibly not. Possibly he's run out wide as they head up towards Cobbett's Corner there. Side by side on the inside line is that Kingsbury. I think, yes, that's him slotting back in front, isn't it? So a great battle that's come out at the front of this Clio 182 race. So they've changed positions twice in 2 laps and pretty much the same part of the circuit, but they're now battling their way down to the Robert chicane for this, the 5th lap of the race. We're coming up to halfway's distance. The pretty dramatic first half of this race in.
Andrew Harding is the man to watch, though. He's done a 1:23.49, has done the best lap of the race so far. Dwayne did a 1:23.28 as the best lap of the race yesterday. And Harding now is almost on the tail of Stephen Richardson for 3rd place. And I thought he was going to have a look into Redgate Corner there, but he decided he'd better off it in the end. And he seems to have taken Christopher Keir and Jack Dwayne with him as well, because they both did personal best lap times in the 1:23.5s on that lap. So it's David Garside showing as leading across the line. Jack Kingsbury second, but it's Kingsbury that's actually ahead as we look at our CCTV at the old hairpin. But actually, that gap second to third, it did come down by about half a second, 3/4 of a second on that lap, possibly unsurprising as they were busy switching places again.
Kingsbury's getting away now, isn't he? He's got a big gap to David Garside after those dramatic couple of laps that the two of them were having. Considering what they were doing, their lead gap hasn't particularly come down, has it? Not to any significant where they're under pressure.
Slippery surface flag being shown by the marshal on the exit of the chicane.
There's debris in the road from that incident, I think.
Yeah, and part of the car, that incident is heading into the pit lane. That is the 12 car that is making its retirement from the race, which is Greg Hill, the newcomer who went so well yesterday. And there's quite heavy damage to his door, passenger door there.
Yeah, so certainly something going on, wasn't there, right in front of us, but neither of us were quite looking in the right direction to spot what was happening. Big challenge out of the chicane for Jack Dwayne. I don't think he's really made any progress from the first lap, but he might do so now because he's alongside Christopher Keir, in front Andy Harding going for the podium on the outside of Stephen Richardson. And as they turn into Redgate, neither of those moves work, but is Keir going to run wide? No, I don't think so. So they stay in the same order with a bigger lead now for David Garside. He's 1.1 seconds ahead of Steve. That's not right, is it? The timing screen's failed on us. So we'll watch the cars out the window.
Yeah, and rely on Dave Massey's lap chart because the screens have reset themselves. So the cars are at Schwartz Curve now for the, what lap are we on, Dave? 7th time, I think. Lap 7 as they head up towards McLean's Corner. It's Kingsbury from Garside, then a gap back, and it is still Stephen Richardson in 3rd place, 4th, 5th and 6th right together, which is Andrew Harding, Christopher Keir and Jack Dwayne. They're turning their way through Coppice Corner now and back down the exhibition straight towards the chicane. So Jack Kingsbury seemingly able to get away. Now he's got out in front of David Garside and just establish a bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, Garside's not really being caught by Stephen Richardson, I don't think.
No, he's not. He's pulling away, if anything. Now they stop battling the top two. They look a bit quicker, don't they? So they complete 7 laps then as they come up across the line with Kingsbury leading Garside. Much bigger gap has developed from 2nd to 3rd. It's the same order as it has been for the last couple of laps, actually. Richardson, Harding, Keir, and Jack Dwayne. Then 7th is Ross Borman all by himself. Then Oliver Wayne is there in 8th position. Then there's a big gap where that incident was a few laps ago. It's developed between 8th and 9th positions.
Okay, so leaders are down at the old hairpin at the moment. Let's see if we can have a look at them. In fact, they're just heading there now. And up, in fact, towards McLean's go the leaders. So no real change. Kingsbury and Garside, 4th, 5th and 6th is where the real battle is at the moment. But Andrew Harding, who showed good pace early on, hasn't been able to do anything about Stephen Richardson, and he's still got Chris Keir and Jack Dwayne behind him. And Jack really hasn't been able to bounce back after that poor start, having led each of the first 3 races for much of the race this season. It's been a different kind of race for him. He's not been able to make the progress that perhaps you might have thought he could do, given the pace that he has shown so far this season. So all 6 cars in a line, more or less, down straight into the chicane to complete lap number 8. Probably 3 laps to go.
Similar story, really, for Oliver Wayne, isn't it? He's way back behind the top 7, the double winner from Cadwell Park, and he's not been having a good weekend at Donington. It sort of started off with that qualifying incident, didn't it? So perhaps the car's not quite right. He was the car that made contact with Stephen Richardson down the Craner curve. You know, he's 8th, sort of, he's the only place in his game, but those 3 cars that had a crash in front of him.
Yeah, so we are on to lap number 9 then of this race. Leaders reasonably spread out now. Just looking to see if there's likely to be a change. I think Andrew Harding in 4th place is now, if anything, a little bit further clear. Ross Borman's 7th. Now Ollie Wayne is at the head of the next group in 8th position, ahead of John Lovell, Nick Brady, Jason Powell et al. Wayne, who is the championship leader coming into this weekend with those two wins at Cadwell Park. But sadly, this weekend not going to plan for him so far.
Prior to Cadwell Park, he had coaching from Max Coates at the circuit. Perhaps he didn't get the coaching this weekend.
Yeah, and that can make a big difference, can't it? Especially on a very technical circuit like Cadwell.
I do know Oliver Wayne was a little bit cautious about coming to Donington, because if you think back to December, he rolled the car up at McLean, so perhaps just fit in his mind a bit here at Donington Park, especially after having an incident in qualifying as well.
Black and white driving standards flag going out to car 44, which is David Garside, the 2nd position man. He is now something like 2 seconds behind the race leader, Jack Kingsbury, with Stephen Richardson 3rd, Andrew Harding 4th, Jack Dwayne still trying to find a way past Christopher Keir, and up into 5th place is as close to Keir as ever he's been, but not yet able to find a way through. Borman having a very lonesome race in 7th position now, isn't he? And he was, when did he finish yesterday? He was down the order yesterday, wasn't he? In 17th place, Ross Borman.
Yeah, he started at the back, made it out something like 6th, and then he was involved in the schmozzle on the final lap of the race. So this race is a bit more calmer for him, isn't it? When did he start it?
I think it was about 10th, was he? 10th, 11th?
So, yeah, 11th. Yeah. So he's come through a little bit.
So we are on to lap 10 now, I think. So the penultimate lap of the race. And the leaders are at Coppice Corner, about to make their way down the straight for the penultimate time. There's a back marker well ahead of them, but I don't think he's going to come into play.
His Garside being caught by Richardson here for 2nd.
Possibly.
There's only a lap to go. Garside had a very dramatic start to the race. You wonder if he's perhaps overheated his tyres a bit, and now he's still there in 2nd, but he's got Stephen Richardson closer to him than he has been all race, and Richardson carries so much more speed through the chicane, and now he's within a car length of Garside, so Stephen Richardson could get 2nd out of this now. Garside sits his car in the middle of the road, so that means Richardson goes to the outside, the left-hand side of the circuit for Redgate, which means he can get a quicker line through the corner, and he dives up the inside of Garside, who understeered out wide.
Yeah, so how does that power out? They're still more or less alongside one another as they head through Hollywood, down to the Craner curves. There was a bit of a touch of puff of smoke there between them. It's still the silver car of Garside that's ahead. It seems to have brought the next 3 cars into play a little bit as well. Andrew Harding seems to be a bit closer now to the back of Stephen Richardson's car as they're out of the old hairpin towards one's going to match. Harding now, I think, is going to attack Stephen Richardson.
Yes, it hasn't worked out for Richardson in the end, has it? And he's under all kinds of pressure for 3rd, and that's Keir coming around the outside of Harding now for 4th. So the position battle was originally for 2nd, then it was a 3rd, now for 4th. But I think they've stayed all in the same order with just one complex to go through the chicane. But Jack Kingsbury, the result sheet's going to make the result look much easier for him than the race has actually been.
Yeah, because the first half in particular was a real tough fight, and David Garside led for a time. But as they head into the chicane for the final time, it's Jack Kingsbury out of it already. Number 3 car that is going to get his second victory of the weekend, so very well done to him. David Garside comes home second. Damage to the front now of the number 7 car of Stephen Richardson. He takes third place. 4th is number 77. That's Andrew Harding. 5th to number 22, Christopher Keir. 6th to number 11, Jack Dwayne. So he dropped to 6th on the first lap and stayed there all the way through. 7th to number 66, Ross Borman. 8th and 9th over the line together. That's 86, Ollie Wayne, and 42, John Lovell. Nick Brady rounds out the top 10. I think we only had our sprint, say 17 finishers in the end, but I think it was Justin Griffith 11th, Jason Power 12th, Gareth Tansey 13th, Tristan Lang 14th, and Chris Lawrence in 15th position after what was a somewhat combative K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship race. And again, they have another race later on this afternoon. It's a triple header for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship this weekend. Still 3 more races to come this morning, the next of which is for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. We'll give you the grid for that in just a moment as Josh is heading downstairs to talk to the winner. And it's a grid that's set by the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. Have I got time to give it to you? No, I think I probably have, so I will do that. So the grid for race 15, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, lines up as follows. The front row, 69 and 1, 69 Dave Bartholomew and 1 Peter Bove. The second row, 77 and 4, 77 Bill Cowley and 4 Chris Goff. The third row, 2 and 27, 2 Mark Glover and 27 Nick Harris. The fourth row, 5 and 9, 5 Bob Simpson and 9 Richard Jenkins. The fifth row, 99 and 11, 99 Dave Robson and 11 Raymond Barley. Row 6, 39 and 7, 39 Matthew Irwin and 7 Steve Boover. Row 7, 10 and 12, 10 Rod Hill and 12 Conway Dorr. Row 8, 55 and 42, 55 John Donnelly and 42 Martin Kemp. The 9th row, 3 and 6, 3 Andrew Kemp and 6 Simon Bolter. The 10th row, 8 and 28, 8 William Smith and 28 Alan Bunter. And row 11, 30 and 73, 30 Ulrich Killian and 73, which is Tony Brazier. Our car's heading down the pit lane, the one that has stopped underneath race control though, is that of Jack Kingsbury, and he is going to speak to Josh Barrett. Yes, thanks Josh, we do indeed. A bit of sweeping up to be done with some debris and some gravel possibly being dragged onto the circuit. So there's a tractor on course at the chicane at the moment to clear that up. Not sure we've got actually any cars to be recovered, but we've got marshals on track at various points around the circuit just to check that everything is in good order. So it's the Race Part 750 Formula Championship that's on next, round 4 of 12 that will be held this season. Yesterday, the result was a victory for David Bartholomew, so a second victory of the season for that car. Only the first for David Bartholomew. It's the first time he's been out in it this year, but Ed Pither won the second of the races that we had at Silverstone. The first being won by Mark Glover in the Race Kits Falcon. He finished second in the second race, and he finished fourth yesterday, and he leads the championship as things stand. Second yesterday, there was Chris Goff, very strong race from him. He was doing battle with Peter Bove, who I don't actually see out in the assembly area at the moment. So it might be that the reigning champion, Peter Bove, not out for race 2. He was beaten into third place by Chris Goff yesterday, and narrowly beat last year's runner-up and previous champion for the previous 2 years, Mark Glover, who took fourth position. Mick Harris, the 10-time champion within 754 more over a number of years and decades, finished in fifth place in the Derby, and Andrew Kemp in the Race Kits Merlin rounded out the top 6. But what we had at the beginning of the weekend was the biggest field of 750 Formula cars that we'd had for quite some time. I think 25 entries. We had 22 take the start of yesterday's race, and maybe 1 or 2 missing from the grid today, but nevertheless, a very good field of 750 Formula cars. The championship, of course, the category inaugurated back in 1949, so starting the year before Formula 1. And originally it ran with the engine out of an Austin 7, and then the Reliant 850cc engine. But for the best part of 2 decades now, they've used the Fiat 1180cc engine, the kind of engine that went into the first iteration of the Fiat Panda. And that's been very successful, and it's a championship that's really aimed at the amateur driver and constructor. Yesterday's race was eventually run basically in dry conditions. We did have a red flag and a restart, but it was basically dry, and that was to the chagrin of Bill Cowley, I should say, because he was on wet tyres, the rain having fallen a little bit earlier on in the afternoon, and possibly a bit of a gamble taken by Bill on his return to the category. And it proved not to pay off, and he didn't continue the race after the restart. But I imagine he, along with everyone else, will be on the slick tyres today that are used within the championship. They're produced by Yokohama, the slick tyres, and no real question about tyre strategy for this one, I don't think. So missing Peter Bove from the front row. A bit further back, we are missing the entirety of row 8. John Donnelly, 55, who was the cause of the red flag yesterday with Spinner Coppers, and 42 Martin Camp, who didn't start yesterday. They're not there. And Simon Bolter, who was retiring yesterday, is not next to the number 3 car of Andrew Kemp, who got up to 6th yesterday. But we have gained Paul Mason, number 67, at the back of the grid. He qualified out of session yesterday. So, bit of a shame, Josh, that we don't have Peter Bove on the grid for this one.
Yeah, I did see Peter about half an hour ago in race control area, so whether that was him withdrawn from the race or something like that. I wonder if that's why he lapped pace in the second part of the race yesterday, because he was so strong battling with David Bartholomew in part 1, as it was, and then he didn't have a pace in part 2, which was a bit weird, and maybe the two feelings are linked, and why he's not racing today. But yes, a real shame that he's not there, but it's still good. There's a good grid of cars we've got this weekend at Donington Park.
Yeah, so on the grid for this one, we've got David Bartholomew on pole, and he has been a champion, not only in this, but also in low cost as well, before moving into 750 format, and he's sharing the car this season between himself and Ed Pither, although not quite clear how that's going to work out. Confused by the movement of the Anglesey race meeting from June to August due to the ongoing COVID restrictions in Wales.
Looking at the championship, I guess Chris Goff, he's actually looking like a strong championship contender this year, isn't he? How he yesterday went, beating Mark Glover, and Peter Bove not racing today.
Yeah, so he'll go, well, you would think he'd go past Bove. At the moment, Glover has 65 points, Bove 62, Goff 50.
Right.
Because he didn't have such a good first race at Silverstone. And Mick Harris 48.
We usually see Chris Goff still there or thereabouts, but pace yesterday would kind of suggest there's a chance we could get a new driver on that list of 750 Formula champions, because of course the car on pole here, with a number of different drivers driving it over the course of the season, isn't going to be a championship contender. So that's could be an interesting element as the season goes on. With interesting how Mark Glover goes today, because he struggled a bit yesterday. The conditions weren't perfect yesterday, were they? So now we've got perhaps a more normal of a race. It'll be interesting to see the relative pace of different drivers.
Yeah, absolutely right. So David Bartholomew slots into pole position in car number 69. A space next to on the front of the grid. Can Chris Goff, who's immediately behind that space, take advantage of it? Actually, Bill Cowley could do as well if he sort of jinks ahead of Goff and slots in between Goff and Bartholomew. If he gets a good start, he could be a force, of course.
Cowley always was a quick starter when he was a regular, wasn't he? So you wouldn't want to rule that one out. We know how quick the PRS is of David Bartholomew. So I think Cowley's only real chances to get through at the beginning.
Yeah, Mick Harris on row 3, still using wife Sue's Derby, which she campaigned for many years. Right, red lights go on, 15 minutes of racing, long hold. They eventually go out, and I think that's quite a long delay, caused a bit of confusion for a few. Not a great start from Chris Goff. Certainly Bill Cowley is in second place. Mark Glover, I think, might get up into third position as well. Cowley trying to go around the outside of Bartholomew at the first corner, but he can't quite make that work. Yes, it is Glover into third place, Goff into fourth, and I think Mick Harris fifth as they now drop down the hill through Hollywood towards the Crown of Curves for the first time. But it's the pole position driver, the winner from yesterday, David Bartholomew, that has the lead. Bill Cowley in second.
Looked like Bartholomew had a bit of a twitch as he turned into Craner curves on tyres that aren't quite up to temperature and pressure yet, but experienced driver he is. He was able to control that and continues to lead and starts to build an advantage already to the car of Bill Cowley. It is Bartholomew or Ed Pinner that's got the lap record in that car around here, so perhaps a bit of inter-team rivalry to see if in these better conditions Bartholomew can get to that lap time or perhaps go quicker than it. It kind of suspect that he might be able to get away here. Well, Bill Cowley's trying to go with him, but there's certainly a gap developing. I think that's Mark Glover in third, isn't it? And then Chris Goff, has he got back ahead of Mick Harris there for fourth?
Yeah, I think he might have done. So we're heading down towards the chicane for the first time. And a great sight, they make a colourful sight as well, heading down the straight. But Bartholomew it is that leads at the end of lap 1 in that blue and orange PRS, and he's 3/4 of a second clear of Bill Cowley in second place. And there's quite a gap back to Mark Glover. It's about 3 seconds back to Mark Glover in third position. Chris Goff, number 4, I should say, in fourth place. Mick Harris, fifth, number 27, and the 4-time champion, veteran of more than 50 seasons of racing in the 750 Formula, Bob Simpson, is sixth.
Cowley's giving this a good go, isn't he? Trying to make a liar of me going after David Bartholomew. So this is good. Of course, Cowley getting back used to things because he's not been racing cars for a few seasons. So great to see him back out here at Donington Park, and it'll be interesting to see if we see him some more occasions over the course of the year. The top two are way ahead of Mark Glover, who was a champion 2 years ago. Last year we didn't seem to quite have the raw pace, but again this year, the same kind of story is developing in the early stages of the season.
Yep, seems that way. Heading up to the right-hand grid, Coppice go the leads, indeed already out of Coppice are the two leaders. Bill Cowley pluckily trying to go with David Bartholomew, but he's lost a little bit more time, I think, on this lap. And then the next three, Mark Glover, Chris Goff, and Mick Harris, have a gap then back to Bob Simpson in sixth. He's got Roman Barley just behind him in seventh. First the Class B driver, Steve Beaver. It is that's in eighth place. Then Richard Jenkins and Conway Dorr rounding out the top 10. I think Richard Jenkins had an incident yesterday, didn't he? Because he went off through the gravel trap at Coppice at one point.
Bartholomew is just breaking away slowly, 1.4 seconds, the gap to Bill Cowley now. The Bartholomew car is a newer car, isn't it, than the Cowley, and therefore got a bit more work done on, I guess, and a bit more slippery body. I think it's the thing that particularly helps it, speaking to Bill Cowley in past years. So I think that's what's allowing him just to break away at this stage. A bit off, 2.5 seconds off Ed Piver's lap record, so there's still lap time to find, you'd think, in this race. And the cars making their way then around this Donington Park circuit, just under 2 miles. So, especially with this small 1108cc Fiat fire engines, they're very good lap times, aren't they, Ian, from these mainly self-built race cars?
Yeah, average speed is almost 19 miles an hour for the fastest drivers, which is really quite something around this 2-mile Donington Park national layout. Bartholomew it is. that set the fastest lap yesterday with a 1:20.27, so he's already gone faster than that today over the line that he comes in the lead. Probably the conditions are a little bit better than they were. So he's on 1:19.15 now as they extended his lead over Cowley to 2.5 seconds. And Cowley is now 5.5 seconds clear of Mark Glover. I wouldn't be difficult if he might be closing in, but he's not. Possibly the best battle in the race is for 6th, because Bob Simpson, number 5, has number 11, Ray Barley, and the race kit's Falcon right behind him. But it doesn't look like he's going to make a challenge. And there's 2 cars side by side a bit further back, one of which I think is Steve Boover, and the other, no, that's actually, it's Conway Dawn and Andrew Kemp, isn't it, for 10th and 11th position, that were the 2 who were side by side over the line.
A pretty good battle for 4th as well. Chris Goff and Mick Harris have been together throughout the race, really. And then the Simpson and Barley battle you mentioned together as they turn through up the old hairpin in 6th and 7th positions. Richard Jenkins is 8th, Steve Boover is 9th. Then you've got this group of cars for 10th being headed by Conway Daw. You've got, as you said, Andrew Kemp in there as well. Dave Robson, a former champion. Rod Hill's in there, as is Matthew Unwin. So there's a great group of cars battling to be 10th as they head up their way into McLean's Corner there. As the leader, so far ahead, comes out of the chicane to complete 4 laps of this 15-minute motor race.
Yeah, 5 of them. Minutes gone, 5 minutes 25 seconds gone, something like that as he crosses the line, and the lead now is 3.2 seconds over Bill Kay. So just sort of 6 or 7 times a lap he's extending that lead.
Like Chris Goss just trying to break away from Mick Harris, who's using all the curves on the exit of the chicane. And for 6th, Bob Simpson still got Ray Barley close to him. Ray Barley's having a good start to this season, isn't he? He went well at Silverstone, I think inside the top 6, and he's trying to get inside the top 6 once again, right on the tail of Bob Simpson. But I think Bob Simpson knows everything there is to know about some 50 Formula racing, and he'll do his utmost to keep Ray Barley at bay.
Good lap there for Dave Robson, up into 11th place at the expense of the Centaur of Conway Daw. So Robson, that star that he has built, 2nd of the cars, or probably even 3rd car that he's built over the years for 754. Champion in the past in the start 83, but this car, the 17 version, so about 4 years old, but it's not been seen out that often. You're right, Chris Goff in 4th place is just making a bit of a break now from Mick Harris. There was 0.6 of a second between them as they crossed the line. It might be double that now, I reckon, as they are going to come through to complete lap number 5 in a few moments. Already here to complete lap 5, though, is David Bartholomew, and he's just easing away, and you sense, Josh, that he's driving a little bit within himself, if anything.
Cowley's trying hard. He's just done his PB, 1:19.69. That's not as quick as David Bartholomew is going. For 6th position, down into the chicane, Bob Simpson still under pressure from Ray Barley as they battle. Slowly, Richard Jenkins is closing in on them. And for 9th, Steve Boover has been caught by Dave Robson.
He has, and Bob Simpson has Ray Barley all over the back of him. Barley tries to get alongside. This is for 6th position then. I think Bob Simpson just has the legs on him down the straight though. Although Barley is staying there and he's doing it. He's gone through on the inside. He carries a lot of speed through the corner. Might have ran wide a little bit on the exit there. Has he managed to hang on? We'll see when they get to the top of Hollywood. Yep, the red car's still ahead, I think. So nice move that to get up into 6th position by Raymond Barley, and the race gets Falcon.
Bob Simpson trying to fight back through the middle of the crane of curves, though. He can't quite make it, though. Richard Jenkins there in 7th. Then you've got in 9th place Steve Boover. It's actually Andrew Kemp who's catching them. And then it's Dave Robson up next, but he's going quicker than both of the cars in front of him. He did qualify a bit higher up the order, 9th, so he's trying to get back inside the top 10 where he started. Meanwhile, the leader, David Bartholomew, completes 6 laps now as he crosses the line with Bill Cowley there, around that 3 seconds or so behind. That time they almost did identical lap times. Then you've got Mark Glover, who's having a lonely race in 3rd. 4th, Chris Goff continues to pull away from Mick Harris. And Ray Barley, he's not done with yet because he's got Bob Simpson right on his underneath his rear wing heading into the chicane. Then Richard Jenkins has got a slower car to dive up the inside of, which he managed. And then for 9th and 10th, it's still Steve Boover there ahead of Andrew Kemp as they turn their way into the chicane to complete another lap.
8.5 minutes have gone, 6 laps completed. Of course, yesterday's race was running 2 parts due to the red flag part way through. So we'll see how many laps we do get in the full race distance. It'll probably be 11, I would think. We might even squeeze a 12th in, but that would be a tight run thing. 9 minutes have gone. David Bartholomew leading by 3.35 seconds. That time, he and Bill Cowley did almost identical lap times, actually. There's a hundredth between them, 1:19.77 for Bartholomew and 0.78 for Bill Cowley. So still 3.3 seconds between the two of them. No one else has gone below the 120s. Mark Glover 120.78, having a very lonely race in third place. About 8 seconds behind Cowley, about 9 seconds ahead of Chris Goff in fourth position, but accumulating the points, and with Peter Bove not taking part in this race, that could be important at the end of the year.
It's how he's won a championship before, isn't it, Mark Glover? By just getting lots and lots of podium finishes, and he's looking to add a Donington Park podium in here. A third of the race to go. We've completed 7 laps. For 9th and 10th now, coming out of Coppice Corner, Andrew Kemp is quicker than Steve Boover, who's on the inside line now as they come down to the Robert chicane. I think he might be in front by the time they get to the braking zone. He is. So through goes Andrew Kemp, and he was a bit further down earlier on in the race. He started 17th, did Andrew Kemp. So this has been a good drive from him, but he's got Boover coming back alongside him. They're side by side as they head up to Redgate Corner.
Yeah, good scrap between the two. Of course, Kemp got through to 6th place yesterday. This grid based on second fastest times from qualifying there, so it was back down the order again. But still a good fight going on between those two. It's not been resolved yet. There's still 4.5 minutes for them to continue that scrap over 9th and 10th position. About 8 seconds behind Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd up the road, but they're pretty much side by side as they head into the old hairpin that time. Which one came out ahead there, Josh?
Looked like Steve Boover was back in front, so that good challenge from Andrew Kemp. Not yet been successful, although they're still side by side actually, aren't they? As they head up through Schwantz Curve and into McLean's and cutting back there dramatically with Andrew Kemp, and now they're side by side heading up towards Cobbies. They've been side by side for most of this lap as they turn into the double apex right-hander, and Kemp slots through in front, but as they battle, he's bringing Dave Robson closer and closer to them, and they're still side by side as they exit the corner because Kemp was on the tighter line. He's slower out the corner, and they run down towards the Robert chicane for the 8th lap of this race, absolutely together, with Dave Robson making it a 3-car battle now as they come back into our viewing.
Yeah, car number 8 getting the black and orange meatball flag. That's William Smith, who's running in 17th position. That indicates that he is going to be called into the pit lane for mechanical problem. But Andrew Kemp, meanwhile, getting through on the inside of Steve Boover up into 9th position. And Dave Robson is now with them as well to make it quite a three-way fight, because immediately Andrew Kemp has pulled out several car lengths over Boover this time. So now Boover, having just conceded the position to Kemp, now has to go back into defensive mode to try and keep Dave Robson at bay.
Up front, David Bartholomew is getting a bit quicker into the 1:18s now, 1 minute 18.84. But interestingly, that's 2 seconds away what Ed pivoted in that car in the past. So that lap record looks to be intact this weekend. There's 3 minutes of the race to go, and Cowley's done a lap time pretty much, or as quick as he has done a race. He has done his personal best, in fact, 1 minute 19.65. So he's trying so hard, but he's 5 seconds away from the race leader. Mark Glover is third. Fourth is Chris Goff, who's certainly pulled away now from Mick Harris. Ray Barty's pulled away from Bob Simpson. He's going after Mick Harris, but I think it's a little too late. He's how far behind after 9 laps? That would be just under 4 seconds, but he was 1.5 seconds quicker on the previous lap, so we shall have to monitor that gap into the last few laps of this race.
Yeah, we've only got just over 2 minutes of the race left to go now, so here comes Andrew Kemp up and over the line in 9th position now. Dave Robson has got through into 10th place as well, so he's ahead of Steve Boover. Conway Dorr is still in 12th place, and 13th is Matthew Unwin, who was a pit visitor yesterday. Bartholomew's lead now out to 5.3 seconds, 12 seconds behind Bill Cowley. In second place is Mark Glover in third, and Bartholomew goes through. He'll start his penultimate lap because there's, and it's just in the best lap of the race actually as well, 1:18.54, still about 1.8 seconds behind Ed Pill's lap record, 1:16.75. So that must have been quite some lap when Ed set at that time. And Bill Cowley has gone through. I missed him. He's 8 seconds behind Bartholomew now. But Mark Glover has just done his personal best lap as well, a 1:20.05. Chris Goff's previous lap was slower.
Got a car from McLean's. Who is that? It's going to be stuck in the gravel, that's for sure.
It is Dave Robson, I'm afraid, that's stuck in the gravel. So, having gone up into 10th place, Dave Robson has beached the car at McLean. He's not collected the barrels, so that's good news. But Dave Robson out of the race and yellow flags at McLean's corner.
Okay, so we are going to get 12 laps. She said we might squeeze in, we are. So, 2 more laps to go. The slower last lap from Bill Cowley, I presume all is okay. He's got 10 seconds to Mark Glover, so a big gap to not lose another position. An even larger gap from Glover to Goff, 18 seconds. So perhaps going back to my point from earlier in the race, Glover might not quite have the pace this season.
Checkered flag goes out to David Bartholomew slightly early, I suspect, because we've got that car in the gravel trap up at Coppice Corner. So David Bartholomew it is that takes the checkered flag, and therefore both wins this weekend here in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Number 77, Bill Cowley, comes home in second place, eventually 11.9 seconds behind Bartholomew. Third place is going to go to number 2, Mark Glover. Very quiet race for Mark, but more points in the bag for the championship. Probably as 2 drivers ahead of him aren't going to do full campaigns, David Bartholomew and Bill Cowley. Neither of them did the first round, of course. So, bodes well for Mark Glover. Chris Goff should come across the line in 4th place, but he's not done so yet. Alan Bunter, a lap down, has just completed his race in the Shark. But here comes Goff, number 4, to take 4th position. Very distant 4th position, about 20 seconds behind Glover. 5th is going to go over number 27, Mick Harris. 6th, number 11, Ray Barley. 7th will be number 5, Bob Simpson. And then 8th place is going to go to number 8, Richard Jenkins. 9th to number 3, Andrew Kemp, just about to come through now. It'll be Steve Beaver, number 7, that completes the top 10 in the Derby Mark 5. So, David Bartholomew getting 2 wins this weekend. Bill Cowley a 2nd place, having had a non-finish yesterday. Mark Glover in 3rd place. Useful points for him in the championship. It will mean that he extends his advantage over Chris Goff, who'll move into 2nd place with Peter Bove not taking part in this race, and I think possibly Mick Harris and Roman Barley both might jump ahead of Peter Bove as well. There's still another 8 rounds to go in the championship for the Race Parts 750 Formula cars, and their next meeting is due to be Anglesey, but it will now be Cadwell Park in July. Hopefully then Anglesey in August, Brands Hatch September, and Mallory Park in October to round out the season for the Premier Choice Group 750 Formula Championship. The next race on the programme is going to be the Protec Shocks Sports Specials Championship, and this gets underway without a green flag lap. So let me quickly give you the grid for this one. It's based on the result. In fact, I won't do it just yet because Dave Bartholomew is already down there. So I'll hand down to Josh and then we'll do the grid. Josh, down to you. Indeed so, and we've got the cars in the assembly area shortly to come out onto the circuit for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. The grid for this one based on the second fastest lap times from yesterday's qualifying session. Let's give you the grid, although there are some gaps. The front row, 11 and 17. 11 Paul Collingwood and 17 Paul Boyd, but 11 Paul Collingwood, who was a non-finisher yesterday, looks like he's not going to be there. So 17 Paul Boyd on his own on the front row. Second row, 53 and 99. 53 Andy Hiley and 99 Martin Gambling. The third row, 20 and 82. 20 Mark Conroy and 82 Rob Johnston. The fourth row, 7 and 158. 7 Stuart Much and 158 Brendan Dudley. Row 5, 64 and 41. 64 Anton Landon and 41 Austin Greenway. The seventh row, 71 and 10. The sixth row, 71 and 10. 71 Ben Short and 10 Nigel Brown. Row 7, 30 and 40. 30 Stuart Thompson and 40 Darren Berris. The eighth row, 56 and 58. 56 Gary Goodyear and 58 Mickey Scott. Row 9, 69 and 77. 69 Gerard O'Donoghue and 77 Brad Snow. Row 10, 65 and 46. 65 Martin Hayward and 46 Warren Vesey. Row 11, 44 and 26, 44 Marcus Roskill and 26 Alan Robinson. Row 12, 18 and 88, 18 Colin Benham and 88 Martin Buckland. Row 13, 27 and 13, 27 Andrew Hayward and 13 Colin Childs. 14th row, 79 and 74, 79 Sylvia Much and 74 Steve Wells, and we'll see if he's there. The Class B Championship leader coming this weekend was a non-finisher yesterday, and 72 David Barrow will start on his own on row 15 of the grid. And yes, the rain coming down, and it's looking reasonably heavy at the moment.
It didn't feel too bad, but yeah, looking at the back of the commentary box window, perhaps it looks a lot worse than it actually is, but how it will develop over the next 15 minutes, I guess, is another question. But the good thing is these cars are on treaded tyres, so it won't be too much of an issue.
No, and actually there's some trying to break through as well, isn't it, at the same time? So we already noted that Paul Collingwood not there on pole position, having made that retirement yesterday. Is that a gap on row 7 where Darren Berris isn't? It looks like it is. So Stuart Thompson in number 30 on his own on that row, I think, within the MK Indy.
I don't think we had Berris yesterday either.
No, there's Cole Wilson in the paddock, and Steve Wells, 74, is there. So the driver from the Isle of Wight hopefully has got some work done overnight, and that car will be good to go, and in which case we should see him move up through the order, because he was the class winner in both of the races at Silverstone in the SEWC Sub-Zero, and yesterday, as a result of him not taking part, the class win went the way of Brendan Dudley in the Pro Compare goal from Warren Vesey and Martin Buckland. Overall, Paul Boyd it was that took the win by just 0.4 of a second from Andy Hiley in the Chronos, with Martin Gambling third in the second of the eclipses, but lost one of the eclipses, which was that of Paul Collingwood, who should have been on pole position for this race. We had a good scrap between the three Cyanas yesterday as well. Anton Landon eventually coming out on top in that particular battle, out of Mark Conroy and Rob Johnson. They were separated in the end by the Class C car, the Rev Exocet of Ben Short, the multiple Master MX-5 racing champion, I think, just doing his second meeting in one of these cars. So it looks like we've got everyone formed up that's going to be formed up on the grid. 72 car of David Barrow is at the back. The 1 minute board is shown. Again, it's going to be a 15-minute race for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. A gap as well, a bit further back, on is Brad Snow. He's not there either on row 9 of the grid. So a few gaps, I'm afraid. Should still be in for a good race. Still well over 20 cars for this Protect Shock Sport Specials race. Round 4 of the championship. The 5-second board is up, and therefore the red lights will be about to be turned on. They are now. 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. Lights go out, and it's a very good start by Martin Gambling from the second row of the grid. Paul Boyd and Andy Hiley both struggling to get the car off the line, but one of the Cyanas as well, the first of those, which I think is the number 20 car of Mark Conroy, alongside Martin Gambling, and indeed gets into the lead of the race from 5th on the grid. He was a fast starter to yesterday's race as well, but it then sort of faded a little bit. He's got the lead, but Gambling is back ahead on the exit of Redgate Corners, one spinning towards the back of the field. Andy Hiley and there's one spinning as well, and that's Paul Boyd. In fact, there's several cars have possibly caught out by a slightly slippery surface there at the first corner, and now Andy Hiley going for the lead, so the third different leader in the space of half a lap, Josh.
Yeah, more people are having dramas further down the Craner curves as well, but hopefully nothing too serious. I think everybody avoided each other, but it is Hiley that's got the lead as they turn their way through McLean's from Martin Gamblin, isn't it, there in second place. Then Mark Conroy, who's starting to lose out a bit after that rapid start to the race. As they turn their way through, the two of them are together, two team cars, Mark Conroy and Rob Johnston. Hard to tell with their very similar liveries which one is in front from this distance, but it's Hiley that leads, that's for sure, in the Kronos. As they turn their way down. Anton Landelin there, I think he's the Class A Championship leader, isn't he, at this point of the season, but he's a bit further down in the pack, but it's the champion for the last couple of years, Andy Hiley, that leads the race after one lap.
It does. Martin Gamblin in second, it's Rob Johnston that's in third place, fourth place Mark Conroy, in fifth place it's Justin Greenway, and the Elite Pulse is there in sixth position. But a bit of a shake-up now. Did Paul Boyd get going again? We'll see if we can pick up whether he did or not. But Hiley leading by 0.6 of a second. A bit more than that now, possibly, as they drop down through the corner, because Paul Boyd did get going, but he's come through, I think, in 25th position at the end of lap one. So it'll be fascinating to see how far Paul Boyd can get up the order. He was 24 seconds behind the leader.
And Steve Wells at the back of the field as well. I think, though, he was one of the drivers on the grass. There's a car off. There's another car that's had an off and getting back going. Is that one of the Silver Phoenixes or something like that? But one off at Redgate, that's getting back on now. There's a car off at McLean.
That's Johnston, I think. Must be Rob Johnston, I think, that's gone off there. He's, I think, found the grass on the far side of the gravel trap, so hopefully we'll be able to rejoin there. Andy Hiley, there it is, that continues to lead from Martin Gambling in second place. And yeah, there's no Rob Johnston there in third position. It's now, I think, actually Stuart Much that's in third position, isn't it?
Looks that way. Those cars tend to go well in wet conditions. Well, it's not wet at the moment, but it is a bit tricky out there. So 2 laps done. It's Hiley that leads from Gambling. A similar gap though between them. What kind of lap time are we doing? 1:21. So yes, we're somewhere away from yesterday's 1:14 lap record. Third is Stuart Much. Fourth, Mark Conroy. Fifth is Austin Greenway. Sixth, Ben Short. Seventh, Anton Lander. And eighth is Brendan Dudley, the Class B leader. Ninth, Stuart Thompson. Rob Johnston fell to 10th in that off up there at McLean's.
So he has work to do. Paul Boyd crosses the line again. He has gone from the first page of our time screen now in 20th.
But he's 1.5 seconds quicker than the race leader, Andy Hiley, so he's pushing on. He's 23 seconds behind. I don't think he'll be able to catch the leaders, but I suspect he might get a long way up the order.
So Hiley and Gambling well out in front of Stuart Much in third place, but let's see what Paul Boyd can do. As Josh says, he's going really quickly. And Austin Greenway going well here. He is now up into fourth position because Mark Conroy has dropped some more places already on this lap. So Greenway and the ex-Eddie Ives Elite Pulse up into fourth position. So see what he can do.
Steve Wells is pretty rapid too. He's in the 1:25. So those problems yesterday looked to be solved, but he fell a long way behind in that first lap incident. I think he was well on the grass going down the Craners.
So how far of the Class B order can he get now? Challenge there on Ben Short, I think that is, from Austin Greenway. Those two dispute, from Anton Lansden, I should say, disputing 6th and 7th, or no, 5th and 6th positions, are they, with Conroy having dropped down the order, and he's now back with his teammate Rob Johnston.
Austin Greenway goes down the outside of Stuart Much for third and gets through for now, but I think Much might be fighting back on the exit of the corner. He is. As they go on to Hollywood, he's back through. So Stuart Much back in front of Austin Greenway. That's a good battle developing for third and fourth. Austin Greenway set what was the fastest lap, a 1:19.12, but that's been bettered by Rob Johnston, who's in 10th from he went off a lap ago. He's in a 1:18.33. What about Paul Boyd when he comes through? He's 14th. He had a bit of traffic, I think, but he passed 6 cars on that lap, so he's still going well.
Yeah, he's up to 14th place now, but he's actually further behind the leader in terms of time than he was at the end of lap 1. He's now 27 seconds very nearly behind the leader, Andy Hiley, who was 0.6 of a second clear of Martin Gambling at the start of the lap. And Martin, the ex-low-cost and compact cup racer, so far has no answer in the eclipse to the rapid cross of Andy Hiley that's been so successful in the last year or so. having previously been a bit unreliable since his return to sports specials racing, been a champion in the past in kit cars in what this category was previously known as. Third place now is Stuart Much then, Austin Greenway fourth, but they are being caught, I think, by Ben Short. Yeah, that time Ben Short took 0.8 of a second out of Austin Greenway, and Greenway trying to go around the outside of Stuart Much, and they get caught. That didn't work that time, and if he's not careful, he's going to start to bring in Ben Short and Anton Langdon into that mix for third place.
Lap time's now coming back to somewhat dry pace, 1:16.37 for the leader.
And 1:16.71 for Paul Boyd, so he is lapping 5 or 6 seconds faster than the cars around him at the moment.
In Class B, it's Warren Vesey that leads now, isn't it? He's up in 7th overall, so he's having a really good run. Second is Warren Vesey, third is Marcus Roskill.
And Paul Boyd at 12.
Steve Wells is fourth in Class B, so he's flying, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a couple of other class cars to pass before he gets on terms with Marcus Roskill, who's his next target, who's about 6 seconds up the road.
He's 5 seconds faster than him on the last lap, though.
Yeah, worth pointing out that points are scored within individual classes, and the classes A and B split on power to weight, and Class C is exclusively for them, so they don't compete for the overall championship title. Now for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, we've got the two green cars side by side now, so that's Austin Greenway and it's Ben Short. It's still Greenway that is just ahead. Anton Landon actually looks to be the most rapid of this quartet because he got good speed off the chicane and might challenge Ben Short. Actually, as they go down the straight, though, that Mav is, like the name of the car suggests, an absolute exocet, and can pull away from them. Stuart Much is there, but now look, Austin Greenway is being challenged by Ben Short for 5th position as they head down the Craners, and I think he may have got through Ben Short.
Yep, he's ahead, so he's going after Stuart Much in a similar car. Those two had good battles, didn't they, at Silverstone last month, and they've got themselves back together here at Donington. It was a better lap by Andy Harley, 1:16.16, but faster than him is Paul Boyd at 1:15.56. We're only about a second away now from the dry pace yesterday, so conditions a bit tricky for the first couple of laps, but quick lap times now. Steve Wells, he's still fourth, isn't he, but he's much closer to Marcus Roskill.
Yeah, only about a second behind him now, isn't he? Harley comes over the line to complete lap 6. We've had 8 minutes of this race, so 7 left to go. The gap to Martin Gambling has gone out again, I think. It's now 3.85 seconds. It was a slower lap from Gambling into the 18th that time. But look at this, 3 cars fighting over 3rd position. Stuart Much, Ben Short, Austin Greenway gets past Ben Short along the straight and back up into 4th position. Anton Landon in there as well, so some different types of car there, but they're all proving very evenly matched around this Donington Park lap.
I wonder if Rob Johnston can get amongst them. He's 4 seconds behind. Early on he was quick when it was a bit slippery, but now it's dried out again. Maybe not quite got the pace of them as they come down into the old hairpin. And Much has really got away, Stuart Much, for Austin Greenway as they turned into the old hairpin on that lap. So he just broke away a touch.
Steve Wells just in his personal best lap, 1:19.53. He's up to 3rd in Class B now. 2nd could be on. He's only 7 seconds behind Warren Vesey, and last lap lapped 6 seconds faster than him.
He's 2 tenths slower than Brendan Dudley, so if they both start at the front this weekend, I think we would have had a good battle between them, but that's not been the case. But Steve Wells, after what I think was an off on the first lap, made a really good recovery here in this race, which has still got 6 minutes to go as Andy Harley completes 7 laps of the race. Martin Gambling is still 2nd. What's happening for 3rd position? Well, they turn into the chicane absolutely together, and it's Much in front. It's 3 abreast behind him, and Anton Landon passes Ben Short. Andy passes Austin Greenway. He's into 4th position now. There's Anton Landon, but he's been re-challenged by Greenway. He comes back up the inside into Redgate Corner, and he goes side by side with him, but on the outside line, Anton Landon's got it. That's a great battle for 3rd place here.
Superb stuff, isn't it? Leaders are well out in front, so this battle for 3rd is what we're very much focused on. Heading down the Craner curves then, the blue car with the orange roll cage of Stuart Much ahead now. Anton Landon, who was 6th for quite a while, up into 4th position. Rob Johnston actually is catching this group as well. He's lapping about 2 seconds a lap faster than them.
Paul Boyd is about 10 seconds behind that group. And on that lap, he lapped something like 4 seconds quicker than them. They were battling quite hard though. I wonder if Paul Boyd can end up in that battle before the end.
There's only 4.5 minutes or so to go, so he's got a bit of work still to do in a relatively short time frame, but he could certainly latch on to that battle. As Andy Harley comes through, he's just lapping the number 26 car, which is Alan Robinson.
Steve Wells has had an issue, a slow lap, so he's dropped back down to 19th overall.
Well, I hope that's not a recurrence of the problems yesterday, but I suspect it could be. Right, here comes the battle for third, over the line once again, and Rob Johnston is certainly continuing to close on it to make it a 5-car battle for third by the end maybe. Again, Austin Greenway quick down the straights, he's on the inside of Anton Landon, is up into 4th position. He was right with Stewart much as well, and there's a slower car ahead. That might start to come into play. Looks like Landon is fighting back, and he got back ahead of Austin Greenway, who doesn't seem as quick through Redgate.
Greenway got caught up with a back marker, so he's going to fall behind Ben Short as well. And Rob Johnson's pretty much with them, isn't he? Another driver recovering after an off-track excursion early in this race.
Yeah, so he's made progress. That time through Paul Boyd at a 1:15.3, which is the best lap of the race by quite some margin. What did we have yesterday? Was at 1:14 we were down to. But conditions have improved as this race have gone on, of course, after that sort of brief shower we had at the start.
Absolutely, and he's now 8 seconds behind the third place battle, so they weren't fighting quite as hard as they were a lap ago. His improvement on them is not so good. Now, is it Steve Wells going slowly down to the chicane? I think it might be, so it's been a bad weekend, hasn't it, for him at Donington Park. We just checked that. Yeah, it's him, and it's Steve Wells 74 for the pits. No, I wonder if we can try and score some points as there's not long to go.
Yeah, if he feels there's no sort of risk of causing further damage to the car, he might do. Now, Anton Landon has come through in third place this time, and Rob Johnston is going to get in amongst the Mavs. He's going past Ben Short, and so up into the top 6. That's on the way into Redgate Corner. At Landon, as you say, or as I say, up into third place.
Absolutely, so a good drive this from Anton Landon, third position. He was the winner at Silverstone. He's just done his personal best lap, 1:17.1, which on that particular lap was quicker than the leader, Andy Harley. Steve Rold is very slow now and going down the Craner curves, which is not ideal really, so I'm not quite sure he's going to make the end of the race. So Class B, that's being headed by Brendan Dudley. Saying that, he has not come through, has he, at the end of the lap?
No, he's not. So that means that Warren Vesey is now in the lead of Class B. So we've lost Brendan Dudley, according to our timing screens, somewhere around the lap, the 1:58 Pro Compele Gold that won the class yesterday. Looks like it has come to a stop. Andy Harley comes through and will start his penultimate lap of the race, because we've had just over 13 minutes now. He's still well out in front, ahead of Martin Gambling. He crosses the line now in second place. It's the Kronos from the Eclipse. Gary Goodyear, the next car across the line in the number 56 new car for this weekend. And then the battle, well, not so much for a battle now for third place, because Anton Landon has pulled out a bit of a gap over Austin Greenway.
Yes, that means Greenway is ahead of Stuart much, doesn't it? And Rob Johnston's got between the legs, because he's just passed Ben Short there into Redgate.
And Paul Boyd is sort of next car on the road. I think there's a back marker between them, but otherwise he's got 3 seconds to make up on Ben Short in the last 2 laps to latch himself onto that battle, so he might just about do it.
Yeah, so he's not going to quite...
he's not going to get involved.
No, indeed. But a good drive from him, apart from the first lap or so. A good recovery there for him. Brendan Dudley didn't come through at all, did he? So Warren Vesey leads Class B from Colin Benham and Marcus Roskill.
Steve Wells into the pits this time, I'm afraid. So 2 DNFs for the man that was leading the Class B Championship coming into this weekend. Right. Andy Harley's going to start his last lap. The last lap board is shown to him now, and he is still comfortably clear of Martin Gambling. He's up quite a few cars now, hasn't he? Doubtfully getting on for half the field, 14 laps.
For fourth, it's forward breath coming down to the chicane here as Rob Johnson comes up the inside of all of them. There's back markers involved in that as well. Who's going to come out on top? It's much and short to ahead of the 2 Class A cars, which are both going to be passed by Paul Boyd across the line.
Yeah, so Paul Boyd really benefited from that. He was just a little bit further behind them. So when they sort of lost momentum, they fell over each other in the back markers, he was able to pounce. So he has gone through into to 6th position, and can he make up another place? Possibly he could do.
And there's a
Margaret Brown who's had an off by the looks of it
on the Craner curves, and it looks like it might have connected with the tyre wall recently.
But Nigel's out of the car, so that's good news.
Let's hope we're getting Andy Hiley through shortly to complete the race.
Yeah, he is heading, I think that's him just hanging out of Coppice, isn't it, and down the exhibition straight. So Andy Hiley, really, after the first few corners, has pulled away and dominated this race, which was initially a little bit slippery maybe as the rain fell at the start, but it's dried out. Lap times have got down to more or less what we had yesterday. Andy Hiley comes through to take the checker flag, and that is his first victory of the season then in the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. Martin Gambling will come through in second place behind some back markers that are battling. For third, what's happening? Well, is the two MEVs that are together. Anton Landon's there, so that's for fourth. It's going to be Stuart Much that gets fourth, and a change for fifth on the final lap. Paul Boyd does get through from I think it was 25th he was at one point, up into fifth position by the end. Yesterday's race winner, Paul Boyd, number 17. And then Ben Short, number 71, was in sixth place. Seventh was number 82, Rob Johnston. Eighth was number 41, Austin Greenway. Ninth was number 30, Stuart Thompson. And 10th was number 20, Mark Conroy. The Class C winner was Stuart Much, number 7, from 71, Ben Short, and 58, Mickey Scott, who was 12th overall. And Class B in the end was won by Warren Vesey, number 46. He was 13th, by the way, ahead of number 18, Colin Bannon, former champion. And Martin Hayward third within that class in car 65, with us losing both Brendan Dudley and Steve Wells, the two quickest drivers in that class during the course of the race. There's one car I can see now stopped at the chicane on the circuit on the final lap, and that is one of the MEVs. And it's just being pushed away by the marshal to be collected, but luckily that had happened right at the end of the race. So that is the Protect Shock Sport Specials action for this weekend. And again, another championship that is due to go to Anglesey next month, but that will do so instead in August. Instead, Cadwell Park at the end of July with the next round, then Anglesey, Brands Hatch and Snetterton to round out the 6-meeting 12-round season for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. Look forward to the continuation of that in a couple of months that will now be at Cadwell Park. So next up we move on to the final race of the morning. It is the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship. Again, second part of a double-header. They had a race yesterday afternoon. Thank you, Dave. Passes me the paperwork, and that race was won, of course, convincingly by Barry McMahon. We'll give you the details of the grid for the Alfa race in just a moment, but first let's go downstairs and hear from Josh. Right, thanks Josh. Yes, just one more race to go, and that is for the Alfas, the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship. And let's give you the grid for that first of all. It's a two-part grid because the modified and power trophy cars go first, and it looks like we've got 8 of those. And the Twin Spark Cup cars go after them. It looks like we've got 8 of those as well. So here we go. On the front row, 57 and 34. 57 is Barry McMahon and 34 is George Osborne. On the second row, 1 and 79. 1 is Tom Hill and 79 is Dave Messenger. The third row, 5 and 14. 5 is Graham Seeger and 14 is Andy Page. The fourth row, 4 and 80. 4 is Keith Waite and 80 Andy Inman. So no sign, I'm afraid, of the two drivers that should be on the back. 50 Gareth Hayward, who had a big off into the gravel trap yesterday. We think it was a failure on the wing on the back of that car that possibly caused that. He did continue, but eventually, but doesn't look like he's taking part today, and neither is 55 Scott Austin, who was also a non-starter yesterday. So then there's a few rows gap and a 10-second delay before the next group of cars start, and they start from the Twin Spark Cup, and these are going to be as follows. On the front row, 86 and 9, 86 Andrew Bork and 9 Richard Ford. On the second row, 11 and 18, that's Andrew Fulcher, number 11, and Jonathan Billingsley, number 18. The 11th row, 17 and 65, 17 Tom Herbert and 65 Jeff Turrell. On the 12th row, 26 and 23, 26 Steve O'Brien and 23 James Ford, and it doesn't look like there's any Gabriele Icarino, number 13, on the back of the grid. So 16 cars we will have. There's a bit of work to be done before then though. Looks like there's an oil spill to be dressed by the marshals. They're working hard on that at the moment on the back straight, the Dunlop straight, exhibition straight, call it what you will, and that will take a few minutes' time. I can see the tractor also is on the way to sort of sweep the cement dust in to sort of soak that up nicely. So we'll get this race underway just as soon as we can. It was due to be off at 11:45, so hopefully we should still be pretty much on schedule by the time we get underway. So 3 classes in the Alfa Romeo Championship then. The modified class is for cars of unlimited capacity. That includes all turbo and supercharged cars, as well as those with sequential gearboxes as well. The Power Trophy, that's for cars running to a power-to-weight formula of 195 brake horsepower per tonne. That's for petrol engine cars, or 175 brake horsepower per tonne for diesel or petrol turbo engine cars. Superchargers and sequential gearboxes aren't permitted within that class. They can, of course, go into the modified class. Twin Spark Cup is for standard production cars up to 2 litre that use the 2 litre transverse 16 valve engine. There's also an invitation class as well, and they're running that this weekend. 2020, so last year saw an important landmark for the Alfa Romeo Championship. After 38 years with the BISEC, they moved to the 750 Motor Club portfolio. Only 4 meetings last season, 8 rounds in total, from mid-July to mid-October. But overall, the move was judged to be a success, and everyone looking forward to a full season in 2021. Well, it got underway at Silverstone back here at Donington for the second event. Some excellent racing, which was also live-streamed at Silverstone, and it's been a 2-year gap since the championship was last at Donington Park. So good spread of entries between the 3 classes. Obviously the lap record holder, Barry McMahon, a 1:14.73 was the lap record coming into this weekend. Well, he couldn't manage to beat that yesterday at 1:15.38, but Tom Hill in the Power Trophy class did get the lap record there. He did a 1:19.75 yesterday, which was well under Dave Messenger's Power Trophy lap record of a 1:22.38. And the fastest lap within the Twin Spark Cup class, that wasn't threatened. The 1:26.81 for Tom Herbert actually was the best lap within that class, not threatening Paul Plant's 1:25.337 within that class. Championship coordinated by Andy Robinson. It's backed this year by High-Tech Electronic Materials. They're the title sponsor, but Radar Digital, Fusion Care Solutions, Enzari Digital, Italian Car Magazine, the Alfa Romeo Owners Club, Andrew Lee Art Home Living, MapUK.com, and Jay Khan with Back and Rounds. They are the associate sponsors of the championship, and many thanks to all of them for their contribution. So the grid then has Barry McMahon, number 57, on pole position, and he won the race yesterday. And he first joined the championship back in 2008, driving a Fiat Punto alongside his brothers Arthur and Roger. He then moved to a 3-litre GTV and a V6 115 but he's always looking to get more power or make the handler stop better. It's not always been a successful journey, but it's been an educational one, I'm sure. And this car that he uses has been used in Brick Hole, though he's not now using it in Brick Hole. He's got another car for that. Puts out around 300 brake horsepower, was a double winner at Silverstone a month ago, and as I say, holds the Donington Park lap record. Alongside him on the front of the grid is number 34, George Osborne, who's probably more interested in building cars to a higher standard than racing himself, but it masks the fact that he's a very talented driver. He had a close battle with Chris Snowden at Festival Italia back in 2016. Since then, his glorious V75 has been fitted with a 3.2 litre 24-valve V6 engine. And in the 29 Festival Italia, he enjoyed a fine drive to win race 2. He was first in class and second overall in the first race at Silverstone, second in class and fourth overall in the second race at Silverstone. He's the first of the Power Trophy contenders. The inside of the second row of the grid has number 1, that's Tom Hill, who started his involvement back in 2014, 7 years ago at Anglesey, at the age of just 19, after racing karts for 6 years. And I think everyone involved in the championship knew that he'd make a big impact. With his first title in 2016, he missed out a year later, but has since topped the points table 3 more times. His first 3 championships were in the highly competitive Twin Spark Cup with a Bianco prepared 156. But for 2021, he switched to a 3.2 litre GT run by Roger Evans and Revs Italia and dominated throughout. That was for 2020. After 2 years with the Mahindra Formula E team, is currently looking for a new job as well. A very talented engineer as well. And he had third in class in race 1 and third in class in race 2 at Silverstone, but needed an engine change at that meeting after a testing failure the day before. And then next to him on the grid is Dave Bessinger in number 79. Dave, a stalwart campaigner in the Alfa Romeo Championship. The 156 GTA that he's in was a new project for Dave in 2019 as he switched from the Twin Spark class, which had had a lot of success down the years, to the Power Trophy. He was a little cautious running on slicks for the first time, but he was still on the pace, taking several class wins and finishing runner-up in the championship, just 6 points drift of Tom Hill in that season. Had a couple of second place at the start of 2020 behind his old Nemesis Hill, both of them again in the same class. And he wasn't helped by a suspension drive shaft breakage which couldn't be fixed for race 2, so didn't have the best of weekends there, but he did get 4th and 3rd in the Power Trophy yesterday. If we just turn our attention to the Twin Spark Cup class for a moment, fastest of the cars in that category and winning the class yesterday was number 86, Andrew Bork. He's in the silver and turquoise 156, had a monster accident, a publicised accident at Paddock Hill Bend at the 2016 Festival Italia, but he returned the race to racing the following year and took the championship title, defeating Tom Hill in 2017. He had a sabbatical the following year, 2018, and returned in 2019 to challenge Tom in the ex-Healy family 156 facelifted car, which was prepared by Bianco Auto Developments. It wasn't such a successful year, but it all changed in 2020. Tom had moved on to the Power Trophy. Andrew was pretty unbeatable in the Twin Spark Cup, taking 7 wins out of 8. He was 3rd in both of the races at Silverstone, which is probably a little bit disappointing for him. He was only 4th in the championship, therefore, coming into this weekend. Alongside Andrew, on the front row of the grid amongst the Twin Spark Cup is number 9. That's Richard Ford in the black 156, starting his 8th year in the championship. Originally, he raced a 146, moved to the quicker 156. His best season so far was 2018 when he had 3 class wins. 2019 saw reliability issues. Last year, though, a rebuilt engine made him more competitive once again. He switched mid-season to an ex-Tom Hill car. And I'm not sure whether that's the one he's racing this weekend or not. I don't think it is, but he had a 4th and a 1st in the 2 races that we had at Silverstone. He's also the finance director of our sponsors, High-Tech Electronic Materials. Next up, you've got the number 11 car of Andrew Fulcher, and that's the 157. Very distinctive car on this because it's wrapped in the colours of his sponsor, Filippo Berio Oliveira. You know, you remember the adverts from the TV, I'm sure. And they're one of his major customers at Lanham Haulage as the green flag lap gets underway. Although Andrew prefers brands, He scored a famous double twin spark class win there. Didn't race in 2020, and it's been used this car as a promotional tool as much as for racing. But he's determined to win it more this year. We saw him at Silverstone, he had a 5th and a 6th, and he's had a good, strong weekend here so far, finishing second to Richard yesterday. Second row of the grid alongside Andrew on the second row of the grid in the Twin Spark Cup is number 18. That's John Billingsley in the blue and red 147, and whatever he drives in the championship. He's in a white 156, isn't he? Yeah, he is. No, white 147, I think, in the end. One of the competitors you can always bet on to be near the front. In 2016, we had an exhibition to Zola with a new Intrigue 147. He was a winner there. In 2019, it's left me borrowed getting Clones 156 and took 2 hotly contested wins there against Richard Ford and Tom Hill and Andrew Broad. But he's never done a full season to contest the championship. But he does pop up from time to time. He was excluded, unfortunately, from race 1 at Silverstone and did after in the second race. I didn't have the best meeting there, but finished in 4th place yesterday behind Andrew Fulcher. That's what's set the grid for today. It's going to be a 20-minute race, this one, so one of the longer ones of the weekend. Most of them have been 15 minutes. Of course, we've got the 90-minute 116 trophy race to round out the weekend, but a 20-minute race for the Alphas. And you would think, reliability permitting, Josh, it's going to be another win for Barry McMahon.
Yes, but behind him there was plenty of interest yesterday, wasn't there, between for the Power Trophy class cars that run to a bit more tighter regulations. George Osborne and Tom Hill were absolutely together for the whole 20 minutes, which was really good to see. 2 very different type of Alphas. You've got the Osborne car, which is a 75, and Tom Hill's car is an Alpha GT. That should provide some good entertainment if we get that again. And then the Twin Spark Cup battle, which was second yesterday, wasn't it? There was about 4 or 5 in a minute. We'll see if anything can go with Andrew Bork. Because Bork wasn't actually the fastest driver over a lap, but over the course of the race, he was quite a bit ahead.
Quick look at the points. Barrett Moran on 64 points. He's had 3 wins so far in the Motorsport class, the Power Trophy. George Osborne on 62 points, leading that class, and I suspect the one that's most open is the Twin Spark Cup, Richard Ford 53, and Bork 53, so level pegging after yesterday's races with James Ford on 45. So that's how the points stand as we go into round 4 of the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship for 2021. 16 cars on the grid. Don't forget, the first cars for the modified and twin power trophy classes will go on lights out, and when the Union flag drops 10 seconds later, the Twin Spark Cup cars will go underway. And you'll find that the Twin Spark Cup cars, the fastest of those, will catch the slower of the front group as well as the race goes on. So the red lights go on. 20 minutes of racing for the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship goes underway now. Good start by Tom Hill from the second row of the grid. Wasn't really a gap between the 2 cars on the front row for him to try and get through, but Barry McMahon, for a moment at least, wasn't leading the race, but he's by the time they get to Redgate Corner. And as the Twin Spark Cup cars get away, the top 2 go door handle to door handle then as they go across the line. So that's Andrew Bork and Richard Ford. It's going to be Bork that has the lead, I think, as they turn into Redgate Corner for the first time. Richard Ford in second, Andrew Ford to third. So amongst those, it's as they were on the grid.
Yeah, got pretty close up the front though, didn't it? Away from the line, but McMahon leads it. Osborne is second. Hill is third as they turn their way into the old hairpin. And in the Twin Spark Cup, where Andrew Bork was so good in race 1 on the first lap, he's leading again, but at the moment not really breaking away. The whole group of them all together. The race leader, as expected, Barry McMahon getting away, but battle resumed, I think, between George Osborne and Tom Hill in the top 2 of the Power Trophy class.
So leaders are on the way down to the chicane. Once again, Barry McMahon already building this big lead, much faster than anyone else in qualifying. Yesterday's winning margin was 35 seconds or so in the end over the first of the Power Trophy cars, and it was a lap, in fact, over the next to the modified cars, which was Andy Page. So he comes through Barry McMahon to complete lap number 1, but George Osborne and Tom Hill almost side by side as they come across the line to complete the first lap. So that's the Power Trophy. The lead of that class is very much under dispute. Dave Messenger there in third place within that class, but it's for the moment George Osborne in the black car that holds on, just a little bit wide on the exit there, allowing Tom Hill to get the undercut through Hollywood. I was just thinking it might actually. So the red car and the black car alongside one another. Tom Hill, as they drop down through the Craner curves, he can't quite do it. He'll have the inside line for the old hairpin though, and I think finally Tom Hill has got that done. So he takes the lead of the Power Trophy class at the old hairpin.
In the Twin Spark Cup, it was Andrew Bork that led by 2 seconds. So he did get away. Andrew Fulcher second, third Richard Ford, fourth Tom Herbert, and fifth Jonathan Billingsley. But the Power Trophy cars there up at McLean's, and indeed Tom Hill is in front of George Osborne and starting to break away at this stage. Dave Messenger going with them as they head off towards Coppice Corner for the second lap of this 20-minute Alfa Romeo Championship race. And Barry McMahon is almost the whole straight between Coppice and the Robert Chicane ahead of the Power Trophy class cars. But something that will hurt him for the championship in this race is there isn't a full complement of modified class cars, but for third overall it's very tight into the chicane. And Dave Messenger now is getting up alongside George Osborne. So Osborne, who went so well yesterday, does seem to be struggling a touch this morning at Donington Park. It's side by side then for second within the Power Trophy. Osborne breaks a bit later than Messenger. He did this with Hill on the last lap and run out wide against Messenger, though I think he hangs on.
Yeah, he does indeed, and there's side-by-side action in the Twin Spark Cup class, but at the moment it's Andrew Bork that's comfortably leading that for Andrew Fulcher in second place. Richard Ford is third, Jonathan Billingsley in fourth position, but Bork has a lead for around about 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds from Andrew Fulcher at the end of the second lap.
Barry McMahon's pretty rapid straight away this time, 1 minute 16.52 on the first flying lap of the race. Looks like Tom Herbert has had an issue, had a slow lap, so he's dropped right to the back of the Twin Spark Cup class. I think he was a bit further up earlier.
Yeah, he was. So we've got the third lap about to be completed by Barry McMahon already in this marvellous much modified 156. So he goes across the line, it goes faster than a 1:15.73, so about 3 or 4 tenths behind what he did yesterday. Who's that? There was having a bit of a moment there. Was that Dave? No, it wasn't Dave Messenger. Or was it Dave Messenger that was having a moment? So Graham Seeger as well in the 147 GTA. Is not too far behind that battle for third overall and second in the Power Trophy class between George Osborne and Dave Messenger.
Twin Spark Cup cars make their way down to the Robert Chicane. It's a big gap for Andrew Bork, but for second place there's 3 of them together, headed by Andrew Fulcher. Richard Ford's line was a bit awkward through the chicane, so that puts him under pressure from Jonathan Billingsley. The 156 and the 147 are side by side heading down towards Redgate. The 156 is on the inside line and stays just about in front, but they get pretty close as they turn their way through Redgate. These 156s in the Twin Spark Cup remind me of the National Saloon Car Cup from a couple of decades ago.
Yeah, that's right. You saw a few of the cars in that particular category, didn't you? Here is Barry McMahon to complete lap 4. Irish driver was graduated through a number of vehicles then in the Alfa Championship, originally racing a Fiat down the years.
He's gone quicker than yesterday now, 1 minute 15.16.
Yeah, but still outside the lap record. Now Tom Hill is more comfortable here in second place than he was. He's just gone across the line and on a 120 dead, which is not quite as quick as he went yesterday, to the 119.75, but he's pulling away from George Osborne in third place. Fourth is Dave Messenger. Fifth is Graham Seeger in the 147 GTO, and then you've got Andy Page in the number 14 car, the Giulietta 2-litre turbo, one of the older cars on the grid, and then you've got the number 80 car of Andy Inman. Then the next car through is going to be the first of the Twin Spark Cup cars, and Andrew Bork, certainly Donington Park proving a much happier hunting van than Silverstone was, where he didn't really show the pace that we know he's capable of, but here he's been pretty dominant, hasn't he?
Indeed, he is 4 seconds ahead. Well, on that lap, actually, Andrew Fulcher was a touch quicker than him. Then Richard Ford and Jonathan Billingsley are right there with him as they turn their way through Redgate Corner. James Ford, is he catching them? He is. Remember, he started at the back of the grid, so he's making progress.
Certainly is. 6.5 minutes gone, so around about a third of the way through this 20-minute race, which is being led by Barry McMahon has been through to complete lap number 5. We've not yet seen second place car. Here it comes, Tom Hill. The Revs Italia prepared number 1 car, the GT. And he's now to the 1:19.92, so he's gone a bit faster again. George Osborne on that time is a 1:20.66, which is likewise a personal best. And Graham Seager in 5th place, number 5, also improves on his own lap time. Again, a long-time racer in this category. 26th year of racing in the Alfa Romeo Championship.
In a different car to last year, where we saw him win a lot of races outright last year in a modified class car. Now he's dropped into the Power Trophy, and he's 4th today within that class.
Yeah, expected to give some strong competition to Tom Hill, but it's not really materialised so far, but he's probably still getting used to this car. And Andrew Bork comes through in the lead of the Twin Spark Cup class, just ahead of, well, not just ahead, quite a bit ahead of Andrew Fulcher. Best battle actually in that class is for 4th, isn't it?
And that's a change on that lap.
Yeah, it is, because that's James Ford now ahead of Jonathan Billingsley. So a lap from Billingsley, so whether he made a mistake or not, I'm not quite sure.
And it means that 2 of them have dropped away from Richard Ford, who they were pretty close to on the last lap. Looks like 80, Andy Inman had an issue on that lap, and only slow lap means he's dropped right to the back. He was in 7th, he's now 16th.
He was, so 8 minutes of the race have gone. As across the line goes the number 34 car of George Osborne. And he's another better lap time, 1:20.02. And Dave Messenger does a personal best, but it's a 1:21.33, so he drops another second or so away from George Osborne.
So Osborne's now pretty much on Tom Hill's pace, isn't he? Well, it's just taken a while to get there. 8 minutes of the race gone, so about a third of it gone. But he's dropped 5 seconds behind Tom Hill in those opening 6 laps.
Just going through Redgate Corner now is that Giulietta 2-litre turbo of Andy Page. It is the oldest car racing in the championship. Dates back to the early 1990s when it was raced by Keith Waite and Paul Legg. It really came into its own in the hands of Andy Page when he obtained a couple of dealer team engines, though. He's enjoyed many successes with both class and overall wins down the years, but somehow he's missed out on becoming overall champion due to pressure of work and family commitments down the years. He last raced this car in 2016, but if it's reliable, you can expect him to be near the front. Well, he's 6th place overall, perhaps not quite on the pace that he'd like to be, but is pretty consistently into the 1:22s now.
Twin Spark Cup cars through. Andrew Bork is now nearly 4 seconds clear of Fulcher. Was that less though, because Fulcher was 7 tenths quicker on the last lap, and he's just done the best equal lap in the Twin Spark Cup, because both him and James Ford did a 1:27.08, but actually both impetted by Tom Herbert, who had that problem earlier on. He's on a 1:26.77. He was the fastest man in the class yesterday as well, but he's down in 13th overall, which is 6th within the class. But that shows you how competitive it is within the Twin Spark Cup if the 6th place car can be the fastest man out there.
Absolutely right. Andy Inman in the 156 GTA has dropped to the back of the field. I know to say, has he had a problem?
Yeah, we noticed on the last lap he was the one that had the really slow lap time. He was 7th, I think.
Yeah, but sort of back close to normal speed now, but it's a shame for him. And as Barry McMahon comes through with basically half distance now, just over 10 minutes gone to complete lap number 8. He is leading away in number 57 and is lapped now the Twin Spark Cup class leader. And here comes the rest of the Twin Spark Cup class cars. Andrew Fulcher still just ahead of Richard Ford, 2nd and 3rd, and James Ford fending off the 147 of John Billingsley for 4th position within that class. Then I think comes the 4 car of Keith Waite, another of the modified cars, but it's his 33rd season in the championship. He started with a 2-litre Julia in 1986 and has only missed 3 seasons since, most of the time driving V6 engined cars. A real stalwart of the championship.
Again, Andrew Fulcher was quicker than Andrew Bork at the front of the Twin Spark Cup, but Richard Ford in 3rd was quicker than both of them on 1:26.62, but better than both of them was Jonathan Billingsley, 1:26.59, but best of all was Tom Herbert again, 1:26.43. He's lapping a second quicker than the class leader.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, as we move into the final third or so of the race, Barry McMahon coming through again. And over the line he goes.
It's closed for second in the Twin Spark Cup through Coppice Corner because Richard Ford is drawing up alongside here on Andrew Fulcher, and he's going to grab second place within the class. He's on the inside line down into the Robert Chicane. Yes, the 156 just slips up the inside of the 147 as they battle. That's going to bring James Ford and Jonathan Billingsley back into their battle. So that's going to allow Bork to get away. But the second place battle intensifies more now with double as many cars in it.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, good scrap going on here. Andrew Bork well out in front there, but 4 cars all of a sudden for second position, headed by Richard Ford. Now he's got into that position. Can he make the places edge away from the next trio behind him? He's not really showing any signs of doing that just at the moment because Andrew Fulcher going with him. Of course, he's got James Ford, his brother, and Jonathan Billingsley right behind. So 4 cars disputing second place within the Twin Spark Cup. So often the Twin Spark Cup provides such close racing up front. On this occasion, Andrew Bork's made his escape, but it's almost overlapping there for second within the class. So James Ford now is right with Andrew Fulcher. Those two are going to be almost overlapping. They are going to overlap, I think, going up the hill towards Coppice and Jonathan Billingsley. Going to try and make it 3 wide there, possibly by the time they're right with the Apex right-hander at Coppice Corner. All over the curb with Jonathan Billingsley. I think he has gone up the inside of Fulcher there. So Fulcher, I think, now has dropped to the back of that group. It's only Richard Ford leading the group, second in the class. Then it's James Ford, and it's Fulcher that's just about clinging on to third in this group, fourth overall.
So he's fallen behind both the Ford brothers in the last couple of laps, says Andrew Fulcher. He's off into the grass now. It's way off the road coming out of the Robert Chicane. So this time, Jonathan Billingsley will get ahead of him, and James Ford in front is challenging on the outside line. Will be starting at the back of this group. He's going for second on Richard Ford. So James Ford on the outside line. And he goes right around the outside of Redgate. That was impressive. But he runs out of road, I think, on the exit of the corner. They're going to be side by side onto Hollywood. This might bring the 147s back into it, of Billingsley and Fulcher. The 2 Ford then are side by side. Ford brothers this is, in Alfa Romeos, side by side through the granite curves, and that's pretty tight now as they make their way into the old hairpin. And they turn through the corner, still pretty much together in.
Yeah, Richard ahead on the way out of the corner, but James looks to carry more momentum as they went past Starkey's Bridge and through Schwann's Curve, and they're still alongside one another. For the left-hander, the black car is on the inside line. For the right-hander, McLean's is going to be James, though, that has the advantage. Jonathan Billingsley is right with them as well, and there's another car amongst them now, which I think is one of the faster cars that's getting involved in lapping them. So that adds a little bit of confusion as they go up to Coppice Corner. So it should be... it's Richard Ford, isn't it? Still ahead of James, but James on the inside as they come out of Coppice Corner and gets ahead on the exit. So I think James Ford is now, yes he has, up at Coppice Corner. He takes second place within the Twin Spark Cup class.
I think it was Tom Hill that's lapping them all, isn't it? So he got a good view of all of that. It was a pretty frantic couple of laps there within the Twin Spark Cup. Then they complete what is 10 laps for them with 23 ahead. So James Ford from the back of the grid has got to second within the Twin Spark Cup. Then so a great drive from him. He's 6 seconds behind Andrew Bork with just 5 minutes to go. So I think that's... nothing that's going to really happen, but a great drive from him to get all the way up into second within their class.
Interestingly, again, it's Tom Herbert who's fastest within that class. He was yesterday as well with a 126.8. He's done a 126.11 today, was Tom Herbert. He's not really shown anywhere near the front of that class, but he has been the quickest driver both days.
Yeah, it's interesting. He did drop to the back of the race early on, so he's recovering pretty well. How far is he behind that? He's right with that.
He's with the group now, yeah. They've battled and allowed themselves to be caught by Tom Herbert, who's done a couple of laps, at least in the 126s.
Okay, so can he make any progress? Now the Ford brothers are both at the front. They're pulling away from the 147s, which is Andrew Fulcher back ahead of Jonathan Billingsley now, so that's changed recently. We've actually just got 4 minutes to go now. It's the same order up front: Barry McMahon from Tom Hill, George Osborne, Dave Messenger, Graham Seeger and Andy Page in the top 6. 7th is Andrew Bork, who turns into the Robert Chicane now. For 8th, I don't think Richard Ford is done, is he? Because he's fighting back as they come down into Robert Chicane. He breaks really late on the outside line here. That was a bold effort. It didn't work for him, but he was super late on the break, but he's actually lost time because of it. And that means James Ford is able to pull away.
And George Osborne getting involved in lapping this group of cars as well, but Tom Herbert is just about on the rear of that group. He's not quite on the coattails of Jonathan Billingsley, but he's not too far behind either. So you've basically got 5 Twin Spark Cup cars pretty much together, but how far behind Andrew Bourke are they? They're about 6 seconds behind Andrew Bourke, so looks like he's going to get another class win here as we go into the final 3 minutes or so of the race, and Darren McMahon still well out in front overall.
That group turned their way through the old hairpin in the same order, I think, and now it's Dave Messenger's turn to lap them. It must be pretty interesting moment when they're all battling that hard when you have to lap a group of cars there. Another side-by-side up at McLean's. So is that Fulcher fighting Richard Ford now by the looks of it then, as they turn their way into Coppice Corner. Oh, that's long, too wide. And they all continue, but Fulcher's the one that loses out, I think. He was sort of left up against the curb, and I think rather than risk running off through the gravel, he just backed out of that completely, and has lost a bit of time as a result. So down towards the chicane comes this group of cars. Yeah, Fulcher's lost quite a bit of time, I reckon, but Tom Herbert started to get involved in this as well. So you've got James Ford now a long way clear of Jonathan Billingsley, but now you've got Tom Herbert ahead of Richard Ford, as Graham Seeger's lapping them, and Andrew Fulcher's lost quite a bit of ground. So Tom Herbert has now started to make up some places. It was Richard Ford who also lost out a lot of time with Andrew Fulcher in that moment up at Coppice, wasn't it? So they've both fallen away. In all of that, we've got a couple of minutes of the race to go. We've had 14 laps completed by the leader, Barry McMahon. In the Power Trophy, Tom Hill is now 10 seconds clear of George Osborne. It's third position for Dave Messenger within that class. It's Andrew Bourke that leads the Twin Spark Cup now by 6.9 seconds from James Ford. Jonathan Billingsley, though, up to third. He made the most of that moment up at Coppice Corner. So he's into third. They're now ahead of Tom Herbert, who also gained in all of that.
So just over a minute left on the clock in this race. Might get one more lap then at the end of this one, as over the line comes Tom Hill, leading the Power Trophy comfortably. Best lap of the race for him, a 1:19.92. So just a couple of tenths off what he managed yesterday, but I guess he's not needed to push any harder than that. 34 George Osborne going across the line as well.
Barry McMahon's just battling that Twin Spark Cup class cars, so we're going to have one lap to go, aren't we, as McMahon exits the chicane now. And he's about to put a lap on James Ford too. I think the same order, though, for the Twin Spark Cup cars as they go on to their final lap. Bourke from Ford, from Billingsley, from Herbert, from Richard Ford, and Andrew Fulcher up next.
Yep, so there goes Steve O'Brien across the line. Not really talked too much about him during this race, but he's in 16th position, final position in the race. As we wait for Barry McMahon, who is where at the moment? Just trying to figure out where he is.
Just heading up to McLean's in a moment, I think.
Yeah, there he is. Yep, he is. So Barry McMahon just turning his way up through McLean's. 20 minutes ticks through on the clock, so it'll be a checkered flag this time for Barry McMahon. Dominant performance from him again, possibly not quite with the amount of opposition in the modified class that he would like, certainly the kind of opposition that can really challenge him. Similarly, Tom Hill, who's going to be second and is 56 seconds behind Barry McMahon, has got a bit more opposition in the Power Trophy class, but again, looking reasonably comfortable winner here over George Osborne within that class. They go on to their final laps of the race, but Barry McMahon out of the chicane for the final time comes through to take the checkered flag. He comes through win them by nearly a minute, or should be nearly a minute over Tom Hill, assuming Tom Hill does come through in second place, but he's still got most of his final lap to do. As far as the Twin Spark Cup has been concerned, over the line has gone Andrew Bourke then to beat James Ford by about 8 seconds. Jonathan Billingsley third, Tom Herbert fourth within that class, Richard Ford and Andrew Fulcher fifth and sixth, delayed by that moment for Fulcher, a couple of laps from the end at Coppice Corner. So they have already been through to complete their race, as have quite a few others, but we wait for Tom Hill to head back towards us for the final time. And the number one car, the reigning champion, the driver from Brighton in the Alfa Romeo GT, is just making his way down the straight towards the chicane for the final time. One of the few drivers not to have been lapped during the course of this race. George Osborne just exiting Coppice now, but here comes the winner of the Power Trophy, and he's got his hand out, number one, giving the Sebastian Vettel style finger, and he is exactly a minute behind Barry McMahon in the end, but wins the Power Trophy class, and second goes the way of number 34, George Osborne within that class, and Dave Messenger, it should be, coming across the line in third place. So it's 57 Barry McMahon, the winner. For number one, Tom Hill in second place. Third to number 34, George Osborne. Fourth to number 79, Dave Messenger. Fifth to number 5, Graham Seacup. Sixth to number 14, Andy Page. Seventh was number 86, Andrew Bork, the Twin Spark Cup winner. Eighth to number 23, James Ford. Ninth was number 18, Jonathan Billingsley. And 10th to number 17, Tom Herbert. Right, in a moment, we're going to have another qualifying session for you. There is a big field of 116 trophy cars out on the assembly area, being put on the Melbourne Loop for that purpose today. And they will come out onto the circuit shortly for a qualifying session, which we're not going to talk about. So we'll leave you to enjoy that qualifying session because that happens then immediately before the lunch break. And then we've got another 8 races to come this afternoon. That gets underway at around about 1:35. We are a little ahead of time at the moment, so it might be that we get underway slightly early. We'll see how things go. But there's racing for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Hot Hatch, more classic stock cash and Clio 182, and of course the 116 trophy to round out the day. But I see that Barry McMahon has now arrived in the pit lane, and ready to talk to him is Josh Barrett. Thank you very much indeed, Josh. So, as I say, the 116 trophy qualifying session is up next. That's going to go for 25 minutes, and then after that we'll be straight into the lunch break, which is scheduled to be around about an hour. No, around about 50 minutes it's scheduled to be. So, depending on when that session finishes, probably means whether we get start at 1:35 or maybe slightly earlier if all goes well in this session. So we'll leave you to enjoy the qualifying session, enjoy the lunch break, and we'll talk to you again at around about 1:30. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Donington Park after the lunch break for this remaining 8 races we have this afternoon at this 750 Motor Club race meeting. Ian Solomon and Josh Barrett with you in the commentary box this weekend. And still to come, we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. The cars are in the assembly area for that at the moment. They'll be released shortly onto the grid. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They have 2 20-minute races this afternoon. PBS Blake's Hot Hatch, second race of the weekend for those cars. Then the Demon Tweaks Yacon Classic Stock Catch and the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s complete their triple headers. And then to round out the weekend, the second of the historic 750 Formula races, this time the handicap, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy as well. And that is the 90-minute race, a good of more than 30 cars assembling for that endurance race. So we'll have the cars out onto the circuit shortly for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Don't forget the programme is available online at the 750 Motor Club website. 750mc.co.uk/calendar will take you to a page where you get the race programme, the live timing, and access to the commentary stream as well, which people who are not at the circuit can listen to. Let's give you the grid then for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, because once the cars get onto the grid, it'll be a very short, sharp start. No green flag lap. Pole position, number 27 is Richard Pryor, and alongside him is number 200, Christian Pedersen. The second row, on the inside, number 49, John Village, and next to him is number 8, Martin Depper. The third row, 7 and 42. 7 is Graham Wilson, and 42, Tim Sage. The fourth row, 78 and 72. 78, Kevin Welsh, and 72, Trevor Slatter. The fifth row, 88 and 55. 88, Joey Fincham, and 55, Roger Rowe. The sixth row, 23 and 26. 23, Lyndon Thruston, and 26, Mike Whitby. The seventh row, 18 and 21. 18, Timothy Roebuck, and 21, Al Frayling Cork. The eighth row, 12 and 19. 12, Simon Gallen, and 19, John Ingram. The ninth row, 22 and 98. 22, Charlie Plain-Jones, and 98, John Moss. The 10th row, 11 and 32. 11, James Miles, and 32, Archie Waterfield. And on his own, on row 11, is number 9, Thomas Emden. So that's the way the field will line up for this 15-minute race. This one a scratch race. The race later on this afternoon will be a handicap race. And at Caldwell Park a month ago, the win went to Richard Pryor in race 1 from John Village and Martin Depper. And in race 2 is John Village from Tim Sage and Lyndon Thruston. So different podium for each race. Charlie Plain-Jones won Class A. That's the Austin 7 class on both occasions. And then the AS class, which is a new class this year in the 750 Formula, is for supercharged cars, and that was won by Frayling Cork in race 1 and Tim Roebuck in race 2. And Class C, which is the main class for historic 750 Formula type cars, was won by Richard Pryor and John Village, as we say. So Richard Pryor, Caldwell Park winner on pole position today, did a 1:34.91 second lap in practice. Quite a long way outside the lap record set by Christian Pedersen, 1:30.68, and it's Christian Pedersen that lines up alongside the number 27 car of Richard Pryor, the JGS. Christian, of course, in his Austin 7, the Danish driver, but based in Wolverhampton. Second row on the inside, you've got the 49 car of John Village, and yes, it is that John Village, the 1979 European Formula 4 champion, the 1981 SA Formula 4 champion, well known for running his team, John Village Automotive, across a range of different categories as well. And this is a copy of the original Village V2, which he built in 1973 and competed in 750 Formula in 1974 and 1975. It had its first race out at Caldwell Park. And the next to him is number 8, and that is Martin Depper, the 50-year-old from Stourbridge in the Black Country, CNC machinist and toolmaker. And he's owned this car for 7 years now. It took 12 months to rebuild. It was previously owned by Mike Dorset and Paul Mason. So those are the drivers on the first couple of rows of the grid. Josh, you were at Cadwell. What were the races like there?
We had one not terribly exciting race, but then one really good race. The first race, I think it was Richard Pryor, just drove off into the distance, but then the second race was much closer. I think 3 cars battling. Christian Pedersen retired in the end. And actually Richard Pryor, but they were all battling well there. But it's a very different circuit, this, isn't it, Donington Park? So different characteristics around the lap. Looks like we've got a whole row missing, haven't we? That's Jerry Fincham and Roger Rowe missing from row 5 of the grid.
That's a shame.
Of course, the other thing, Ian, is we've got a slightly new class system as well this year.
Yeah, that's right. So a split in the Austin Sevens, effectively.
Yes, so we've got the supercharged cars that are much faster, that now run in a separate class to the cars that you know at the back, the standard sevens.
Yeah, so it's good to see a good number of sevens on the grid again here this weekend. Just trying to sort out the car at the back, which is number 60, which I think qualified out of session. That was Clive Neal in the Jeffrey, and he's at the back, and number 9, Thomas Emden, in his Austin 7 Sportsman, is just slotting into the position on the row ahead of him. Yeah, Clive Neal's going to get alongside him. When he does so, we should be able to get the race underway then. 15-minute race it will be around this 2-mile Donington Park National Circuit. 5-second board is shown. So pole position is Richard Pryor, still with the numbers crossed on the back of his car, and next to him is Christian Pedersen. Away they go. Wheel spin from Pedersen from the outside of the front row. It's Martin Dapper who gets a reasonable start as well, but as they streak down towards Redgate Corner, it's Pedersen that does take the lead. It looks like John Village has slotted into second place, Richard Pryor third, and Martin Dapper in fourth position. But a good start actually as well from John Village, then to be challenging Christian Pedersen on the run through Redgate and down towards Hollywood for the first time in this 15-minute race.
Yeah, at Cadwell, John Village was very good on the first laps of the races. He built a bit of a lead, but then didn't quite have the pace to stay there, or not in the first race at least. So we'll see how it goes around here, but you'd think perhaps this circuit suits Christian Pedersen's methanol-powered single-seater Austin 7 a bit more than the standard, or the more standard 750 Formula type cars, wouldn't you, around this powerful Donington Park, or lots of straight high-speed Donington Park circuit.
Yeah, absolutely right. So they're turning their way through McLean's up towards Coppice for the first time. In the case of the leaders then, who arrives at Coppice Corner first, well, it is Christian Pedersen. Looks like they might have swapped there for second position. I think Richard Pryor back ahead of John Village up at Coppice Corner. And quite a distance back to the 4th and 5th place car. It looks like Depper has dropped back to 5th place. It might be Trevor Slatter, I think, up into 4th position. But Christian Pedersen well clear as they head down the Exhibition Straight towards the chicane for the first time in this race. But second and third, and indeed 4th and 5th, and indeed 6th and 7th are quite close, so they're pairing off behind the leaders.
John Village is right in the toe, isn't he, of Richard Pryor, who's got his arm out the cockpit. Oh, because yellow flag and a safety car.
Yeah, safety car is heading out onto the circuit. We'll try and figure out what the safety car is for. Oh, it's a car that is off at Redgate. By the looks of it, we'll get the binoculars onto that and see if that tells us any more. The driver's still in the car. It's just more or less beached on the edge of the circuit. There's a marshal there looking on, just waiting for the traffic to pass by before he goes and gives that car a shove out of the way. The snatch vehicle is also heading to the scene, so it might well need outside assistance. It's the 19 car, which is John Ingram's Arthur, which has had the moment.
Not sure if we've seen a safety car in a historic 750 Formula race before, but that is the case. The marshals are going to push the car out so there can just be one quick safety car up. So good work there by the hard-working marshals at Redgate. They've managed to get that done before some of the cars have completed their first lap.
Yeah, so it should just be one lap there for behind the safety car. The snatch vehicle is heading back to its station. And so we'll get effectively probably about 11 minutes left to go at the end of this lap behind the safety car. So only in the last 2 or 3 years has the safety car been introduced to be a regular fixture of 750 Motor Club race meetings, more than always going straight for a red flag. That's now used in certain circumstances. This timing system reboots itself. And so safety car, I think the lights are out already. Actually, obviously the message has got through that the incident has been cleared at Redgate Corner. What the time screen isn't showing though is Christian Pedersen in the lead of the race. Hopefully that will correct itself when they come through this time.
Indeed, and he had a bit of a gap, didn't he, to Richard Pryor? So Pryor's going to be right with him on the restart. And he was, 1700 of a second quicker than Pedersen in qualifying. So it would suggest we might get a race at the front. It's the same as Cadwell, really. Those top three were quite a chunk quicker than the rest in qualifying and in that first lap. So it looks like Pryor, Pedersen and Village, the four men this season so far in the historic 750 Formula Series.
Yep, and in the Supercharged class, it's Alfa Cork leading Tim Roebuck, and in Standard Austin 7 class, Archie Waterfield has come through from the back of the grid to take the lead of that class. So green flag is prepared at the start line, it waves, and the race gets back underway then. So it's Christian Pedersen leading them away from Richard Pryor, John Village, and Trevor Slatter. Get back to Martin Depper in 5th place. In 6th place, it's the number 7 car of Graham Wilson. And then I think Kevin Welsh is one of the next cars through. But for 2nd place, they're overlapping John Village and Richard Pryor. Pryor on the outside line at Redgate Corner, Village on the inside, and he's still there as they head through Hollywood. But I think Pryor's just about to slot in front.
Just about, yes. That was a good attempt from John Village. I wonder how you learned about slipstreaming in.
Years and years of experience, both driving and running cars in Formula Ford and a range of other categories as well.
It's interesting because 750 Motor Club recently had the 1979 European Formula Ford 2000 champion race with us, and they got the 1600 equivalent, a 1979 champion out of John Village.
Of course, it was Adrian Reynard that won the 1979 FF 2000 championship. So leaders heading up towards Coppice Corner for the 3rd time, 2nd racing lap, and it's Christian Pedersen in the lead of the race from Richard Pryor and John Village. Christian Pedersen's been slotted back into our timing screens now, which is good to see. And he is still there, but he's not actually that far ahead of Richard Pryor as they head down the straight, just over the little crest there, sort of part way down the straight and into the chicane. Turn their way in, perhaps 4 or 5 car lengths between them. Trevor Slatter's dropped back in front. Oh, here they come out of the chicane, and Richard Pryor getting alongside Christian Pedersen here, and he goes through to take the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Pedersen struggled there with his gear change as he came past us, but it started off with a fantastic run through the chicane for Richard Pryor. John Village has gone past as well, so has Pedersen got an issue here? He may well do. The Austin 7 supercharged cars are side by side with a change, I think, through the chicane. It's Frey and Cork ahead of Roebuck. Still, but I wonder if they changed over the course of the lap. And Simon Gallen's not far behind them either, so that's competitive. And then Archie Waterfield continues to lead the standard Class A cars. We didn't see him out at Cadwell Park, but he's going well obviously earlier on here at Donington. But Christian Pedersen then in some sort of drama. Is he still there?
Well, he's not appeared yet. He is there, but he's dropped a long way behind the first two, hasn't he?
He had problems at Cadwell as well. I think we saw him come back on a tow rope and qualifying too.
We did actually, yes, at the end of this morning's session. So all not well with the Christian Pedersen Austin 7.
One thing to note is Richard Pryor on that lap was 2 seconds faster than qualifying on a 1 minute 32.39. Which is still a couple of seconds away from what she's credited Christian Pedersen's lap record, but you said you thought the lap times were a bit off this morning, and that is the case, because they're going much quicker now.
Yeah, we were first session out this morning, weren't they? So track was looking quite cool.
And generally, historic 750 Formula races, we see race pace a lot better than qualifying pace, don't we?
Yeah, we do. So Richard Pryor comes over the line to complete lap number 4. What's the gap to John Village? It's a 1.87 second gap now. Village does his best lap of the race, but it's still slower than Pryor's lap. And it's Trevor Slatter that now appears in 3rd place. Martin Depper 4th. Christian Pedersen is for the pit lanes. Up into 5th place goes number 7, Graham Wilson, and Tim Sage, actually it is now, in number 42, rounds out the top 6.
Sage is lapping quicker than the 3 cars in front of him in the Mallock, and he's going for a challenge into Redgate, but couldn't quite get the better of Graham Wilson. But you wonder if it might not take too long. The 2 Austin 7 supercharged leaders cross the line together still. So that's Alfa and Cork still ahead of Tim Roebuck. At Cadwell, Frey and Cork was much quicker than Roebuck, but this is now going back to what we saw last year, where these two very little could be separated. 1 minute 45s they are doing. We have seen Frey and Cork go 6 seconds quicker than that in the past, though.
We have indeed. So, It's Pryor leading by 1.87 seconds as number 19, who's the car that was stranded in the pit in the gravel at Redgate, who's back out there, John Ingram, and he's just making his way through some of the slower Austin 7 cars as well now. The top two on the back straight on their own now, no one else yet in sight. Trevor Slatter should be in third place. There he is, just appearing in the background of our CCTV cameras, with Martin Depp, I think, a little bit closer to him now. These two had some good scraps in races during the course of last season. But here go the first two over the line. Richard Pryor and John Village. The time gap's come down a little bit to 1.61 seconds. It was a slower lap from Pryor, but still a reasonably healthy gap between the two of them. And then here comes Trevor Slatter and Martin Depp. I do think that Tim Sage is catching them. You said he was lapping faster. Is he taking Graham Wilson in the time with him as well? On that time through, Sage was a 1:35.44. Depp was a 1:37.98. So Sage definitely closing on those two. And it's now a three-car battle for third place, isn't it? Because Sage overlapping with Martin Dapper there. He's on the inside line at Redgate Corner. Sage Dapper in the centre on the outside line. And they're still pretty much together there, just behind the orange car of Trevor Slatter as they dive down through the corners. I think for the moment Dapper holding on though.
Yes, just about. So Sage did pass Graham Wilson on the last lap round, and there's just over 5 minutes to go for him to try and get himself onto the podium, because as we've been saying, he's a decent chunk faster than the two cars that he is chasing. The Austin 7 Class A leader, Archie Waterfield, just making his way through the chicane. He's with a few seconds ahead of Charlie Plain Jones on the last lap. But Plain Jones got through this time, hasn't he? So he's caught Waterfield and made his way into lead of Class A as they complete their fifth lap of the race.
Yeah, and Charlie Plain Jones won the class both times, didn't he, at Cadwell Park?
Yeah, I think we only had two cars in Cadwell, so it's a bigger grid of those cars here at Donington.
One car on the grass there, up at McLean's, on the approach McLean's. Who was that was on the grass? Trying to work that out. It was, I think, the car of Alfa Cork, the class leader in the supercharged class that was leading. On the grass, sorry.
Meanwhile, into third has come Tim Sage in the Mallock, and Trevor Slatter's dropped to the back of that queue. So third is Sage, fourth is Depper, fifth is Wilson, and sixth, a slow run through the chicane, I think, for Trevor Slatter. Here come the AS leader to supercharged Austin Stones. I think Plain Jones is still ahead of Roebuck because they made their way down to the Robert chicane. So obviously that grassy excursion didn't cost him too much time, and they make their way then out of the chicane to complete 6 laps, and they've got Mike Whitby's Class C car amongst them.
Yeah, and he is a long-time competitor in historic 754. He's got off and done some other categories within the 750 World Cup as well, but come back to this. Lovely car of Simon Gowan, supercharged car number 12, going through as well in 11th position. Very nicely turned out machine, but just ahead of him is that Alfa Cork and Tim Roebuck's sandwich with Mike Whitby in the middle of it.
Race leaders have lapped the Class A cars on this lap. Richard Pryor turns his way down into the chicane, I think, with a larger gap now through the traffic from John Village as they complete 7 laps now with 3 minutes to go. So that'll be 2 laps, won't it? So onto the penultimate lap goes Richard Pryor. That was a much slower lap through the traffic, but despite that, he pulls out a gap of 3.7 seconds to John Village. So plenty of cars to lap there, and that slows them both down.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, onto the penultimate lap then. I can see coming through now the Martin Dapper car, which is in 4th position, just ahead of Graham Wilson in 5th. Trevor Slatter seems to have dropped a bit further away this time, and number 72 Centaur as one that is into the pits, and that is the number 98 car that's into the pit lane, which is John Moss, one of the Austin Sevens out of the race.
Yes, he was third in that class, which is being headed now by Charlie Plain Jones. We saw him get past Archie Waterfield. He is now 5 seconds ahead, and the retirement of John Moss will promote Tom Emden into third within that category. The AS leaders come across the line without Mike Whitby between them now, so Tim Roebuck chasing Alfa Cork, who just does a PB with 1:42.54. but Roebuck was slightly slower, 1:42.89, but not much really separating those two throughout this race.
John Moss has driven straight through the pit lane and back out onto the circuit again, so maybe he decided that whatever problem he had sorted itself out and he's back out just to get another lap in probably before the end of this race. Here comes Richard Pryor, who should get the last lap board this time, and he does. And his lead was 3.73 seconds over John Village. It's gone out from that now. It must be 6 or 7 seconds, I would think. Let's have a look as they go over the line. Yeah, 7.3. A slow lap from Village, and his engine didn't quite sound right to me.
It's super busy coming down to the chicane, which I think involves the battle for third. As Tim Sage lost third in the Mallock. No, he's still there. So what's the change? Tebber's fourth. After that, it was a lapped car that was getting involved there. But yeah, they're in the same order. It was very busy coming down to the chicane. I guess that's the lap. The top two were much slower.
Yes.
Because there were a lot of cars in quite a short space of time that they had to lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So the leader is on his final lap then. Richard Pryor, I'm just trying to see where he is. I think he's just heading up towards McLean's corner now for the ninth and final time in this race.
Tim Roebuck's pretty close to Alfa Cork here. They're making their way down to the Robert chicane, so that's going to go all the way to the end of it for the AS victory, the supercharged class, a new class for this year. And the gap between them was 1.5 seconds. It's probably a touch less than that now.
Yeah, and they go over the line to start there. Final lap of the race, Mike Whitby in ninth position overall, just behind them. Meanwhile, the race leader, Richard Pryor, heading down towards the corner. He's got a couple of slow cars ahead of them. They won't catch them before the end, so they'll still have one lap to do. I think one of them is the 12 car of Simon Gallen, and the other is the 98 car, which still went through the pit lane of John Moss. But there's the checkered flag, the race win. Second victory of the season in the race parts historic 750 Formula Series goes the way of number 27, Richard Pryor. On this occasion, second place was the winner of the second race at Cadwell Park, number 49, John Village, 67-year-old from Barlow. There's quite a gap back then to third place, which should be the Mallock of Tim Sage. He set a good pace in the early part of the race, and he goes across the line now, number 42 in the Mallock U2 Mark 4 to take the position. Third position, fourth number 8, Martin Depper. Fifth to number 7, which is Graham Wilson in the Time 3B, latest of a number of drivers who've driven that car down the years. And then a lap down, but winning the A-class, the Austin 7 nominally aspirated class, that's Charlie Plain-Jones. So number 22, Charlie Plain-Jones gets his third Class A win of the season. Meanwhile, sixth across the line is going to be Trevor Slatter, number 72. So he takes sixth place overall. So we're just waiting now for the battle amongst the supercharged Austin 7s, which is just coming through the chicane for the final time. And it's going to be Alfa Cook, I think, that gets the win. Yes, it is. He's coming up to the line now. So Alfa Cook, number 21, veteran, takes the check flag. He acknowledges it there. Timothy Roebuck, number 18, takes second place within the class and eighth place overall in the X. John Miles, Austin 7. Ninth to number 26, Mike Whitby. And then, Simon Gallen, who was one of the last drivers that still had to do the full race distance. He has got on to his final lap. So Simon Gallen, here he is, will round out the top 10. So that's the action from Historic 750 Formula. They're back out again later on, but for a handicap race, which is always great fun and something a little bit different. Now, coming up next, we're going to have a race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's already their third meeting of the season. And we'll give you the grid for that in just a moment. But before that, hopefully we'll be able to hear from our race winner, which is Richard Pryor. Not yet come back through, I don't think. So we can't hand down to Josh just yet. But here they come now. They're heading down the pit lane. The first three, headed by number 27, Richard Pryor, number 49, John Village, second, and number 42, Tim Sage in third position. So let's head down to the pit lane and Josh Barrett. Yeah, seems like he certainly enjoyed his race there. Good battle he had in the early part of the race with John Village, but able to pull away to a victory by 11 seconds in the end. And as Josh says, the second race of the day for the race past historic 750 Formula Series is a handicap race, which is always interesting because we get obviously the slower cars going off first, some of them with credit laps, and the idea being that we get a big dead heat and everyone finishing at the same time. So, as I say, next up we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and a good field of these cars again. So let's walk you through the grid. It's going to line up as follows. On the front row, 28 and 44. 28 is Brad Sheehan and 44 is Mike Cutt. But not all of the cars have arrived in the assembly area yet. Second row is 2 and 61. 2 Rick Kerry and 61 Lee Piercy. The third row, 26 and 47. 26 Paul Cook and 47 Niall Bradley. Fourth row, 67 and 7, 67 Adrian Williams, and 7 Wayne Lewis, although also the order in which everyone's arriving is slightly different to what I was expecting. The fifth row, 59 and 1, 59 Jim Benson and 1 Kevin Downwood. Sixth row is 43 and 25, 43 Stephen Schweikart and 25 Ben Pearson. The seventh row, 30 and 77, 30 Dan Harborough and 77 Paul Travers. The eighth row, 8 and 63, 8 Bill Redrop and 63 Mark Cavers. The ninth row, 40 and 66, 40 Sean Jackson and 66 Mark Coulmer. The 10th row, 21 and 37, 21 Andy Abrams and 37 Kevin Granger. The 11th row, 71 and 23, 71 Jordan Saywood and 23 Thomas Singleton. The 12th row, 10 and 82, 10 Clive Watson and 10 is Clive Watson and 82 is Sarenga Soto Shuhari. The 13th row, 76 and 60, 76 Stuart Pywell and 60 Carl McMillan. The 14th row, 68 and 96, 68 Gareth Thomas and 96 David Morris. Row 15, 9 and 55, 9 James Dalzell, 55 Rahim Baloo. The 16th row, 79 and 4, 79 Sergei Miniv and 4 William Lake, and the 17th row, number 6, Sam Walton. So that's how the grid lines up. The championship coming into this weekend is headed by Ben Pearson. He has been pretty successful in Class 6 so far, for the 6th in the car so far this season, with 2 wins and 2 second places. Niall Bradley second on 50 points, 2 overall wins for Niall, plus a second and a third. He's in the M1 class, which is the top power division. Wayne Lewis third in the points on 45. He is from class M2, an M series engine, but not quite as powerful. He's had 3 class wins so far. And Dan Harborough fourth, another of the 6-cylinder cars, on 43 points, and then it's all very tight indeed behind that. He has had 3 third places within Class 6, but as we say, on pole position here, we have number 28 Brad Sheehan, and he has been quick this season. He's had a win and 2 second places, also a non-finish as well, but which is why he's not quite up at the sharp end of the championship. And he's got what looks to be a new livery for this weekend, which is very striking, with the sort of pink diagonal slash down the side of it, and alongside him is number 44 Mike Cutt, who's gone well here at Donington Park in the past and is a former champion in Northern Saloon and Sports Cars. Then we've got Rick Kelly on the inside of the second row of the grid in the 1 Series, and next to him is the 61 car of Lee Piercy, who went so well on the wet at Castle Key last time out, take the one there. And the third row, we've got a gap at the moment where Paul Cook should have been. He's not there, just seeing if he's arrived late, but I can't.
Is that his black car at the back?
It might be.
Because we should have had Paul Cook and Niall Bradley,
Yeah.
and there's only one gap. So I wonder if Paul Cook's been put to the back of the grid, and we haven't got Niall Bradley.
Yeah, and so Adrian Williams, therefore, has sort of moved up. Anyway.
So, yes. So, Niall Bradley, though, he's been a front runner, hasn't he? It doesn't look like he's there.
No, and that is indeed the 26 car of Paul Cook at the back.
It looks like for some reason he's been put there, not to our knowledge, but the other storyline, particularly for the championship, is Niall Bradley's absence.
Yeah, absolutely. Leading M1 class car from Bradshaw coming into this weekend. Ben Pearson, let's have a look at his position within Class 6. He is second of the Class 6 cars. Jim Benson in the 59 car, the blue and red 330, is a couple of rows ahead of him today, and those have been to the front runners. There's alongside the E33 series of Dan Harbour, number 30 this time. One of the start line marshals is trying to encourage someone to take a position alongside Mark Coulmer as well, and that I'm not sure who should be alongside Mark Coulmer, because we've chosen it could possibly be Andy Abrams, and the marshal there is giving him directions to get up the grid, and the start line marshal waving her arm and anything else that she can find to get him into position. There and is making his way up the grid now.
It looks like we're missing 77 Paul Travers from row 8, I think.
Yeah, Paul Cook's now being brought into the back, and he's going to start alongside, by the looks of it, is that the Gary Burstow?
Yes, he must have qualified out of session.
Yeah, I think he was the one that did the laps behind the safety car at lunchtime, wasn't he?
And there's one other spot missing, isn't there? A bit late, further behind. Gareth Thomas, 68, is not there. So, he is. So what's happened there then? 68, 9 might not. Oh no, 9's there as well.
Yeah, the grid's slightly differently from to what we thought, possibly a very late change.
Certainly the bigger story, I guess, is that Noel Bradley's not there. He was a bit off the pace in qualifying as well, where you'd expect, I guess, 3 seconds away. And Paul Cook starting from the back would be one to watch. Absolutely right. So we're into the countdown procedure at the start of this race. They do get a green flag light before the 20-minute race gets underway, and there is the green flag. So it gives the drivers a chance to check out the conditions. This is the only category here at Donington that's had 2 meetings, isn't it? Silverstone and Castle Coombe, like you said.
And they came very close to one another, just 8 days apart, I think it was. Silverstone one weekend and Castle Coombe the next, with the delay to that Silverstone meeting was 3 weeks later than it should have been.
Absolutely, and glad to say the weather is somewhat better than it was on Monday afternoon at Castle Coombe, because it was spectacular to watch the cars in those conditions, but it was not very nice to be out in.
It was a really good drive from Lee Pearcey, though, wasn't it, in that second race?
Absolutely. He, in the E36, a slightly older car, he charged off the line and then managed to pull away at the end, the former Ford racer.
There's Niall Bradley, and he is arrived in the assembly area somewhat late and is being signalled down the old Grand Prix pit lane entrance, and presumably therefore he'll be able to start the race from the pit lane. So we'll have Paul Cook going from the back, we'll have Niall Bradley going from the pit lanes. This could be quite spectacular.
Indeed. Well, good to see Ben Pearson out there this year, isn't it? Leading the championship as well. He was very impressive too in that wet race, because he was right up with the M-powered cars in his 6-cylinder 330. And Ben Pearson, former Ginetta Junior racer, although when we were at Castle Coombe, I thought that didn't feel very long ago. And then I looked, it was something like 5 or 6 years ago he was in Ginetta Juniors.
Yeah, to Compact Cook after that, I think, didn't he, as well?
So he sort of the step up, isn't it, in 330 from the compact cars. And it's good to see there's a number of cup class cars this weekend, isn't there? Because that's been lacking over the last 12 months or so. But there's a half dozen, I think, on the entry, which is good, because there was, I think, only 3 or something like that at Coombe.
Yeah, so that's good to see. And that's, again, for the 325 Ti compact, so they race their own regulations. So effectively there are 4 classes: the M1, the M2, M-series engines, more powerful in M1, less powerful in M2, then plus 6-cylinder cars and cup classes for those specific regulations.
The surprise so far this year has been Kevin Denwood, isn't it? He won the championship last year in a 6-cylinder car. He's upgraded his car to M2, so more power.
Yeah.
He's actually, if anything, further down the overall grid, or he has been so far this year, where he was last year, which means he's obviously further down the class order.
Yeah, but still 700 points, it's by no means a write-off.
No, but it's just been his overall results haven't been, I'm sure, where he would like them to be.
No, but I guess there's some teething issues as the car gets more and more developed. So yeah, Niall Bradley is waiting at the end of the pit lane, just having a word with the marshal, who will be instructing him as to what to do, which will probably be go when everyone else has gone past you in the pit lane, lights turn green.
1.5 seconds Sheehan was on pole, which would suggest he'd drive off into the distance, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that will happen. And with the 4 classes as well, you're going to mean a 20-minute race around Donington Park. There's going to be plenty of traffic, isn't there, in the second half of it?
Yeah, it'll be pretty busy. I'm sure it will, and we've said before in these races it's about managing your tyres as well. That's also a key part of it, with it being a slightly longer race at 20 minutes long.
Notice this, Mike Cutt's lap time is pretty much spot on his own lap record, but Brad Sheehan, well, like I said, it was about a second and a half quicker.
Yeah, times going down all the time with these BMWs as they get more and more developed.
I think that Mark Haver's car looks really good, the M140 in the middle there, just in front of us.
Yeah, that's smart, isn't it? The 63, green and white and black, backed by Alpha Asset Finance, if my eyes are good enough to read that sponsor's name from him.
Good eyes in.
Oh, I'm impressed with myself. Yeah, so
we see a lot of the cup cars all together in front of us as well. So, like I was saying, good to see them out. We've got 3 quick drivers coming from the back. They're going to be charging their way past these cup cars pretty rapidly, I should think.
Yeah, it should be interesting to watch the opening laps. And indeed all of the race. So you do get the last car into position. We get, I think, the green flag as well. We do. So 5-second board is shown. So the white and pink car now of Brad Sheehan on pole position. The red car of Mike Cutt alongside. The red lights go on. They go out now. Quite a long hold for 20 minutes. Mike Cutt does not get away at all, I'm afraid. They all managed to avoid him. He's just about moving now and he's getting up to speed, but that could have been necessary. We've now got another car that's going to be presumably charging its way through the field. So the leader is Sheehan. It's Lee Pearcey in second place. Rick Kerry is in third position. Niall Bradley does join from the pit lane. Paul Cook, I think, has already made up about 7 or 8 cars by the time they get to Redgate Corner, but not a good start at all for Mike Cutt there, and that's giving Brad Sheehan and Lee Pearcey the opportunity to scamper off in the distance. Lee certainly going with Brad in the opening corners.
Obviously, the good news there, though, was that nobody hit Mike Cutt, because that could have been pretty nasty. Lee Pearcey was trying to get the lead into Redgate, locked up on the outside line, trying to get around Brad Sheehan. The E36, a slightly lighter car, the older machine, but of course doesn't have as much power, therefore. Perhaps that's why it helped it go well at Coombe in the wet, but it was a good effort from Pearcey off the line, and Rick Kerry therefore is in third, and those 3 now just starting to spread out a touch. Who's that in 4th place? Adrian Williams? Could be Adrian Williams. Wayne Lewis, actually.
Yeah, Wayne Lewis, yeah. Adrian Williams a little bit further back down the order. Jim Benson, I think, is in 6th place at the moment. So a couple of cars clear of Ben Pearson, who's second within Class 6. Over the line they go at the end of lap 1 then, and it's Brad Sheehan leading the way by 3/4 of a second from Lee Pearcey in second place. Rick Kerry is 1.5 seconds behind him in third place. Adrian Williams is getting past Jim Benson, as he should, in a higher powered car into Redgate Corner. Well, he looked like he was, and he does finally see the move on the exit of the corner. But Jim Benson is there in 6th place and leading Class 6. Wayne Lewis it is that leads Class 2 again, as he has done so often so far this season. But Brad Sheehan has the lead by 3/4 of a second.
Paul Cook is 14th, so he passed more than half the grid on that first lap.
That's a great effort, isn't it, from the back. And
Mike Cutt come through in 9th. Niall Bradley 23rd. Remember, he started later than everybody else.
Yeah, so he couldn't make up quite as many places as Paul Cook did.
Gary Burstow's 17th. He was the other driver coming from the back, so he went almost as well as Paul Cook did.
He did, actually. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Not usually perhaps quite on the pace of Paul.
And with an M2 class car, so a bit less power.
So what have we got here then? We've got Brad Sheehan leading the way still with his sort of pink fronted car from the black and yellow E36 of Lee Pearcey in second place, and Shuffit Rain now who'd be challenging for the lead. And then Rick Kerry third.
He was getting very busy into the chicane amongst the Class 6 cars as Ben Pearson got the better of Dan Harper, and they're both about to be passed by Paul Cook.
Yeah, Paul Cook past the 30, and they'll get past Pearson probably by the time they get to... Actually, weren't quite... Yeah, we were just about squeezed through on the way into Redgate Corner. So Paul Cook makes another couple of places, so that'll put him into 10th, won't it, after 2 laps?
Absolutely. So M1 class, that's the top 3 overall.
Green flag on the exit of the chicane, which suggests that there might be a car stuck there. Yeah, there's one car that's gone sort of straight on. It's parked on the tarmac runoff.
Andy Abrahams, I reckon.
Yeah, could well be Andy Abrahams' car. So he's being assisted by the marshals. Looks like he's therefore out of the race.
Class leaders I was going to look at, wasn't I? Brad Sheehan leading M1, obviously. Wayne Lewis leads M2 from Adrian Williams. Class 6 being headed by Jim Benson from Ben Pearson. And the Cup class outside the top 20 is Cole McMillan leading from Gareth Thomas, I think. So that's how the classes sit as it stands.
Brad Sheehan comes through to complete lap number 3 then, just under 4 minutes have gone by, and that time through to 1:15.61, so not quite as quick as on the previous lap, but still another second faster than Lee Pearcey.
That would the lap before there was a lap record of 1.5 seconds under the previous time.
It was. Pearcey second, Rick Kerry third, Mike Cutt now back up to 4th position, so he's ahead now of Wayne Lewis. So first 4 cars now are all M1 class cars, then the 2 M2s together, Wayne Lewis and Adrian Williams, and then Paul Cook 7th, and then Stephen Schweikon and Jim Benson leading the 6-cylinder cars.
And he's just under a second ahead of Ben Pearson, with Kevin Denwood between them. But Pearson, he's been lapping the best part of a second quicker than Benson, so that's on, I think. For second is on too, because Rick Kerry's caught Lee Pearcey on this lap. He was slightly quicker on the previous lap too. He was 1.3 seconds behind at the start of the lap, but now he's with him as they turn their way through Coppice Corner. Rick Kerry in the V8 Power 1 Series, chasing down Lee Pearcey down to the Robert chicane. They get hard on the brakes, and Kerry had a little look at the touring car racer, couldn't do it though, and I guess we should walk Kerry sideways out the chicane. We've got to monitor the gap to Mike Cutt, who's recovering in 4th position behind them.
Lap 3 begins. Sergei Maneuver has been lapped by the race leader Brad Sheehan, but for Lee Pearcey and Rick Kerry, gap reduced by 0.6 of a second that time, so it's just about 3/4 of a second. What did Mike Cutt do? Well, he was half a second faster than Rick Kerry. So he's closing in, but he's about 6.5 seconds behind Kerry at the moment, so it's going to be a long job.
Noel Bradley from the pit lanes up to 10th, and he's lapping quicker than everybody apart from the top 4 and Paul Cook, basically. And he's had plenty of traffic to deal with, so that's good progress into the top 10. He's just passed the 6-cylinders leaders, which are all pretty much together: Jim Benson, Ben Pearson and Dan Harborough. Gary Burster, the other driver from the back, is up to 14th, so they've all made good progress pretty rapidly because they only had a quarter of the race.
Yeah, Bradley's 6th within Class M1 as well, and of course points scored within the class rather than based on overall finishing position, and it's just 1 point between each finishing position within each class. So it does keep the championship nice and close as the season develops.
It's also hard to gain time in the championship unless someone else doesn't finish.
Exactly. So over the line goes Brad Sheehan again. Rick Kerry and Lee Pearcey coming through. The gap's gone out a little bit this time. It was 3/4 of a second. It's perhaps more like a second now. In fact, it's 1.1 seconds very nearly. What does Michael Cutt do that time? He does a 1:16.11, so he laps a little bit faster again than the 2 cars ahead of him, but still quite a lot to make up. Paul Cook gets past Wayne Lewis there and up into 5th place. So now M1 class cars in the first 5 positions. And the 2 6-cylinder car leaders are together now because Jim Benson has been caught by Ben Pearson, the 9th and 10th overall. Pearson took half a second out of Benson that time, and the gap between them is just about half a second as they turn their way through Redgate Corner towards Hollywood. So it's Benson in the red and blue car, it's the dark blue car of Ben Pearson that is in 2nd place within that class, 9th and 10th overall.
The M2 class leaders are getting closer because Adrian Williams is catching Wayne Lewis. He's only a second and a half behind, something like that. So there's plenty of battles within those 2 classes, M2 and the 6-cylinder class. The Cup class, Cole McMillan leads by just half a second now from Gareth Thomas. He's caught him. David Morris is with him as well. I think the car's just heading down towards Redgate. McMillan on that lap actually just broke away from Morris and Thomas, who battled for 2nd and 3rd in class.
So that's an update on what's going on in the Cup class as Mike Cutt goes across the line in 4th place, and again he takes a little bit of time out of Kerry and Pearcey, but not so much this time. The 6-cylinder class leader is heading down towards the chicane for the 6th time in this race, and it's still Jim Benson out front, but Ben Pearson is only just behind him. Dan Harborough a little bit further back behind 1 or 2 of the cars, and it's about to be passed by Gary Burstow as well, but 6-cylinder leaders, Benson and Pearson into Redgate Corner for the 7th time. Pearson throws the car up the inside this time. Can he get ahead of Jim Benson? The 2 of them are overlapping just about, but no, Pearson can't quite do it. So it looks like for the moment at least it's Benson that holds on.
Yeah, it was a good attempt though, wasn't it? And they make their way onto the Craner curves. They were pretty close, weren't they, at Coombe, and I think at Silverstone before that as well. So it was last year as well, wasn't it? It was Kevin Denwood in Ben Pearson's place where the battles were. So the six-cylinder class really does create some good racing in the mid-pack of the overall order, really. The overall order still being headed by Brad Sheehan by 7 seconds now. Rick Carey getting back onto terms with Lee Pearcey. Oh, he is absolutely crossed up, drifting the car out of the chicane is Carey. That won't help the rear tyres survive 20 minutes, I shouldn't think. And he's a second behind Pearcey. I think Pearcey's really good through the traffic, but Carey's got a bit more outright speed.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right there. As Paul Cook comes across the line in 5th position now. The lap times he's doing a 60.01. That was a lap in the 17, so not lapping as quickly as the cars in front of him.
He's been caught by Niall Bradley, who's only 2.5 seconds behind now, so I suspect Bradley will get him before the end.
And Bradley has in the best lap of the race as well, a 1:14.89, so that's the lap record as well.
I wonder what the problem is in qualifying then, because he was quite a bit off of that pace.
And presumably that's why he was late. Maybe there was something being sorted out for him to get out in the race, but it seems to be fixed, whatever it is.
And I think the grid for the second race set by the results of this one, so he should be right in the ballpark for later on.
Yeah, it should make for a good race, shouldn't it, with Sheehan and Bradley seemingly on similar paces they have been in other races this season. So Pearcey and Carey look a bit closer to me again as they head down the back straight.
And Rick Carey in the last couple of laps has been very spectacular out of the chicane, so let's see if that's the case again as they fling their way right and left, and Rick Carey, he hadn't over the curve, he wasn't quite sideways as the previous lap, but you can see there the light E36 is able to carry more speed through the change of direction that is the chicane.
Yeah, but Carey certainly pushing very hard, as we've got the Niall Bradley car alongside Paul Cook now, so that's going to be a change for 5th position. The green and white car of Niall Bradley. Yeah, no problem there. Paul Cook unable to fight back, it seems, so Bradley goes up into 5th position. He is about 10 seconds behind Mike Curt, so I don't think... Well, actually, he might just about have enough time to catch.
From that lap, he set another lap record, 1:14.81. Bradley.
He did, yeah, so... He might just about have enough time to catch Mike Cook.
Side by side for the 6-cylinder class, because Ben Pearson's having another go up the inside. He's late on the brakes this time than Jim Benson, and he goes through. So that was a good move. He had a go, didn't he, a couple of laps ago. This time it has worked. Just check that as they go past a lapped car, and yes, Benson is behind the new class 6 leader, which is Ben Pearson now.
Brad Sheehan goes across the line to complete 9 laps, and I think that was a lap in the 15s. He's still a 1:14.99, but a couple of tenths slower than what Niall Bradley has now managed. Pearcey and Carey go through about 9 or 10 seconds behind the race leader, and Cut now is quite a bit close because he's just in a personal best lapper, 1:15.29, so he took a second and a half out of the 2 cars out of him that time. So we've got Niall Bradley possibly catching Mike Cut, albeit not on that lap, but Cut's certainly catching the cars in front for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, that lap was much quicker than what he's managed before as well, so that was impressive from Cut. And so he's charging after Carey and Pearcey. The 6-cylinder cars, they turn out of the chicane, and Ben Pearson's just breaking away now from Jim Benson. Now he's ahead, but it's not a large gap.
And Kevin Denwood's had a spin coming out of the chicane. He's kept it out of the barrier. He's spun to the inside of the circuit. He's just not quite collecting the tyre wall there. So there'll be yellow flags on the way into the chicane, but the instant on the exit of the corner, the marshal of the blue flag just moving to his right a little bit just to make sure he is beyond the incident. Yeah, so that's Kevin Denwood, who's found he's not found a gap in the traffic just yet. He does now, and he gets back onto track just as Lee Pearcey comes through to lap him.
And the gap between Rick Carey and Mike Cut is again down. It was 2.8 seconds. It's now 1.2. Cut's rapping at this point of the race, and he's going to be with Rick Carey by the end of the lap if the last couple of laps are anything to go by. And Niall Bradley did a 15.06, so it was a second quicker than Cut as well, so that gap's back down to less than 10 seconds from 4th to 5th as well. And Bradley now 5 seconds
ahead of Paul Cook. Had a couple of laps go.
The M2 leaders aren't that far apart. Wayne Lewis just ahead of Adrian Williams. During the course of the race, Williams has been slightly quicker. He's only a second behind as they turn their way into Redgate. And the Classic leaders are back together because Jim Benson has re-caught Ben Pearson. So they head off across the line. So both M2 and Class 6 are close. In the Cup class, Cole McMillan's got a 3 or so second gap over David Morris. Gareth Thomas third in that. Brad Sheehan braking for the chicane, and he turns his way through and comes through to complete another lap, and he's just lapped the number 8 car of Bill Redrop, who's doing battle with number 40 Sean Jackson, those two in two different classes. And here comes Lee Piercy then, and how close to Rick Carey's Mike Cook? The answer is he's a bit closer again. What was a 1.2 second gap is now 6 or 7 tenths per second between Rick Carey and Mike Cook, so he could have a challenge for the final podium position before much longer. Certainly looks that way, and Niall Bradley is 7 seconds behind them now. He's done another fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.67, and that is almost 2 seconds under the lap record coming into this weekend's racing. And here's Kerry and Cut almost overlapping into the old hairpin. Cut was looking to the inside there, couldn't quite do it, but he's got a better exit. Not really, so the 1 Series stays ahead for now.
Wayne Lewis and Adrian Williams very close together again in the lead of Class M2, but for the moment it's Wayne Lewis hanging on, and it's Jim Benson back into the lead of the 6-cylinder class, so Ben Pearson has been usurped. Can Ben, in the remaining 5 minutes if this race come back?
Rick Kerry turns his way out over the curbs with Mike Cotton on alongside him through Coppice Corner, I think. So down to the chicane, the Robert chicane they go, and they're overlapping. All Cuts have a big moment under braking. The car was snaking under braking, but he's managed to stop the car and he's managed to get ahead of Rick Kerry. What's his exit like here? Okay, I think. So it looks like third place is his, and there's a car that's gone off in front of them into the gravel at Redgate.
That's the one you like the look of, I think, isn't it? The 1 Series.
Okay, so that's Mark Haver's one then. Similar car to Rick Kerry. I think it's Rick Kerry who looked after it.
Niall Bradley's done another lap record of 1:14.49 now. He's only 5 seconds behind Rick Kerry all of a sudden.
Okay, so the car's well off in the gravel at Redgate, so you'd think it's okay really where it is. A long way off the road. Mark Havers was 14th overall up to that point.
Adrian Williams has gone missing, I think. Wayne Lewis has come through on his own, so we've lost Adrian Williams somewhere around the circuit as well. Just checking to see if Mark Havers is still in the car, just not having a word with the marshal by the looks of it. Gary Berto's got some quite heavy front end damage now as well. He got some on the side of the car, but now he's got some front end damage as well. And Adrian Williams only now coming through, so he was trying to spin somewhere, I should think.
Okay. Can Mike Cut catch Lee Piercy now? He was 2.5 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap. Can Noel Bradley catch Rick Kerry? So there's a two chasing battles going on at the moment in the overall order. There is only 3.5 minutes of the race to go, so perhaps that might not be possible.
Noel Bradley really pushing on. You could see from the body language of the cars he pushed out of the chicane. It was a start lap from him, a 1:16.1, as they head into the yellow flag zone at Redgate Corner, but he's now only 2.7 seconds, 2.3 seconds behind Rick Kerry. And Mike Cutt, that time did a similar lap time to Lee Piercy, about 10.6 seconds behind, as Josh was saying, I think. So could get some changes for second and fourth again before the end.
Yeah, there's not long to go, though, is there? So that's the thing that might stop that happening. Now, what's happened in the 6-cylinder class? Benson's pulling away from Pearson on this lap after passing him, I think, last time by. The gap was 8 tenths. It's a bit more than that now as they make their way down to the Robert chicane. They're not that far off, I don't think, by being lapped by the overall leader, Brad Sheehan, who's had it quite easy, I guess, at the front. He's on lots of good pace as well, which has helped him to be there, of course. So he turns into the chicane. And for fourth, the battle's on already. Rick Kerry's been caught by Noel Bradley. That was a gap of 2.4 seconds at the beginning of the lap. He's defending hard down to the chicane. And they brake hard up the inside of a slower car, and it gets a bit tight there. And is Kerry going to be able to hang on? Even Noel Bradley sideways out of over the curbs as well, and that's allowed Kerry just to break away a bit again.
Yeah, and they're going to get probably 2 laps, I would think, left to go. So Probably Bradley couldn't really afford to lose a few lengths there, although soon reeling Kerry back in again. There was 7/10 between them as they crossed the line that time. Cutt and Piercy, again, it did very similar that time, so still about 2.5 seconds between them.
I presume he all is okay for the leader, who did a slow last lap at 1 minute 20, which means Lee Piercy's brought the gap down to 10 seconds. I imagine that's just been cautious in traffic, but we better check that isn't repeated next time by. With 1 lap to go at the end of the one they are currently on. And what battles can we see coming out of Coppice Corner? Is that Pearson back with Benson for the Class 6 lead?
I think possibly it is, yeah. They are together again as they come out of the chicane. They're going to start their penultimate lap of the race, I think. And Pearson to the left-hand side, the outside line for Redgate Corner, gets alongside Jim Benson. Benson and Pearson brake lights go on more or less together. I think they're yellow flags on. Yeah, the white yellow flag, so they're just same line, and just behind them going into the yellow flag zone was the race leader, so Brad Sheehan, who's gone to his last lap. The gap now 11.5 seconds.
Yeah, so that probably will be the last lap for the Class 6 leaders, because I presume they will be lapped by Sheehan over the course of this tour. And he's got between them, I think, which means Pearson's lost a bit of time.
Yeah, that's not worked out well for Ben Pearson, has it, the championship leader?
Indeed not, although he got a better lap. He has got a better lap than Benson, so I guess they get the same points.
Yeah, that's another of the strange throwables of this championship. Kerry and Bradley were separated by half a second over the line that time. Trying to pick out where they are, and they're up at McLean's Corner, and they almost overlapping one another there. And Bradley is going to mount an attack up into Coppice for the final time, I think.
So the car with damage coming down to chicane.
That's burst out. It's been like that for a few laps. Waiting for the leader though, Brad Sheehan is into the chicane for the final time. He comes out of it now. It's been a dominant performance here for Brad Sheehan. He takes the win, taking the 6-cylinder victory is number 59, Jim Benson, from number 25, Ben Pearson. Then it is going to be second to number 61, Lee Piercy. Third to Mike Cutt, and it's just, I think, going to be Rick Kerry who takes fourth place. Yes, it is. So number 44, Michael Cutt takes third place. Number 2, Rick Kerry takes fourth. Now Bradley, number 47, takes fifth. Next car through on the lead lap should be and is Paul Cook, number 26, in sixth position. I think that is one of our Cup Class cars coming through. Just check on the Cup Class winner in a moment, as well as the rest of the field coming through. So certainly Class 1 win to Brad Sheehan. Class 2 win, I think, should go the way of Wayne Lewis, but he's not yet come through. Class 6 has gone the way of Jim Benson already, we know that. Here comes Wayne Lewis, he takes the Class 2 victory then, still on the lead lap. And Cup Class-wise, that looks to have gone to Carl McMillan, number 60. So Carl McMillan takes the victory in the Cup Class. So top 10 overall then, 28 Brad Sheehan, the winner, from 61 Lee Piercy, 44 Mike Cutt, 2 Rick Kerry 4th, 47 Niall Bradley 5th, 26 Paul Cook in 6th position, 7 Wayne Lewis in 7th, 83 Gary Burstow 8th, 9th number 59 Jim Benson, and 10th number 25 Ben Pearson. So that's the first of 2 races out of the way for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We'll have more action from them towards the end of the afternoon, the penultimate race of the day. Josh. It will drop him to third to mean that Mike Cutt finishes second, yes. So that'll be a track limits track infringement for Lee Piercy. So Mike Cutt will move up to second place, and Rick Kerry will stay in fourth. Absolutely right. And right on cue, as you finish that interview, the hot hatches are released out of the assembly area and towards the grid. Let's give you the grid for this first of all then. Front row 45 and 63, 45, Alistair Camp and 63, Philip Wright. The second row 36 and 18, 36 Ryan Polly, 18 Chris Smith. The third row 7 and 26, 7 Cameron Elder and 26 Jonathan Hayes. Row 4, 68 and 74, 68 Dan Gibbs and 74 Neil Stringfellow. Row 5, 33 and 21, 33 Sean Greer and 21 Jeff Connor. The sixth row, 16 and 96, 16 Ben Piper and 96 Matthew Howarth. The seventh row, 1 and 43, 1 David Drinkwater and 43 Chris Woods. The eighth row, 75 and 6, 75 Paul Keynes and 6 William Hornsey. Row 9, 20 and 9, 20 Martin Paget and 9 Tim Hartland. Row 10, 15 and 85, 15 Daniel Cogswell, 85 Anthony Woodhams. Row 11, 28 and 98, 28 Olivia Martin and 98 Paul Warren. Row 12, 49 and 44, 49 John Hobbs and 44 Lewis Field. Row 13, 47 and 197, 47 Charlie Cole and 197 Stephen Corner. Row 14, 66 and 86, 66 Peter Christ and 86 Tim Parsons. Row 15, 46 and 17, 46 Nick Leston and 17 Kate E. Yates. Row 15, 16 and 143 and 94, 143 Lee Thornton and 94 Matt McCarthy. Row 17, 55 and 79, 55 David Moosday and 79 Jack Ashton. Row 18, 99 and 60, 99 Alexander Harris and 60 Stephen Langton. And on row 19, 12 and 2, 12 Martin Ward and 2 Jamie Martin. And those two drivers at the back, if they're there, they are there because they were disqualified from the results of yesterday's race for overtaking under yellow flags, both of them driving Honda Civics. So Martin Ward and Jamie Martin both excluded from yesterday's result and put to the back of the grid for this one. Yesterday's race was won by Alistair Camp, so 3 from 3 for Alistair this season, adding to his double victory at Cadwell Park. He won by just under 3 seconds from Phil Wright with Ryan Polly, 4-stock hatch and Clio champion, third. So that was Class A, and that's the new Class A for this season, the 200 brake horsepower per tonne class, which is very well supported. Class B had a few more subscribers here at Donington than it did at Cadwell Park. And yesterday it was Dan Gibbs that came out on top of a good battle with Neil Stringfellow there, the Golf beating the Peugeot 205 GTI. And in Class C, well, familiar story really, David Drinkwater taking the victory, but this time it was a much harder race because he did the battle with Paul Keynes in the Citroen Saxo and Chris Woods in the Citroen C2 as well. So the driver has been the champion for the last 2 years really did have his work cut out, Josh.
One car is missing from the grid as you gave it, and that was William Hornsey, car number 6. Everybody else is there. So that's 37 cars to look forward to, with a number of drivers that are quick coming from the back. You mentioned Martin Ward and Jamie Martin. Also, you've got Jack Ashton, who threw his Metro at the scenery yesterday after leading early on. So 3 Class A quick competitors to watch out for from the back. Word in the paddock is that Ryan Polly has slightly softer tyres than Alistair Camp and Phil Wright. That's why he's quick at the start, but then the tyres go off at the second half of the race. And Camp and Wright are that bit quicker at that part of the race. So that's what adds the interest to this, doesn't it? You can got a choice of tyres, and you've got to think what works best for you.
Absolutely. 15-minute race, of course, for the Hot Hatch Championship, backed by PBS Brakes. And yes, this new class structure for this year, I mean, we've got good numbers anyway, but we've probably now got something that's a bit more balanced and competitive in terms of a championship, Josh.
Yes, absolutely. And as a viewer, you've got lots of cars in the top class, which is always good when you're trackside, not to have 1 or 2 cars a long way ahead of the race. So Class A, very competitive. I think this probably is the biggest entry we've had, though. We had 44 entries coming into the weekend, which is very positive indeed going forward. Class C, I think, had 20 entries, something like that. And of course, that's the same class as last year, but more cars coming in, different types of cars as well. With the Citroen C2, for example, that's out there. Got a lot of Renault Clios this weekend, which we haven't so much seen in the past. And of course, Honda Civics, which tended to dominate the last year or so. They're all still there as well. But what should be interesting today is that Phil Wright got the fastest lap yesterday, which he didn't manage to do at Cadwell. So can he seems to lose a bit at the start, so he has done over the last few races. So if he can keep with Camp, see if he can challenge him in this race, so that should be intriguing. Of course, lap traffic again will come into effect, and as I said earlier, it'll be interesting to see how far some of those quick drives can get through the field. No, Jack Ashton particularly was quick at the start of races in his Metro.
Yeah, and of course that's a much lighter car, isn't it, than a lot of the more modern machinery as well, which helps him off the line.
And Jack Ashton is actually running an engine this weekend which is detuned compared to what his weight would allow for, because it blew up. One blew up at Cadwell, one blew up on the rolling road in the week. So he's, I think, quietly confident going forward once they can get that new engine or get the engine running that keeps blowing up, which is slightly concerning, I just think. But it's good to see a different type of car, isn't it, at the front of the field against all the Civics.
Piper was off the road yesterday by the looks of it and has not cleaned his car since yesterday's. It's a slightly muddy number 16 Honda Civic. So he's not made use of the time this morning to get that clean and tidy.
They've had plenty of time, haven't they?
Exactly, but not complaining.
David Drinkwater, the reason he wasn't leading Class C early on was there was a big schmozzle at the front and he was way out on the grass avoiding everything. But I think Olivia Martin got caught up in that. She's been quick this season, so watch out for her. She was the closest rival to him at Cadwell. And Drinkwater found yesterday it was hard to get past the Saxo of Paul Cage, which was quick on a straight line, not necessarily what you'd perhaps expect. You thought the smaller Saxo would be the lighter car, but that's not the case. But Drinkwater's so much more experienced than the other drivers in Class C. He uses them all of that, and he knows that compact so well, what to do with it.
So 5-second board is being made ready. The last couple of cars coming into position. It's Lee Farrington that's going to start actually at the back of the grid in the 143, BMW 116. So 5-second board is shown. After Camp in the car with the pink and yellow livery. It's the green and orange for Philip Wright. The lights go out. The black car with Ryan Polly makes a good start from the second row. Tries to find a gap between the two of the cars. Can't find one. It's Chris Smith there in the red car. I think from the outside of the second row, it's actually got its nose in front. Yep, and it sweeps ahead. So Chris Smith it is that leads from Master Camp, Ryan Polly and Phil Wright in that order then as they head through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time. But immediately Alistair Camp is coming back at Chris Smith, and I think he's gone ahead. Yes, he has. So Alistair Camp back ahead already of Chris Smith as they head down the trailers towards the old hairpin for the first time. A fantastic sight. This nearly 40 car field makes.
Chris Smith was quick off the line yesterday, but he was the first one that had a moment on cold tyres. Didn't have a moment this time, led briefly, but this is good from somebody who's pretty new to racing, I think, with some very experienced guys at the front of this Hot Hatch Championship, and he's still taking it to Alistair Camp, you know, he's right on his bumper as they exit McLean. He's challenging, is he going up towards Coppice Corner here? He's certainly very close to him. Polly's third, fourth is right, then there's a gap to the rest, but Chris Smith looking very impressive here, Ian, for putting a newcomer to racing.
Yeah, absolutely right, heading down the straights they come then, and the first four not covered by very much, to be absolutely honest with you. Bit of a gap back to fifth place. We'll pick up who that is in just a second, but certainly it's Alistair Camp leading, Chris Smith second, Ryan Polly is third, and in fourth position it's Phil Wright. And the car in fifth position is the number 7 car, which is that of Cameron Alger, isn't it, of course? And then next up, actually, it's Neil Stringfellow, I think, in the lead of Class B in 6th place overall, although he's being passed by that Invitation Class BMW.
Absolutely. There's Jack Ashton. He's well up the order. He is 15th from 36 from the grid, so that's impressive, isn't it? How did the others get on? Not as well, I think, is the answer to that. So super impressive from Jack Ashton, the former Metro champion.
In Class C, David Drinkwater looks to have kept out of trouble this time, so he's leading Class C in 11th place overall as well.
So Martin Ward 22nd and Jamie Martin 28th.
Leaders at McLean's, and it's Alistair Camp with a bit of daylight between himself and Chris Smith now, and then Polly and Wright are battling for third, but not quite on terms with Chris Smith just at the moment. So it's Honda Civics in the first 5 places, and I think it's the BMW of Jonathan Hayes, number 26 in 6th place. Now for Stringfellow in the Class B leading Peugeot 7th, and then Dan Gibbs, I think, in the Mark II Golf in Class B spec is 8th place overall.
Camp's getting away now, isn't he, from Chris Smith on the second lap of the race. Perhaps now his slightly harder tyres are up to working temperature, and across the line he comes to the Area Motorsport built Honda Civic. 1:18.97 is his first flying lap.
A good battle here for the Class B lead because it's 68 Dan Gibbs getting alongside the number 74 Peugeot of Neil Stringfellow, and he's got through already. Dan Gibbs taking the lead along the Wheatcroft Straight of Class B. He's up to P7.
He won it yesterday. He wasn't out at Cadwell Park. I thought I saw a car with damage going down the back trail. I know it is. It's Anthony Woodham's Saxo, isn't it? It's just smoking. Don't know if you noticed anything else on that.
No, it's the smoke that caught my eye as it came out of the chicane, but I couldn't see any
Big off, that's Dan Gibbs at the old hair. The crane is in the tyre wall and the approach to the old hairpin. Just caught the end of that. Of course, he was battling with Neil Stringfellow for the Class B lead. I think it's Gibbs's Golf anyway that's off there.
It looks like it. I think, Stringfellow on his own now.
Okay, Jack Ashton was 12, so he didn't make quite so much progress on that particular lap. That Saxo still smoking and having its own moment, which one makes you wonder what it's dropping on the circuit. Yeah. Dan Gibbs just about getting out of the car, by the way, so he's okay.
That's good to see, and the snatch vehicle's not too far away from it either, so it might be able to affect a quick recovery if it's deemed necessary. Leaders into and out of the chicane for the third time. Alistair Campbell is that leads, number 45. From in second place, number 18, Chris Smith. In third place, 36 Ron Polly. Fourth is number 63, Philip Wright. Fifth is the 26 car now, Johnny Hayes in the BMW, now ahead of number 7, Cameron Elder. Neil Stringfellow, big lead in Class B now. Second in Class B will be Lewis Field, well down the field in the bottom end of the top 20. You've got Sean Green, he's moved up to 8th as a Richard, Jeff Connor 9th, and Jack Ashton in the Metro, now rounds at the top 10, but not for long. He's going to go past both of them, I think, or try to, into Redgate that time.
David Drinkwater leads Class C. From Chris Woods by about 6 seconds. Olivia Martin's up to 3rd, so she's progressing through the field. Martin Ward is up to 14th now, by the way, the other driver coming from the back. And Jamie Martin not making so much progress, he's 20th.
No, seems not, but nevertheless, the race continues. The snatch vehicle now attending to the Dan Gibbs car, which is sort of ended up nose into the barrier. So it might be a little bit more tricky to recover because of that.
Camp's going a lot quicker than yesterday, 1:18.76, so that's the new lap record. And he's only 2 seconds away from the old class spec machine of Ben Rushworth. For third, though, in this race, Phil Wright's looking up the... so Polly's gone past Smith, and now Phil Wright's followed him through up the inside. So quick starting Chris Smith has dropped down to 4th, but while he's been there in 2nd, that's allowed Alistair Camp to pull out a 3.4 second margin over Ryan Polly. 3rd is Wright, 4th Smith, 5th is Jonathan Hayes, 6th Cameron Elder, 7th is Neil Stringfellow's Peugeot.
It's just gone through now, yeah, and he's got Jack Ashton behind him on the trail, a few seconds behind him.
Slightly slower lap from Stringfellow.
It was 1:25. He will be caught and passed by Jack Ashton on this lap. I think there's Ashton in the high 1:21s at the moment.
Gravel going up at
that was Stringfellow, I think, that kicked it up.
I think it might be the lapped BMW.
Right, okay, I thought there was some, I think maybe it was both. In actual fact.
Of course, there's yellow flags here, which is awkward with those cars behind.
Yeah, and they're behind that slow and BMW, and they can't pass it. There's a 3 car together. That's Jeff Connor, Sean Green and Ben Piper, I think, that are together.
These drivers should be well aware of drivers being excluded yesterday for overtaking under yellow flags.
We've also got a 6-car train behind that very, very slow BMW 116. They should be able to go green about now, I'd think, after Starkey's Bridge, where the yellow flags were covering. There's a yellow flag at the chicane as well now because there's a green flag on the exit. I think that's because the car that's pulling into the pits, which is number 98, Paul Warren, that's just had a spin but is now headed into the pit lane.
Notice another car that started at the back is progressing. It's Stephen Langton's Clio, who's up to 13th. He was involved in an incident on the first lap, so he's actually making better progress than both Martin Ward and Jamie Martin.
Jack Ashton up to 7th place now overall. He's got past the Class B Peugeot 5. So he's 7th overall, 6th in Class A because Johnny Hayes in the Invitation Class B interview is in 5th position. So the cars that were stuck behind the very slow BMW 116 have now been unleashed, and after that sort of almost restart for them, Jeff Connor's got away from Ben Piper and Sean Green.
Olivia Martin's compact is well battered at the front, so I'm not sure what she's got up to during the course of this race, but significant damage to the front of her car. She is running third in Class C behind David Drinkwater and Chris Woods. And Chris Woods is now only a couple of seconds behind David Drinkwater because Drinkwater was caught up in that yellow flag moment last lap by. I think the yellows are probably in now. So the leaders come down to the chicane with Alistair Camp with this good gap over the chasers, being headed by Ryan Polly. Now Hill and Phil Wright have got ahead of Chris Smith. Smith is staying with them, which is good to see how well he's going here at Donington Park. They complete 6 laps and we're about halfway through the motor race.
Right, indeed. So, 5th and 6th go over the line, Jonathan Hayes and Cameron Elder, and a bit of quiet tarmac in front of us for them. The next car through is going to be Jack Ashton in the Metro. I don't think he's got any hopes of making it any further up the field now, unfortunately, but it's been a good comeback after yesterday's race, which ended with him clattering, that's the wrong word, but bashing into the recticells and rearranging those rather more than rearranged his Metro, to be honest with you.
Stephen Langton and Martin Ward have got themselves together. Two of the drivers coming from the back. The Clio, which is patched up after yesterday's incident, and Martin Ward is with him. Ward had to do this at Cadwell as well, come from the back of the grid, so he's well used to it. 11th and 12th, they are absolutely together as they turn their way through Redgate. They've passed 25 odd cars in this race as well.
Yeah, been quite exciting race for them. Daniel Cogswell going past in the unusual Nissan Almera. He is just dropping back actually a slow lap from him, 24th now.
Interesting to see his Class B car in a straight line is no faster than the Class C cars around him. I think he said the power to that car would fit in Class C, but there's some other rules, aren't there, to what you can do, and his car is out of Class C reg. So
that very slow 116 is missing its rear bumper, and I'm wondering if that's anything to do with the Olivia Martin damage on the front end of her car, just putting 2 and 2 together and maybe making 16.
Well, the BMW also had to run through the gravel as well, so whether that's another possibility. Lead gap is 3.6 seconds, so now Polly's into second. He's got the same pace as Alistair Camp, so that's such a crucial move for Camp to get past Chris Smith on that first lap of the race after Smith passed him early on. Neil Stringfellow still leads Class B by a long way. Lewis Field is second, who I think is making his debut this weekend, and then third is Anthony Woodens by the looks of things.
Yeah, Class C being led by David Drinkwater by about 4 seconds from Chris Woods in the Citroen C2.
Looks like Olivia Martin's got third away from Paul Keynes. Paul Keynes has come around the outside of her into the chicane here at the end of the lap. And Martin's going to try and fight back. She can't quite manage it. Behind, they're 4 abreast, including the Nissan of Daniel Cogswell, who's got this Super Touring-esque livery on it. I don't think you've seen that before, Ian. New livery for this year, which looks really good.
Yeah, it does, very smartly turned out, isn't it, that car now?
Bad of a second is this in massive traffic through the chicane, so let's see how they fight their way out. It's the same order, but Polly's got the better run through it, I'd suggest, and he's got a slightly larger gap to Phil Wright.
Yeah, it's not really made much distance over Phil Wright and Chris Smith, have as this race has gone on. Gap to Alistair Camp has not changed that much. It's about 3.8 seconds. It's been sort of that kind of distance for quite some time. We've got 4 minutes of the race left to go. Probably another 3 or 4 laps then to go. Jack Ashton just coming through in his well-driven Metro, which sounds great as well.
I think it's the MGF engine he's got in it now, where we had the ZR engine in it at an MG Cup last year.
Okay.
The MG Cup's got new regs this year, which means you can't actually run that in that car, I don't believe.
Okay.
But good to see him out with us in Hot Hatch, of course. Martin Ward's got ahead of Stephen Langton. They've both passed Ben Piper, so Martin Ward is in the top 10 now.
Just on his personal best lap as well, a 1:22.35. So getting quicker as this race goes on. 96 goes through, that's Matthew Howarth and the Astro. He's been a race winner in the past in Hot Hatch. Competition has moved on a bit since then.
Paul Keynes has got Olivia Martin still trying to find a way past him. If you heard from David Drinkwater yesterday, the compact is slightly slower in a straight line to the Saxo, so she's quicker through the corner for sure, through Redgate, right on the tail of Keynes, and are they both catching Chris Woods in the C2? Yes, they are, quite significantly on the last lap. So lots of cars with window wipers on coming, or at least a couple with window wipers coming on now through the chicane. Yes, there's rain, isn't there, looking at the back of the commentary box. So
there's a few spots of rain yet, definitely now. So that will possibly play a small part in the closing minutes of this race, which is being led by Alistair Camp still, by 4.3 seconds now of the rest.
Polly and Wright on that lap did break away from Chris Smith. Jonathan Hayes still 5th and Cameron Elder 6th. Jack Ashton's best lap's actually no better than anybody in the top 6, so now he's into 7th place. He's not lapping any fuss anybody else. Neil Stringfellow is about to be caught by Martin Ward. How quick is Martin Ward going? 1:21.5, so he's getting quicker and quicker. And actually, that lap he's still not that far away from the top 4 pace. Well, of course, he did finish 4th on the road yesterday.
So we've got just about 2 minutes of the race left to go as Howth comes across the line again. Here's the little C2 as well, and then the battle for 3rd within that class between Keynes and Olivia Martin, which continues. Martin, whose aerodynamics are slightly compromised by the rear-range front bodywork, but she nevertheless goes through on the inside to take 3rd place in class away from Paul Keynes on the way to Redgate Corner.
Wonder if he'll be able to, whether she'll be able to catch Chris Wood now, although she's got a bit of pressure still from Paul Keynes to survive. I think she's done that okay. Lead gap come down to 3 seconds. Camp to Polly on that lap. We got we've 2 more laps in, I think. 12 lap race this looks set to be. So Camp, Polly, Wright, Smith are falling. Still only separated by 4 seconds. And the quickest of the 4 on that lap was Chris Smith in 4th position.
Absolutely right.
Martin Ward's got past Neil Stringfellow now, and Stephen Langton is going to try and do similar, but of course Neil Stringfellow is the Class B car, so that's not surprising. There's a bit of debris in the middle of the road here in front of us, not sure where that's come from. Martin Ward on that lap was a bit slow, and it was actually a very slow lap for Neil Stringfellow, 1:28.
Something's gone on at the chicane. We've got a green flag on the exit, and there's a car just off.
Is that the BMW again?
It might be the BMW that's had a moment, but can't quite see it from where we are.
And there's a Gulf off at Redgate too.
So that's sort of straight on. Marshall running to assist, but just as well, we're getting towards the end of this race, and Alistair Campbell goes across the line. He sees the last lap board, that Golf's been pushed away to safety by the marshals. So excellent work by the marshal. I think the Golf's going to try and swing back round and get back into the race. But yeah, Alistair Campbell's gone on to his last lap, and of Ryan Polly, Philip Wright and Chris Smith.
BMW's now got its boot up as that comes through, and their yellow flags, or I guess they're going to go in a moment with the marshals getting back behind the barriers. What's happening in Class C, Olivia Martin is with Paul Keynes now, so will she be able to gain another place? I'm sure she'll give it a good go. Stringfellow is very slow still. It was a slow last lap for the Class B leader, 1:28. He's got a huge lead though. Notice just been a bit cautious with the rain coming down as well. Here's Drinkwater, then out of Coppice, and for 2nd, how far are they behind? 10 seconds now, so I have to wait a little bit to see if it's Citroen in front of BMW still. I'm not sure where the Citroen is actually, so the side by side. As Keynes got back past Olivia Martin, I think he has, and now he's trying to go past Chris Woods too, and he does that. So I think Paul Keynes has gone from 4th to 2nd on that lap, and the leader is amongst them.
Alistair Camp, though, is up to the line and takes the checkered flag. But who is going to be 2nd? It's going to be Ryan Polly, Phil Wright and Chris Smith. So a blanket finish with back markers amid them there. They were covered by 0.3 of a second on a dramatic final lap for them. But Alistair Camp taking the win by about 3 seconds. Johnny Hayes comes across the line to take 5th position in the invitation class BMW Compact. 6th goes to number 7, which is Cameron Elder. And then Jack Ashton has not yet come through in the Metro, and he should be here shortly. Class C has been taken by David Drinkwater. Here's the Metro now. He's actually just lost out to Jeff Connor on the final lap. A slower lap there from Jack Ashton right at the end. He finishes 8th, and Martin Ward takes 9th, and 10th is going to go to Stephen Langton in his Class A Clio number 60. And then it's going to be 16 band pipe, and then the Class B winner, Neil Stringfellow, who had Dan Gibbs for a company earlier on until Dan Gibbs put his golf into the tyres at the old hairpin, unfortunately for him. So one down the top 10, 45 Alistair Camp, the winner, from 36 Ryan Polly, 63 Phil Wright, 18 Chris Smith, 26 Jonathan Hayes, 7 Cameron Elder, 21 Jeff Connor, 79 Jack Ashton, 12 Martin Wharton, 60 Stephen Langton. Class winners, Class B Neil Stringfellow from Anthony Woodhams in the end, and Class C was won by David Drinkwater from Chris Woods and Olivia Martin. Right, we've got classic stock catches coming up next. Have I got time to race through the grid for that one? Possibly not, because Alistair Camp is already heading into the pit lane. So I'll just leave that for a moment, because Alistair Camp is going to come away with Josh Barrett after his 4th race win of the season. Certainly does, Josh. Thank you very much indeed. Let's run through the grid. There'll be a few missing from the back. This based on the result of race 2 for the Classic Stock Catches, which was our first race this morning. So front row is 87 and 72. 87 Stuart Place and 72 Lee Scott. Second row, 2 and 39, 2 Ryan Morgan and 39 Martin Rogers. Third row, 88 and 93, 88 Martin Case and 93 Ben Bateman. Fourth row is 12 and 46, 12 James Hazelhurst, 46 Chris Deere, the 2 Peugeot 205s. Fifth row, 41 and 53, 41 Jason Wood and 53 Pete Morgan. Sixth row, 91 and 89, 91 Steve Grimm, 89 Richard Kelsall. Seventh row, 73 and 24, 73 Jason Watkinson and 24 James Hancock. Then it's 58 and 27 on row 8, 58 Pete Oscoby and 27 Jack Reynolds. Row 9, 18 and 92, 18 Darren Bassingthwaite and 92 Rick Green. Row 10, 5 and 21, 5 Terry Roughton and 21 Ian Gribben. Row 11, 30 and 26, 30 Will Humphries and 26 Paul Brock. Row 12, 60 and 28, 60 Gary Coburn and 28 Andrew Tibbs. And row 13, number 33, which is Ryan Clark, but as Paul was telling me, I think the last few cars missing, unfortunately.
Yeah, the last 3 cars, we lost a couple yesterday from engine problems. We lost another one in the race earlier. So, yeah, we're 3 cars down, but we've still got a grid of 22. This is really interesting, looking at the radar, and we can feel those spots of rain. This is really going to help people like the Morgans, who have been struggling with straight line speed, but they've proved that even without their straight line speed, when it's wet, the XR2's handled brilliantly. So if it does rain, look out for those 2 cars, because they will start working their way out.
Absolutely. Anyone else have any dramas during the first race? Anything that's needed to be fixed?
No, a few dents and stuff like that, but nothing major. Everything was sort of incredibly efficient in the Classic Stock Hatch. If anyone needs anything, there's always somebody who's got a spare part. And all the cars, 22 cars, we said we couldn't fix the engine faults. We had 2 engine failures and 1 gearbox failure. We couldn't help those at all. So that's why we're missing the 3 cars. But it's looking incredibly exciting out there. Be interested to see how Stuart Place does. He's carrying the same weight as he did in the first race. He's got 65 kilos. Lee Scott's carrying 40 kilos now, I believe he's carrying. And so it's going to be interesting to see. But if it does rain, the weight will actually help the grip. In the conditions, so it'll be interesting to see if they can do what they did in the first race.
Of course, so far this weekend, 2 races have been split between Lee Scott and Stuart Place. Lee Scott winning the first, and Stuart Place was second, and Stuart Place winning race 2, and Lee Scott second. I think Ryan Morgan has been third in both races so far.
He has, yes, and I'm interested to see Martin Rogers has got position 4 on the grid. He's itching. He's never had a podium, and this is the closest he's been for a long time. So he's itching to get his first podium, but it depends on the cars behind. You've got Ben Bateman, who on his first race was doing incredibly well, fantastic turnout, but also looking back, Hazelhurst, he'll be another one to watch here. He's really worked his way. He's got to grips with this track now, so we'll see how well he does in this last race.
Yeah, absolutely. And first time I've had a triple header for these cars. I think it's been well received by the drivers, Paul.
Oh yes, it's been great. I mean, we had the qualifying and race 1 on the first day, and 2 races today. I think we love the format. Suddenly, I think when we sort of go back to a bit normal, it will be 1 quality 2 races, but it has been well received, and our next round of brands will be a triple header as well.
Yeah, so that's one to look forward to as well. Marshall is just getting the grid clear, I think, and then we'll be able to get off and running for a 15-minute race for Stevens Weeks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship.
It's definitely a bit of a long hold. I see that Ryan Rogers has got his door open. I think he's getting warm there. But yeah, it's quite a long hold. I'm just seeing if there's nothing obvious, but you've got some marshals speaking. I don't know what they're talking about, whether they're talking about they need the umbrellas or not.
Yeah, so just have a look, see if there's anything still being recovered from the previous race.
We've still got a couple of people on the track there doing some stones by the looks of it.
Yeah, so just take a few moments before we can get the race underway, once everyone's back on the safe side of the barriers, and then we'll go underway for this 15-minute race. Oh, and the tractor's still sweeping away at the chicane.
That never happens with the lines they've been taking this weekend. That never happened with it.
Completely unnecessary. They've got one of these planes about to zoom over our heads.
Oh, that's a biggie as well.
Yeah, it is.
One came over my caravan on Friday night. I thought he was going to come and join me.
Lucky escape then, Paul.
Yeah. I maybe passed him a cup of tea.
Right, minute board has been shown, 30-second board is being shown now, so very shortly we'll be underway. So it's the red and white Peugeot 205 of Stuart Place on pole position, the all-white Fiesta XR2i of Lee Scott. Next to him then it's Ryan Morgan, the blue and yellow XR2 number 2, and the red black Martin Rogers car number 39 next to him. The red lights go on, and they go out after quite a long hole. It's a pretty even start between all of them on the first 2 rows of the grid. Actually, Martin Rogers makes a reasonable bit of race. So too does Ryan Morgan. Those 2 try and get alongside the front row starters in actual fact. But I think Stuart Place is going to lead into the first corner. Ryan Morgan's trying to find a gap that isn't really there at the inside of Stuart Place. So it's Place leading, level pegging between Morgan and Scott for second. And Rogers was being attacked, I think, by Ben Bateman and the Nova for third.
Oh, that'd be good. They're all part of the same team. Yes, that was an incredible start. I thought Martin was that can actually beat them into, and they go down the cranny curves. We've got 3, 4, but it's Ryan Morgan. Scary as well. And that's a marvellous first few corners for Ryan Morgan. I know they're itching because they're going so lacking on the straight line speed, but maybe the track is just that little bit damp, a bit cooler, and this could really play into their hands. The XR2 handles wonderfully, but on the big straights, and as they go up towards McLean's, is indeed Ryan Morgan, but with Lee Scott. Can't quite see. Is that Martin Kaiser?
I think it's Stuart Place back in 4th position, I think, and then Martin Rogers 5th, and possibly Ben Bateman in 6th position. So Ryan Morgan, he was looking for that gap that wasn't there going to Redgate, but he found one on the exit.
Well, it's so the XR2 handles wonderfully, and on the cold tyres, they know that their best bet well, on a track like this is to get their first few laps in and get in front, because as the faster cars down the faster straights, that this leads them up. As we can see, they're coming side by side into the chicane. Lee Scott and Ryan Morgan are side by side. They're rubbing paint, but Ryan has just got the edge there. He comes out of the chicane in first place, closely followed by Lee Scott. Mike Kaiser going to the outside of Lee Scott. Stuart Place is right behind him. Ben Baton is right behind them. But yes, it is Martin Kaiser going, and Lee Scott going side by side as they come towards Redgate. Usually see what the lines they take here. They can still be side by side. Lee Scott's just got the edge, but is Kaiser going to get the cut back? No, not quite. He couldn't make it work that time, Ian.
There's something trailing from the back of Ryan Morgan's car. I couldn't quite work out what it was, so we'll have a look for that next time it comes through. But hopefully that doesn't cause him a scrutineering issue with them calling in with the black and orange flag or anything like that.
Well, that'd be interesting. Yeah, if there things are hanging off, as you know, there is a mechanical flag that they can tell drivers if they're unsure. I'll have a look the next time it comes by. But now as they come down, they go past the old bridge, they're going up towards McLean's, my favourite corner on this circuit. And there's about six or seven. They're tussling all over the place trying to get the belt line. And Ryan Morgan's got the inside line. Is that Martin? No, that isn't. Lee Scott on the outside. They go side by side as they go up towards Coppice. This is incredible. Now, if Lee can do, there's three abreast, I think they're going up as they go around Coppice. Oh my word, because the two XR2Is are actually going side by side. Ryan Morgan has got the edge. He's in front by about a couple of lengths.
Yeah, so Kaiser and Scott were alongside one another as they went through Coppice corner, heading down the hill.
Ben Bateman got on the inside there.
I think it looks like Ben Bateman in the Nova has come from about fifth up into second place down the straight. So fantastic.
Side by side, Mike Kaiser and Ben Bateman are side by side for second place.
Stuart Place on the grass as well on the exit of the chicane, so he drops back to about sixth position. It's giving Ryan Morgan a bit of a break here over the rest of them. Still don't know what that is that's trailing behind him. Second and third is now Bateman and Kaiser that are next up. Then Stuart Place fourth, Lee Scott fifth, and Pete Morgan in sixth position. Martin Rogers has dropped down to seventh place.
Oh wow! I mean, I know we all took the mick out of him in the paddock. Ben Bateman
and Ryan Morgan has got a 10-second penalty, and that must be for jumping the start. Ryan Morgan, our race leader, a 10-second penalty, which will be applied after the race. That will be for jumping the start.
Oh my word! Oh, that's going to be remarkable. But looking on the far side now, if we take that into consideration, that puts him down into about 13th place at the moment, although he's leading on the track. Well, that means that Ben Bateman is technically the leader of this race.
Amazing stuff, isn't it? As they head up towards Coppice for the third time. There's rain on the camera lens as well. Not too much of it, but that's going to have a bit of interest. Oh, Bateman's running sideways, but he was right with Ryan Morgan anyway as they went into the corner. He might have overcooked it a little bit on the exit, so let's see if that's compromised him on the way out. It's still Ryan Morgan leading on the road then, but with this 10-second penalty, second place is the Nova of Ben Bateman. Wipers are now going as well. Paul just had a bit more excitement. It's Martin Kaiser third, fourth is Stuart Place, and that's Martin Rogers that's going off. He's going to go into the ground when he spins around with the chicane. That'll allow Chris Deere to go through as well. I think it was James Hazelhurst who was going to make it round. But anyway, it's Ryan Morgan leading on the road at least. Second place.
And Ben Bateman, he's trying to do a little dummy, and he's trying to get the car back. It's not quite paid off. You're not going to outrun the XR2 there. But we're looking at. It looks like Kaiser was a bit further back. Oh my word! This is getting incredible. What a fantastic race! Now we're looking behind us. We can see a lot of rain in the air. I hope that doesn't blow over this too much to ruin this race, because this is looking incredibly exciting. We're all going around the old hairpin. They're starting to space out a little bit as they're going up the long hill, and it's an incredibly long hill up there. So, but it looks like Ben Bateman, it's all over the back of Mr. Morgan. And looking further back, I'm just trying to see who has gone into third place, because that looks like
Stuart Place in third.
It looks like Stuart Place has done marvellous back up to third place, and then it looks like Kaiser, then Scott, and then it looks like it's Pete Morgan.
Yeah, I think it is, as the top six head into Coppice Corner again and again. Ben Bateman is all over the back. One of them running, one of them actually Scott that was off over the grass on the exit of the corner. He's lost a couple of places because of that. So they head now out of Coppice Corner, down the exhibition straight for lap 4. Ryan Morgan leading on the road. He's got this 10 seconds.
Kaiser and somewhere another.
Pete Morgan, yes, they've gone right off. They made contact, they've gone off onto the grass, they've gone onto the rallycross circuit there. They're joining well down the. They've taken out both the 300-yard and the 100-yard corner marker in the same minute, which is quite something.
That's impressive.
It is. Ryan Morgan leading, Ben Bateman second, Stuart Place third, and it's now Jason Wood up into fourth place after all of that shenanigans.
Oh my word! Well, in fact, if that's that will actually put him into third place. So yes, 3 PDC cars in the top 3. Wow, what a meeting this is going to be. I just hope that rain just lays off. So if we're going to all turn towards the clouds, blow that way, because this race is getting incredibly exciting. I'm so excited for Mr. Bateman. I'm trying not to get too excited because there's still a long way to go in this race. They're now going back up the hill again, and it looks like Ryan has got away. It looks like Ben Bateman's lost to Stuart Place. Stuart Place has now gone into second place, effectively into the lead, with Ben Bateman crawling over the back of him, and that's Jason Wood behind him. This is fantastic racing.
Yeah, and as this stage, Ryan Morgan would still be dropped down to 10th position, so places behind him now. Hopefully, from his point of view, the cars will spread out a bit, and he won't lose quite as many places, and therefore quite as many points. It looked like a good start. It was too good a start, as it turns out, as deemed by the judges of fact. As we wait for the cars to head down the straight, this time no one's driving into one another, which is always a positive. So Ryan Morgan leading, Stuart Place second. Everyone's got the windscreen wipers going now. Rich Council is fifth. It is Chris Deere that's up into sixth position by the looks of it. So Lee Scott, who went off at Coppice a moment or two ago, as Chris Deere goes all over the place there, he's dropped right back as Lee Scott as well into, I think that's going to be ninth place, yeah, and he's got not as quick as he was. So I wonder if it's a problem with his car.
Yeah, I've got an apology to place to Titch Kessel because I built him up for so much for race 2, and I built him up and he had a bit of a mischief, but now he's proved me right. He's now got up into the top 5, so I'm not apologising, Titch. Listen to that. So as they're going back, that's around the old hairpin, and they're starting to space out now. But I noticed it looks like somebody's giving Jason Wood a run for his money in what is effectively third place as they go up the hill now. Stuart Place is all over the back of Ryan Morgan, but closely followed by Ben Bateman. Then looks like Jason Wood, Titch Kessel, and then Chris Deere. Chris Deere is amazing. Although his car wasn't running that well towards the end of the race, he actually got the fastest lap, and I think he's broken the lap record here.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a minute as the leaders head out of Coppice down the straight. There you go. So it's really 3 for the lead, and then a gap back, and then another 3 cars for 4th, 5th, and 6th. The camera.
So the camera went all over the place there for a moment as they come through the chicane. And it's Stuart Place right behind Ryan Morgan. That 5 gap spaces back to Ben Bateman. Just hold it there, follow that. But we've got Kessel and Chris Deere going side by side towards the first corner. Now that could help Jason Wood let him get away. But it looks like Chris Deere is actually going to stay on. He has got the place there. I don't think Titch is going to get the place back from that.
No, absolutely right. More rain on the camera lenses all around the circuit now. Martin Rogers, who is trying to come back in this race, he's just gone across the line in 11th position. He was hoping for a podium in this race, but that's not going to happen, is it? I don't think.
Well, unless the rain actually...
Oh, and one of them a long
that's a long way off.
That's cancelled, isn't it, as well?
Oh, wow, how Titch. He's doing a bit of rallying round there. Very impressive, Titch. I should congratulate him.
Powered his way through the gravel trap, came out the other side.
I'm going to get in trouble because I mentioned his name, saying he was doing well. He's off. Yeah, I'm in trouble again. Sorry, Titch.
Yeah, I don't think he'll let you back up here next time and lock you in the caravan or something.
A lot of people say that anyway.
Anyway, we've got the leaders making their way around out of Coppice Corner now. Ryan Morgan still leading on the road from Stuart Place and Ben Bateman, but Bateman coming back at place now as
he is side by side
across the road. They are together. Bateman takes out a bit of polystyrene, but that's not going to stop him going through in second place and effectively the lead of the race.
Oh, well done, Ben. This is fantastic. So across the line we get Ryan Morgan. He's still going to make up a lot of time, but technically first is Ben Bateman, 93. Of course, he's followed by Stuart Place. Chris Deere is now up to third. Fourth is at the moment is Jason Wood, and then we have got we got the Morgan Kaiser battle still going on now. They're the ones that had a bit of a coming together down the back straight there. It looks like a bit of rubbing wheel arch, that bumper on the back of Kessel's car, but that's probably from that spin. Impressive save, I have to say, Ian.
It certainly was. It was a long way off as well. Leaders down to the old hairpin once again, and that is Stuart Place that was all over the show going through the Crayola curves that time. So he's lost quite a bit of time, drops back into the clutches of Chris Deere because of that. Chris Deere in the yellow Peugeot 205 GTI. They're already out of Schwantz curve and up towards McLean's.
Oh, and that means Ben Bateman has got back on to Ryan Morgan, and he's right up his bottom there. And like I said, he's about 10 car lengths back to Stuart Place. So Ben is just going to keep forward. He did tell me he does not look in the mirrors, which is good. That he was listening to me. So as they come down the back straight, it'll be interesting to see if he can get the slipstream from the XR2. He's all over the place. There's a lot of weaving going on down that back straight, but it looks like Ryan has gone for the inner line. Ben's going to try to go around the outside to just save his tires. A bit of rubbing as they enter, but no, Ben is very cautious. He stayed behind him. Good move. So we got Ryan Morgan, Ben Bateman. Stuart Place has made up a few places. Chris Deere is now looking at Stuart Place. He's got him in his sights. I know Chris Deere is getting really fired up because he hasn't been able to finish one race with a fully working car. So let's see how he can do.
Pete Morgan's driving standards are coming under some scrutiny. The flag is out for him. Not necessarily a complete stretch. Now, Ben Bateman, he will either not know or not care that Ryan Morgan has got a 10-second penalty and going for the wheel of the road anyway.
No, you don't tend to notice, although they do actually. Who's that? It's car 21, which is standards. Ian Gribben, and he's got a standards flag there. But no, you won't necessarily know, because if you are fighting close, to be honest, you're not looking at that flag.
Chris Deere and Stuart Place together, and Chris Deere up the inside, and he takes third place away at McLean's, and those two are closing on the leaders as well.
They are, but Ben Bateman and Ryan Morgan are side by side as they go up to the hill heading towards Coppet, and it looks like Ben Bateman has got past him. It looks like he's got past him. Yeah. And it's side by side. Oh my word! This is fantastic stuff as they come down the straight. But that does mean that Chris Deere is now right behind Ben Bateman, and he's getting a lovely slipstream. He's not Ryan Morgan back down, but it still looks like as they enter the chicane, it is Ben Bateman. Chris Deere's gone straight on. Chris Deere has gone straight on. Oh my word! So we have got Ben Bateman actually in front, and now then we got Ryan Morgan, Stuart Place. Yes, Chris Deere has lost about 3 places there in one corner.
As we go on to the final lap of the race, then it's Ben Bateman leading on the road. Not just on a technicality, slow coming out of Red Gate corner. Ryan Morgan fights back to him. Of course, Ryan Morgan does have a 10-second penalty, but his car is back alongside. This will be to the frustration of Ben Bateman, who will keep his foot in and show as best he can all the way down the corner curves. The blue and yellow with XR2. Oh, big wow! Ben Bateman, he holds it well. Loses a length or two, but no more than that on Ryan Morgan as they head now out of the old hairpin and towards Schwantz curve pool.
Oh, wow, well held, Ben Bateman. That was fantastic. That was a slide round there. You do, even in these conditions, you're doing 100 miles an hour there. And when the back steps out, you're looking for nappies, really. It's really scary stuff. But as they go around the back, he won't know, of course, that he is in the lead. He's still fighting tooth and nail. This is fantastic to see.
Up to Coppice they go, Paul. And who's going to appear? It's still Morgan ahead on the road. He'll drop down, I think, to 8th or 9th with the time penalty that he'll get. Is Ben Bateman going to make a launch into the chicane on the final lap, thinking it's make or break? They're pretty much on the side by side. Oh, my good grief! Bateman on the outside line. He's got the lead. He's taken the lead on the road. Will Ryan Morgan try and get back? They come through the chicane. Ben Bateman comes out to the final corner. Ryan Morgan's going to try and get the line over the outside. But Ryan Morgan is penalty. But Ben Bateman gets the win anyway. I think Paul Thorpe's a bit pleased about that. that on his debut, Ben Bateman takes a victory by 0.02 seconds on the road over Ryan Morgan. Ryan Morgan gets a 10-second penalty. So it'll be Ben Bateman, the runner, second to number 87, Stuart Place, third to number 41, Jason Wood, fourth to number 46, Chris Deere, fifth to number 53, Pete Morgan, sixth to number 72, Lee Scott, seventh to number 88, Martin Kaiser. Then Ryan Morgan, I think, was slotted in 8th place after the penalty, 9th to number 39, Martin Rogers, and 10th to number 89, Rich Council. Have you got your voice?
Oh, no, I said to you when I come up here earlier, I'm starting to lose my voice, and you can hear I'm getting a bit hoarse here. Oh, what a showing. I mean, he didn't know he didn't have to do that, but what a fighter that young man is. I mean, after the embarrassment of yesterday and the impressive showing of race 1, what a fan! He has showed he's mixing it with the big boys. He's never raced that car before. Yeah. It's fantastic to see. I love
explain what he's done before his
he started in mini stocks at the oval racing. He did a little stint in F2 hot rods, and now they're looking to. They're actually having an overbuilt. He's having an overbuilt, especially for the championship. Mm-hmm. The Woods are doing that. The PDC crew.
Yeah,
and he thought he'd just see how he does, see if he likes it.
Well, I think he probably will do.
I think that what an impressive show from that young man. I mean, that is fantastic, Ian.
And that means we've had 3 different winners as well this weekend. We've had Lee Scott yesterday, Stuart Place this morning, and now a newcomer today, Ben Bateman. So 3 different winners. What a competitive grid it is this year.
That is how a classic stock hatch should be. That is, I'm really pleased for the PDC team as well. It's fantastic. We have all the cars have got slightly different benefits. I'm in the fortunate position. I've raced 3 different cars in this championship. I've raced an XR2, an XR2i, and that Nova that Ben's actually racing today. And it's really interesting telling the differences. And we have minimum weights. We've got everything sorted, and that just shows you how competitive this class is. I don't think there's another class like this with so many different marks all fighting for the podium positions.
It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? I've really enjoyed that. Where does Classic Stock Hatch go next?
We go to Brands Hatch. I think it's about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah,
We've got a triple header at Brands Hatch, so I'm well excited about that. I'm going to get my breath back in.
I think a lie down in a dark room would be a good idea for him.
Oh yeah, he's, as you can see, he's waving. He's well happy there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well done to Ben, and commiserations to Ryan as well, who was first on the road for so much of the race, but not overall. In any case, he got that 10-second penalty. So it wasn't just because of the penalty. He did it on merit.
He did it on merit. That is brilliant. And I'll leave you in peace.
Thanks, Paul. Look forward to seeing you again soon. We've got the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship coming up next, but first let's go down to Josh. Yeah, thanks very much, Josh. I think Ben will certainly have the circuit racing bug after that. And we look forward to seeing him back at Cadwell Park by the sounds of it. Right, the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, we had an exclusion from the results of the race earlier today. Greg Hill, newcomer, was penalised for driving in a Mazda incompatible with general safety. Unfortunately, there was that incident, if you remember, on the start and finish straight midway through the race. So it was Jack Kingsbury that took the win earlier on to add to his victory yesterday from David Garside. Good result for him as well, and Stephen Richardson. All of that means that the grid for this one lines up as follows. On the front row, 3 and 7, 3 Jack Kingsbury and 7 Stephen Richardson. On the second row, 77 and 42, 77 Andrew Harding and 42 John Lovell. The third row, 22 and 56, 22 Chris Keir and 56 Chris Lawrence. The fourth row, 11 and 23, 11 Jack Dwayne and 23 Jason Powell. The fifth row, 44 and 33, 44 David Garside and 33 Nick Brady. The sixth row, 86 and 55, 86 Ollie Rains and 55 Justin Griffiths. The seventh row, 14 and 66, 14 Jason Pelosi and 66 Ross Borman. The eighth row, 48 and 26, 48 Tristan Lang and 26 Gareth Tansey. The ninth row, 80 and 24, 80 Christopher Noah and 24 Samuel Johnston. On the 10th row, 99 and 13, 99 Neil Heath and 13 Josh Larkin. The 11th row, 15 and 21, 15 Michael Ward and 21 Scott Edgar, and Greg Hill at the back, number 12. Scott Edgar is there for this one. I don't think we've seen him in the previous race, certainly. And it looks like we might be missing a couple of cars. I think Neil Heath and Josh Larkin both missing, and possibly the 80 car of Christopher Noah, also an absentee from this third and final race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Josh has already updated the points after the earlier race this morning, and that tells me now that it's Jack Dwayne leading on 122 points, but Jack Kingsbury, with his 2 wins so far this weekend, has closed the gap to just 3 points. 119 he's on, another run, and maybe he'll take the lead. Oliver Wayne, who led into this meeting, he's dropped down to third now after, I think, an 8th and a 9th place finish so far this weekend. He's on 112, and Andrew Harding is fourth. David Garside, who was second early on today, he's moved up to fifth, and Christopher Keir is in sixth position. So that's how the championship lines up as we go into the third and final race of the weekend, fifth round of the championship, 14 races to take place in all this season. Josh is back up in the box with us, and with Jack Kingsbury and Stephen Richardson on the front of the grid this time. What do you reckon? What do you reckon is going to transpire?
It'll be interesting, isn't it? Again, this is set by the fastest laps of the earlier race. Kingsbury's looked really good this weekend, hasn't he? Garside's actually quite far back on the grid, who's been strong. The two Cadwell quick guys, Dwayne and Wayne, are 7th and 11th. So if Jack Kingsbury makes this race go well, he'll take the championship lead, won't he? But Stephen Richardson was impressive yesterday, and obviously was quick again today. He did have quite a bit of damage after earlier race. There was some quite aggressive defending, I think, towards the end of the race, and he had bits hanging off his car. But obviously that team have been used to fixing cars over the course of this weekend.
Absolutely. David Garside finished second early this morning, but only 9th on the grid for this because it's determined by fastest lap times from earlier on. David, 42 years of age, an architectural technician from Basingstoke. He learned to drive in his early teens in the fields, while his father auto tested in the early 90s. He competed in auto solos in 2006, had class wins there. Using Novas, MX-5s and Clios. Started doing track days in 2013 with Clios mainly, and then passed his auto test in May 19. Did 4 races in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship that year at Silverstone and Donington, best of 9th at Donington. Did 8 rounds last year as well.
In the last race, we had a novice driver on 4th on the grid, and we got it again. This time it's John Lavelle. I wonder if he can do similar things to what Ben Bateman did in the last race.
Yeah, well, if he can do, then I think we'll be very impressed. And Ben Bateman has shown that anything is possible. But yeah, this grid, again, because of the way it's set with lap times, it's fairly mixed up.
Yeah, generally you'd expect that the fastest people will win races, but the Clios haven't been showing that this weekend, which I like this system because it mixes things up, doesn't it? When you get race results or second best laps, it basically means both races have a similar feel to them, but this fastest lap system really mixes things up and makes each race different.
Jack Dwayne's got his work cut out again because we said, he'd led 2 races at Cadwell, he led yesterday, didn't make a good start to this race, dropped to 6th, finished 6th, I think, and starts 7th on the grid for this one.
Yes,
and so he's got his work cut out to try and advance because it didn't seem as if he could make much progress earlier.
Yes, and this is the first time he's not started on pole position this year.
Yeah.
So things to learn there. And of course we've got this little bit of rain. It's not very much, but it's possibly just enough, especially on the first lap of races, to there's a bit of caution taken, and we saw in the last race Stuart Place struggle to get off pole. When he started second, he was always getting the lead, wasn't he? So whether that gives Stephen Richardson a chance from second on the grid this time to get ahead of Jack Kingsbury. Andy Harding's been impressive, hasn't he? He's been around for a little while, and he starts third. I'd say this year's probably been his best year in racing. We're still mounting stock catch and Clios more recently, but he's been up in the top 6 sort of all season.
Yeah, last season he was 5th in the championship, wasn't he, with just the one podium finish.
Okay. But yeah, so like we've been saying all weekend, it's really mixed things up, hasn't it, with lots of new names. We heard that from Jack Kingsbury. He said everybody he's racing against basically is new from when he was here 2 or 3 years ago.
Absolutely right. So we've got the cars heading off up through McLean's and Coppice on their green flag lap, ahead of the 15-minute race, and then this is the last of the conventional 15-minute sprint races of the weekend, because next up we've got the 15-minute handicap race for the Race Parts Stoic 750 Formula Series, then we've got a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and then the 90-minute race, the pit stop race for the 116 Trophy, Josh.
Yeah, hopefully there's going to be a grid published for the next race, because I can't see one at the moment, but hopefully there will be one eventually. I'm sure there will be. So the Clio's, it's quite a slow green flag lap, isn't it, that Jack Kingsbury is taking them around on, which probably won't help them get terribly much heat into their tyres, you'd think. And yeah, you asked me for the predictions. I think my answers meant I wasn't really sure, which I think is accurate. I guess if you want to put your money on anybody, it would be the pole man, wouldn't it, after 2 wins so far. But he hasn't run away with either race, that's for sure.
Okay, so we've got them back onto the grid then, ahead of this 15-minute race. Lots of drives on, lots of weaving to try and get some heat into the tyres. And very shortly, we'll get this race underway. So pole position is number 3, Jack Kingsbury. Can he take the clean sweep of victories this weekend in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s? Alongside him is that patched up number 7 car of Stephen Richardson, the mainly blue car with the pink tape adorning it. Second row, your blue car, number 77 Andrew Harding, and 42 John Lovell in the black and yellow and sort of checkerboard roof type design on his, I think it's diamonds actually, on his Clio. Anyway, red lights go on. Race about to get underway, lights go out, and good start from pole position man Jack Kingsbury. A bit further back, Chris Lawrence makes a decent start as well initially, but I'm not sure he actually converts that into very much. But it's Jack Kingsbury who's going to lead into turn 1, Andrew Harding slotting into second place, and Stephen Richardson third. And then I think Chris Keir possibly in 4th position. We'll try and pick that up as they head down through the Craner curves for the first time. The 3 of them side by side in the mid-pack, but certainly Jack Kingsbury out front, Josh.
It is, and he's already got a bit of a gap as well, but it's anybody's race behind him. As you said, there were some 3 wide moments. Everybody got away with that, so that's good driving there, and they head up towards McLean's with Kingsbury leading the way. And challenge for second. This is Richardson coming back up the inside of Harding, and they're side by side. Chris Lawrence is up next. So he said he made a good start, and indeed he has. He's up into 4th position and right amongst this battle for second place. And I think Harding held on there. And then there's a bit of a gap to the rest of them are battling for 5th position as they come through Coppice and come down the straight to complete the first lap. Okay, here they are. It's a great sight these cars make as they head into the chicane for the first time. And 1 or 2 of them a bit sideways. I think they're all going to make it through. There's Jack Kingsbury leading, Andrew Harding second, Stephen Richardson third, 56 car in 4th position, so Chris Lawrence 5th, 4th. Jack Dwayne has moved up a couple of places. He's into 5th. Nick Brady it is in 6th position, so Chris Keir has lost ground. He's dropped down to 7th place. And there's 1 car sounding a bit rough at the back. Brady started 10th, so it's been a good start to his race. Another new driver to the series this season, and where is Scott Edgar? He's 15th from the back of the grid.
Yeah, so he's made up a handful of positions as the leaders make their way out of the old hairpin towards McLean's, and Jack Kingsbury certainly getting away, and Andrew Harding in second place coming under a bit of pressure now from the cars behind him. It's Stephen Richardson immediately behind him, then Chris Lawrence, and there's a slight gap back to Jack Dwayne in fifth. Up towards Coppice they go, climbing up to the top of the hill. Kingsbury though has the lead of about a second, I would say, over the next three cars, and he'll be hoping he can just keep his head down. Those will keep battling, and he'll go away and secure the clean sweep.
That's his plan anyway, as they come to the end of the second lap of a 15-minute race, and some challenges a bit further back. Jason Pelosi there trying to come through. He started 13th, was 8th at the end of the first lap, and he's going for 7th, so this has been a good first couple of laps from him. It's Christopher Keir. He was attempting to get past, it didn't pay off though. As David Garside, he's had a bad start. He's gone well in the earlier two races. He's down to 12th, and Chris Lawrence goes to 3rd. So lots of changing going on. Chris Lawrence then up into 3rd. Don't think we've seen him on a podium in Clio racing before, but he's going to try that here. He got ahead of Stephen Richardson into Redgate Corner.
Leaders down to the old hairpin then. Jack Kingsbury 1.17 seconds ahead at the start of the lap, and the next four cars right together, making their way out of the old hairpin up towards McLean's once again, and it's Harding still there with Chris Lawrence up into third place now, and Stephen Richardson fourth, Jack Dwayne fifth, and Nick Brady just on his own in sixth position at the minute, being chased by Christopher Keir, and Jason Pelosi, I think, might have dropped back a little bit as well because he came across the line 8th, but I don't think he was there from what I could see out of the window anyway. So Kingsbury it is, leading the way, but for second and third, it's a bit tight because Chris Lawrence now putting pressure on Andrew Harding for second place as they head into the chicane, Josh.
He is at the back of that group too. Jack Dwayne guys up the inside of Stephen Richardson and gets there. He gets through into fourth position. So it's Harding in second, third is Lawrence, and a bit of a gap now to the new fourth place man Jack Dwayne. Then in fifth is Stephen Richardson, and sixth is Nick Brady, seventh is Jason Pelosi. So he actually is there, but he's passed the car in front and pulled away. So he's making good progress in this race after starting back on the 7th row of the grid.
Yeah, so making our way down to the Craner curves, and it's Chris Lawrence then putting the pressure on the second place car of Andrew Harding. The slow car at the back is Greg Johnston, by the way. There's some kind of engine drama by the sounds of it. He's out of the old hairpin, and they'll be heading shortly up towards the Craner curves, which also the McLeans, and then Coppice Corner. Second and third have got away from fourth and fifth since Jack Dwayne's got through, and Jack Dwayne might lose fourth place here because Stephen Richardson's trying to fight back on the way through McLean's Corner. He couldn't make that work. Then Coppice, Jack Kingsbury appears first. And I think the sixth place driver now, Nick Brady, is closing in on the fourth and fifth place battle, as too is Jason Pelosi. Pelosi was a lot quicker than Brady on the previous lap.
Yep. So they're both having good races. Down to the chicane they come. Oliver Wayne again, he's struggling again here at Donington. He's down in 11th position. He was the championship leader, of course, coming here to Donington Park after winning both races at Cadwell Park. He's outside the top 10 at the moment. It's Kingsbury by 2.3 seconds now. So this is probably his easiest race of the weekend so far. How's Scott Edgar getting on from the back? He's up to 12th now, behind Oliver Wayne and David Garside, who have both been podium finishers this season. Look, Chris Keir's dropped to 14th. He was higher up earlier, wasn't he?
Yes, must have had a moment somewhere. Well, that last lap was his best lap of the race, ironically. So Jack Kingsbury's now 2.5, probably 3 seconds ahead by the time they arrive at the old hairpin. But the next 5 are reasonably close together, and pretty equidistant as well as they make their way up. And Jason Pelosi's just trying to latch on to the back of them, former stock hatch racer.
And he's just at equal fastest lap to the leader, Jack Kingsbury, 1 minute 23.46. Yeah, Pelosi's had a lot of time out of racing, I think. It was about a decade ago that he did stock hatch, I think. But getting quicker and quicker over the course of these first 2 meetings, and this is, I think, his best run so far this season, and we'll see if he can progress up any more positions. For 8th, it's a good battle. You've got Justin Griffiths that led it at the beginning of the lap. There's a whole heap of cars behind him, basically to 18th, isn't it? You've got 10 cars in that battle in the second pack. Oh, and there's a bit of a touch was there. They got through it just about. Is it still Griffiths in front? It is. And you've got Lavelle and Wayne and Garside and Edgar. Then a bit of a gap to Borman and Kia, who are side by side, but lots of battling going on.
Up front, Jack Dwayne is now up into third position. He's done that at Redgate Corner, so Jack Dwayne up to P3. So having a stronger race than he had this morning, and with his made up 4 places, whereas early morning he dropped to 6th and stayed there more or less all the way throughout. But there is now a bit of a gap between himself and Andrew Harding in second place. Of course, there's then a big gap between Harding and Kingsbury.
Dear, we've got contact down the Craner curve with that Lavelle across the grass. And he's just stopped to think before, or he might just touch the tyre, but ever so lightly. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have been. Be sideways on the grass coming down the Craner.
Someone slow up the old hairpin from the front group, possibly.
I think they're all still there, but I may be wrong. We'll try and pick them up in a moment. But yeah, there is a car that's pulled off to the side. So let's just have a look at the Coppice camera if we can. Or that's Coppice now. So yeah, I think we're all still there. Jack Kingsbury it is that's leading, and then the next group of 6. I think we're all there.
Must be from the second group. Then.
Yeah, so yeah, 6 cars still there in that next group, headed by Andrew Harding, Jack Dwayne third, and Chris Dolan's now 4th, of course. 5th, Stephen Richardson. 6th, Jason Pelosi, so he's now ahead of Nick Brady as well. So yeah, that was another car not involved in this leading group that stopped somewhere on the other side of the circuit. But Jack Kingsbury leading now by 3.22 seconds. The next 6 cars separated by about 2 seconds.
It's John Lavelle, who's not. He was the one that went off at the Craner. So Scott Edgar, the other one. They weren't separated by much within the laps, or whether they were the 2 that touched.
Here comes Lavelle to go over the line, though.
So good to see he's still going after that scary old spin, I should imagine, down the Craner curves.
Yeah.
So we just lost Scott Edgar, and he's parked on the side of the road, so that shouldn't be a problem.
9 minutes gone, 6 minutes of the race left to go. You don't sense that anyone who's going to catch Jack Kingsbury is either going to be a mistake on his part or a problem with the car. So second is where it's at, and Andrew Harding's manfully been holding on to that for much of the race so far. But Jack Dwayne now is the driver in line to try and attack him. Chris Lawrence is with him as well. Is Jason Pelosi up another place? I think he might be actually.
Past Stephen Richardson.
He is past Stephen Richardson as well. So Pelosi now in the number 14 car is up into 5th place. So Kingsbury turning into the chicane, and now the next group of cars do. So that's the gap between them. Kingsbury one out in front is probably barely aware there's anybody else in this race as things stand. Dwayne has a good run along the Wheatcross Straight, and this is where he got a place a lap or 2 ago. Can he attack Harding? It's going to go down the inside into Redgate Corner, and Jack Dwayne has left it quite late, but he's gone through on the inside, and Harding might have Chris Lawrence following Dwayne through and into 3rd place here. And I think he's just about managed to repel that.
Okay, it's pretty close. A second down the Craner curve, 5 minutes to go, and as they turn down into the old hairpin, it is Dwayne in front now, like you say, ahead of Andy Harding. So this has been a good drive from Jack Dwayne, because it's the first race of the season he's actually moved forwards. And he started on pole for the other races. I guess you can't move forward from there, but he's shown that he could start in 7th, and he was, what car number is that? It's 11, so he was 5th after 1 lap, then was up to 4th on lap 3, and then 3rd on lap 6, and now on lap 8 he's into 2nd.
Okay, so great race he has had.
Can he stay there?
Well, yeah, because there's 5 other cars in very close proximity within about 2 seconds of him. There'll probably be 3 laps to go, I would think, at the end of this one. Harding is putting pressure on Dwayne now. He's getting alongside him as they head into the braking area for the chicane. They are alongside one another. Their mirrors were level. Harding uses quite a lot of the runoff area, and the gravel. It doesn't do him any good because he's still behind Jack Dwayne. Pelosi's up to 4th now, so he continues to make progress. He's ahead of Chris Lawrence now, so don't write Pelosi off for a podium place either.
Yeah, this is by far his best race of the season. He started 13th on the grid car 14. He was 8th after the first lap and been working his way through the order from then. So he's can challenge for the podium now. It's Jack Dwayne and Andy Harding in 2nd and 3rd positions. They're 5 seconds behind the leader. Jack Kingsbury, here comes Pelosi running outside of the old hairpin. That's a bold move. Is he going to stay on the road? I think he's on the grass there, and that's going to lose all the positions he's gained over the last few laps.
Yeah, well, yeah, it will do by the time we get to McLean's because his momentum has been sapped. So he's back to sit he's sideways and he's spinning it, and he was just pushing too hard. He's got into the gravel and the car's over onto its side, and yeah, now it's roof, unfortunately. I think he was just pushing too hard after that moment, cost him a few places.
Yes, that's for sure. He had a big old moment through Sean's car, and it was only going in one direction then, and that's pretty much what Oliver Wayne did in December last year, where he ended up beached in the gravel upside down as well. The race continues though with Jack Kingsbury out front by a long way from Jack Dwayne, Andy Harding, Chris Lawrence, Stephen Richardson, then Oliver Wayne. So we've lost Nick Brady.
Yeah, we have. Not quite sure what has happened to Nick. I don't think he was involved in the incident with Jason.
Is that his slow car heading into the chicane now, possibly?
Maybe so. So anyway, Jack Kingsbury is leading. The marshal is trying to get the door open to help Jason get out of his car. At the moment, it just took a few seconds, didn't it, for it to roll onto its roof.
Checkered flag is being shown.
Yeah, so possibly the checkered flag's gone out. We didn't see it being waved at Jack Dwayne, so maybe it's just being prepared, but it has gone out now. So anyway, Jack Kingsbury then will be the winner, I should say, not Jack Dwayne. From Jack Dwayne in second, Andrew Harding third, and Chris Lawrence in fourth position, but the checker flag being shown a few moments early with that incident up at McLean's, and Jason Pelosi out of his car now. He's okay. Hopefully the car not too badly damaged, but frustration for Jason, who was having a really good race there, and a shame that it ended in the way it did. I think Jack Kingsbury is coming down into the chicane anyway. I don't think he saw the checkered flag on the previous lap, so he's going to drive past it anyway. So Jack Kingsbury it is that takes the checkered flag. So he gets the win then. In second place, number 11, Jack Dwayne. Third, number 77, Andrew Harding. 4:56, Chris Lawrence. And fifth, number 7, Stephen Richards. That didn't change order on that lap, which is probably just as well. So avoid any confusion. Sixth, number 86, Ollie Wayne. Seventh, number 44, David Garside. 8:55, Justin Griffiths. Ninth, number 22, Christopher Keir. And rounding out top 10, number 66, Ross Borman. But it was Jack Kingsbury that took the win there. Right, so we have seen the last of the Clios for this weekend. We still have 3 more races to come. Next up, we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, which is a handicap race. Now, we don't actually have a starting order for this, unfortunately, but we'll tell you what it is, because this is where we'll have the slower cars at the front. Some of them will have credit laps, which will be evident from our timing screen once they get underway, but we don't actually have a grid for this one per se, but we'll get our information out of the folder, and we'll look forward to the riotous fun that is a handicap race in a few moments' time. After that, we've got the second race of the weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and we've then got the 116 Trophy 90-minute race to round out the weekend as well. So, thank you, Dave, for the historic 750 full information. So the drivers making a relatively sedate progress back to the pit lane here, headed by Jack Kingsbury. A reminder that next weekend here at Donington Park, the Classic Sports Car Club are here with 2 days of racing on Saturday and Sunday, the 29th and 30th of May. And I think the talk is that there's more than 500 entries for that race meeting across a number of different categories. Very busy weekend of racing, as ever, organised by the CSCC, with their usual mix of basically 40-minute to 1 or 2 driver races. So that's to look forward to on Saturday and Sunday. And then on Monday, the bank holiday Monday, of course, next weekend, it's the British Automobile Racing Club here with 4 sets of races for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, plus Mighty Minis and the Como BMW Championship as well. So 3 days of racing here at Donington Park next weekend, but we've just seen the K-Tech Racing Clio 182's race here. Jack Kingsbury has taken 3 wins from 3. He's about to speak to Josh Barrett. Yep, so a reminder that in the scratch race for the historic 750 Formula Series earlier on, we had a win for Richard Pryor in the JGS3. He won by 11 seconds from John Village, who was second in the Village V2, which is a copy of the car that he built, nearly 50 years ago, and raced in 750 Formula in 1974 and 1975. Tim Sage was third in the Mallock U2 Mark IV. Martin Depper was fourth in the Centaur Mark 14. Fifth was Graham Wilson in the Time 3B, and sixth was Travis Slatter, number 72, in the Centaur Mark 11. So that was the top six. Then in the classes, the Supercharged Austin 7 class, that was won by Alfa Romeo Cork, number 21, in the Austin 7 Blackbird. And Tim Roebuck in the Austin 7 Special was second within that class, number 18. And third within that class was number 12, Simon Gallen, in the Austin 7 Pigsty Special. And amongst the normally aspirated Class A cars, it was Charlie Plain-Jones in the Austin 7 Cowley Special from Archie Waterfield in his Austin 7, and John Moss in the Austin 7 Sports, despite his visits to the pit lane. And the fastest lap in that race went to Richard Pryor, a 1:32.14, 77.36 miles per hour. So no news of the grid, but I can see the cars in the assembly area. So they're not all there yet, so I won't give you the sort of full starting order, but I can see that out the front it looks like it's going to be the number 11 car starting first, which will be James Miles, and John Moss is at the moment poised alongside him. It looks like it's Mike Whitby and Alfred and Cog, but I suspect those might have an extra lap to do compared to the cars in front, because you'll find that some cars do have credit laps, as is the way with a handicap race. So the starting order will have been worked out by the handicapper, and that, for purposes of this weekend, is Colin Ayre, with Giles Greenbridge, his assistant, in working out the handicap that is appropriate to, with the aim of trying to get all of the cars to cross the finish line together at the end, basically. I've never seen it work out like that, but you do usually get sort of an agglomeration of cars all together towards the end. The cars just forming up in the assembly areas for the drivers just to get in the car. Christian Pedersen, I can see, is out there, which is good after his disappointment in the first race, despite setting a quick pace in the early stages. So I think most of the cars are now in the assembly area, so shortly will be released onto the circuit. Union flag is being readied as well to wave the cars off once they get onto the grid, and it will be a set number of laps. I don't know quite how many laps, but it will be about 15 minutes. Just see if there's any messages that have come through that are relevant to this, but alas, there's not. Last of the Clios being cleared. Scott Edgar's car being towed back into the paddock. Some of the historic 750 Formula cars still only just arriving into the assembly area, just running a few moments ahead of time, so perhaps being caught out by that. What's the weather going to do? It's raining at the moment, isn't it? There's spots of rain on the window. I think there's a bit more breeze getting up, and this is what we expected, really, in the late part of the afternoon. And I suspect we might have a fairly wet track, potentially, during the 90-minute 1:16 trophy race. Hopefully we'll get through these remaining sprint races without too much drama. Kevin Walsh just getting into the assembly area, and number 12, Simon Gallen, as well. Historic 750 Formula, of course. Formerly known as 750 Trophy, but rebadged a few years ago to reflect the heritage really of these cars. Many of them raced in 750 Formula Imperial or were replicas thereof, and of course 750 Formula was originally based around the Austin 7, and it was around the Austin 7 that the 750 Motor Club was formed. 82 years ago now, in 1939.
Are you getting the grid from?
We don't have a grid for this one, so just check with Josh what the situation is. But yeah, so we'll get them out onto the circuit shortly, and then we'll watch them as they get flagged off. And hopefully they'll be released onto the circuit shortly. I think most of the clearing up has been done. Now it's still Jason Pelosi's car that is still being recovered from McLean's. That's the reason that we're still waiting. It's on the back of the flatbed now. It's needed a lift to get there. And that Clio is, it's now on its way back. The marshals will head into the post, the safe side of the barrier, and we will get back underway. Oh yes, these cars now being released, but not number 98 unfortunately, so that was the car that was in and out of the pit lane earlier. John Moss, so he's not going to take up his scheduled start position, I don't think, as his car won't fire up the Austin 7. He's getting up now, blowing the row markers away as well. So hopefully John will get a push. We'll see if that gets him mobile, but not sure whether it will or not. Give it a brave and gainful marshals. Give him a push. Not yet fired up though. Hopefully it will. But anyway, the car's going into position. So that's going to leave alone on the front the number 11 car of James Miles. The cars will be waved off in waves. Some of them may have some credit laps to do. We've got the starting one now. So it is with a credit lap, number 11 and number 98. But it's not going to be number 98 because he's not there. And Mike Whitby says those will go off on the first. So it should be one car starting initially. Then 10 seconds later, will be 6 cars on a mixture of 0 and 1 credit laps. And then there's another wave. So the second wave has got 26, 21, 60, 18, 32 and 19. Third wave's got 78, 23, 22 and 88. There are a 25-second delay. Then 72 and 8 have a 55-second delay, the fourth wave. And then everyone else gets underway on the fifth wave. 49, 27, 42, 7, 12, 200, a number I can't read, and 9. And they will start 70 seconds after the first car. And those which have credit laps are 11, 98, 60, 32, 19, 12 and 9. And all of the others are doing the full number of laps, which I still can't quite read what that is on the top of the grid sheet. So Josh will see if he can decipher it. Well, I was told they weren't sure. So, anyway, so it's all gone a bit wrong because James Miles' car's not got off the line at the first wave, and so now he's being pushed onto the grass by the marshal. Ironically, the car that arrived late on the grid did get away. That's the 98 car. So the fourth wave of cars about, but it's just the two of them. That's Trevor Slatter and Martin Depper. They've been given an identical handicap. And they'll be flagged off after 55 seconds. And then 15 seconds after that, we'll have the remainder of the cars going into the race. So the flag drops now to get Slatter and Depper underway. And then John Village and Richard Pryor and Tim Sage, the quickest drivers from early on, They will be going a few seconds from now, and the flag drops for them now, and so that should be everyone off and running for this Race Park's historic 750 Formula handicap race, and it will be then just the 98 car that was out in front at the start, which is that of John Moss in his Austin 7 Sports, and he will be being chased down by the cars behind him, Josh.
Yep, that's usually the way it works in the handicap races. But yeah, there's lots of cars in that last group, and you'd suggest that people like, I think Martin Depper and Trevor Slatter were in there.
They were in the penultimate group. They started 15 seconds early, so they reckon they've got quite a favourable handicap, really. Alfa Cook is chasing after John Moss, but is a lap behind him. So Alfa Cook will have to do an extra lap. He's 1.48 seconds clear of Tim Roebuck. Mike Whitby is fourth, but John Moss was leading. I don't think that's still the case as they turn through. No, he's still leading because he's done another lap effectively, I beg your pardon. And other drivers who've also got a generous handicap will sort of slot in ahead of Alfa Cook. So John Ingram has done, and Archie Waterfield has done as well, and so too has Charlie Plain-Jones. So this is all the mysteries of a handicap race.
I wonder if John Village has ever done one before.
Well, I suspect he might have done, having done club racing in the 70s, before he went on to win the European Formula Ford 1600 Championship. They're very much more de rigueur then.
Well, Richard Pryor and John Village have almost caught Martin Depper already, which bodes well for them.
That's a bit surprising, because Depper, you would have expected to have been not that much slower than them, really, and started 15 seconds ahead.
Yes. So this stage of the race is probably the hardest to talk about, isn't it? As the race goes on, it should build up to make more sense and get closer together.
So I suspect the car that's about to come through, is that going to be on a two-lap credit as well, which would be Thomas Emden, I think.
Yeah, he was a lot slower than anybody else in the earlier race.
So he goes across the line number 9. So where does he slot in? Yep, he's slotted in the lead. So he's got 3 laps of a start on everybody else. So Alfred Cook has now moved up ahead of various of the cars that he was behind before, including John Moss.
Frayne Cook did a 1:44. Which is 5 seconds slower than he did earlier. He ended up in a 1:39 in the earlier race. But conditions are a little bit questionable if he spots the rain about.
Yeah, that might make a bit of a difference, because the handicap will have been done on the assumption that it was going to be dry as it was early on, and perhaps some drivers might be a bit more cautious in the rain.
Village and Pryor side by side coming down from the chicane. The two quickest drivers here. And Pryor on the inside goes through. Now, got sideways though, and they come out the chicane. John Village is going to fight back as they come up across the line. Village was 2 seconds behind Pryor at the beginning of the lap, wasn't he? So it's actually Village that got past Pryor, and then Pryor repassed him into the chicane, and now they're side by side as they head into Redgate, and it's Village in front as they go into the right-hand. But they're actually battling for 13th and 14th, but they've already passed Martin Depper, and they're ahead of Graham Wilson, Tim Stage and Christian Pedersen as well.
So it's Tom Emden leading, but he's now only 22 seconds ahead of John Moss, and John Moss lapping a minute and a half faster than him, so he should be able to go through, and Tom Emden will slip down the order.
Well, of course, that was a standing lap for Emden, but yes, he was 20-odd seconds slower in the earlier race as well.
Yeah.
So they should be close, I guess, by 1 to a lap.
Yeah.
They're not in this first group coming back, because these are the cars in 7th and 8th, aren't they? Alfa and Cork and Tim Roebuck. They're sort of the first cars on the road, if you like. They come up across the line.
Two supercharged cars that were the class of the classified earlier on. So they've gone through. They're showing 7th and 8th on the screen at the moment. They've now completed 3 laps as well. We've got yellow flags at Redgate Corner. Why is that? That is the 60 car that's had a spin. And that's Clive Neal's Jeffrey. So that's off on the inside at Redgate corner.
Looks like the driver's out of it.
Yes, that's good news.
Tom Emden's held on to the lead. He's 7 seconds ahead of John Moss, and he's gone 8 seconds faster than he did in the earlier race.
Right, but still, Moss is 7 seconds behind him and lapping 15 seconds faster than him, so he should go through. Village and Pryor come through again, and they now find themselves in 13th and 14th position. So they've completed 3 laps now, and 4 laps completed by the leaders.
And Village is ahead of Pryor still in that battle, sort of the true battle, if you like, of the quickest 2 drivers in the race. Christian Pedersen's struggling, isn't he? He's well off the pace what he did earlier on.
Yeah, so that's not working out for him. 32 car goes over the line. That's Archie Waterfield, and he's behind Charlie Plain-Jones, who beat him in the earlier race.
I guess the likelihood is there'll be a 10-lap race, isn't it? Most probably.
Something like that.
Which would suggest there's 6 or so laps to go.
Yeah.
Charlie Plain-Jones and John Ingram aren't catching John Moss. So John Moss is looking the best out of the front runners, and there's a long way ahead of anybody else.
Yeah, how does his time compare to what he did earlier on?
A second a lap quicker.
Yeah,
So quite a lot of people are going slower.
Yeah, so again, that's going to work in his favour. As Charlie Plain-Jones goes across the line. So no, it's Charlie Plain-Jones, that's Alfa and Cork and Tim Roebuck going across the line.
They're 10 seconds quicker than John Moss, but 100 odd seconds behind, so they're not going to catch that.
No, they're not going to make that up during the course of this race. Here comes Tom Emden again, our race leader, number 9, to complete his 5th lap.
He's still ahead of John Moss.
He is, and that was another improvement from Tom, because he had 2:03 that time. I think that's another 6 seconds faster than they'd been on the previous lap.
And Village and Pryor are still together, aren't they? They're passing Trevor Slatter for 11th into Redgate, or John Village is at least.
But Tom Emden's about to lose the lead of the race as well to John Moss as they head their way through Hollywood. I think John Moss has now gone through to take the lead.
There was yellow, so John Village couldn't pass Slatter just yet at Redgate, of course.
Yeah, and it is now John Moss in the lead of the race, and they're going to be have this next group of cars come through to unlap themselves effectively. Including the 2 leading contenders that you were talking about there, Josh.
Yeah, John Village rounding outside of Trevor Slatter into the old hairpin. And they climb the hill. Oh, they keep either side or try to. That's a bit tight, isn't it?
On the curb and the grass, I think Richard Pryor there, as he sort of tried to slatter rather than tried to find a way past.
It was okay in the end.
It was.
Right, so here come the supercharged 7s, Frayne, Cork and Roebuck, much like Village and Pryor. There's not much to separate them, is there? They've both been caught, though, by Kevin Welsh.
Yeah, and he's lapping a little bit quicker. He was 143 to their 147s that time. So
I think Martin Depp has pitted and gone for the paddock, so perhaps his car was not well.
Yeah, so he's out of the race. Here's that gaggle of cars that we're talking about. Is John Village at the head of the group, then Trevor Slatter, and then Richard Pryor. So these are the 3 quickest cars out there at the moment, and it's Village that's ahead at the moment with Slatter and Pryor just behind.
And the lead of the race behind the group on the road. So John Moss, the new leader after 6 laps. Yeah, crosses the line.
Tom Emden still there in 2nd place though. And Thomas 6, so a little bit slower from him that time, but and who's going to be up to 3rd now? It's John Ingram still there in 3rd, another lap in the 154s for him, so he's lapping only slightly quicker than John Moss, so it's not going to catch John Moss out front, so
not sure anybody is, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anyone to catch John Moss. That lap we went through the pit lane in the early race. They've thrown things out a little, but we'll see.
Kevin Welsh has passed the 2 Austin 7s, I think. That puts him 7th. He's got ahead of Alfa Romeo, Cork and Tim Roebuck on this lap. Saying Frayne Cork, who's Austin 7s, very rapid in a straight line with the supercharger, goes back ahead of Kevin Welsh in the Warren. Yeah, but Himmy later on the brakes, but can't quite do it, actually.
That one built at Race Retro a few years ago, if you remember.
And is this Village and Pryor absolutely together now, coming down to the chicane?
With, and they've both gone past a slower car, and Village ahead of Pryor at the moment. There's only about 2 car lengths between them as they come up and over the line, and that's to complete 6 laps of their race. So everyone on the lead lap now. Moss leading, Emden second, so 98 from 9.19. John Ingram is third, 22. Charlie Plain-Jones is fourth. In 5th place is number 12, Simon Gallen. In 6th place, number 32, Archie Waterfield.
They're about 80 seconds behind John Moss, and they're going about 20 seconds a lap quicker.
So if it is a four laps to go, it could work out quite well.
And they're going rapid now because Richard Pryor just did the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.5.
Yeah, which is not far from what he was doing in the early race. He did a 1:32.14 in the early race, and we've had a little bit of rain since then. So it'd be interesting to see how this all pans out. John Moss has just been through to complete his 7th lap, and it was another lap in the 1:57s for him. John Ingram up to second in number 19, and that time it was 2.5 seconds faster than Moss. He's not quite going to catch Moss, I don't think, before the end. Tom Emden's gone through in 3rd place. Simon Gallen now is up into 4th position because Charlie Plain-Jones has dropped back.
He's looking good as well. He's 10 seconds quicker than the leader, and he's 30 seconds behind with what we think is 3 laps to go.
Yep, so that could work out as well. So it looks like the handicappers have done a good job here of keeping it nice and tight.
Here come Village and Pryor down to the chicane. They've passed Alfa Romeo Cork and Tim Roebuck on this lap. They've got Warren of Kevin Welsh to pass, and Archie Butterfield's Austin 7th. So that puts them 6th, I think. It does. They're now 60 seconds behind and still going on that 20 or so seconds a lap quicker than the leader.
Yep, so it's sort of working out.
So it looks like a likely drive with John Moss, Simon Gallen, John Village and Richard Pryor, the 4 in the best shape.
Green flags on the exit of the chicane. Have we lost anybody there? He's gone back in. I wonder if Thomas Slatt had a brief moment there and was delayed. He's just gone through now. It was a slightly slow lap for him, so he could have had a brief moment. Tim Sage going through as well, and he's to the 1:39.86, so he's just in his personal best lap of the race. That, I think, is the 3rd fastest lap. As into the pits comes Lyndon Thruston, number 23, so not particularly happy weekend for him.
And for 3rd, that is, I think, Simon Gallen at Coppet goes past Tom Emden. And across the line comes the race leader, John Moss, to complete 8 laps, with what we think is 2 to go. And then John Ingram is 2nd. He's now 10 seconds behind, but he's not catching quite at the rate he needs to. What about Simon Gallen? He needs to be sort of within 20 seconds or so, and he is 21 seconds behind. And side by side, Richard Pryor coming around the outside of John Village into the chicane. He can't quite make it though, and these need to be 40 seconds behind the leader if they're going to stand a chance.
They could be, couldn't they? Looking at them, they are 37, 38 seconds behind. Both doing well. No, actually, Village of PB 1:33.64 that time. So they're almost treating this as a scratch race, aren't they? Just having a normal, good old race between them, and whatever happens, happens, I suppose.
They might win it yet.
They could do. Well, one of them will.
They were 23 seconds quicker than John Moss on that lap, and they were 16 seconds quicker than Simon Gallen. I think, yeah.
They're down at the old hairpin now. Pryor ahead of Village as they turn their way through. They've got past Tom Emden now, up into 4th and 5th positions they go as a result of that.
So Pryor's past Village in the first half of the lap then.
Yeah, he has. Up to McLean's. And the next target is going to be Simon Gallen, I think, who's heading up towards Coppice Corner now. He's in 3rd place at the moment. The intern was making up places towards John Ingram.
The checkered flag is prepared.
Yeah, okay, so it might be a 9-lap race, which rather spoils all of that.
Is it going to go out, or?
Let's have a look.
Because if it's a 15-minute race, this would be the last lap.
Yeah, so anyway, let's have a look, because it'll be done on laps rather than time. And so now the checkered flag doesn't go out to 98 John Moss, so he's going to go on to his 10th lap.
That's well, right?
Yes, and what's happening behind? So John Ingram is now 8 seconds behind him. He's not going to catch him. Simon Gallen is, wherever Simon Gallen is irrelevant, it's just his personal best, but I think he's going to be passed by Richard Pryor and John Village before too many more corners in this race, but they are 14 seconds behind and lapping 20 seconds odd faster, so we should see either Richard Pryor or John Village win this race, I suspect.
They may not know about it, though, which is usually the case with these handicap races. So down into the old hairpin, the leader, who has been for a long time, John Moss, turns into the old hairpin. And side by side, Pryor and Village was that. Oh no, that was for a slower car. So Pryor's gapped Village, so that would suggest Richard Pryor might get a double here. You don't usually win the scratch and the handicap race, do you? But there's a possibility for Richard Pryor here at Donington Park.
Yeah, I think he has cleared John Ingram as well, so he's up into second place now. Is Richard Pryor in the JGS. He's chasing after John Moss, who's led all the way through this race, but he's going to get him, I think, by the time they get up to Coppice Corner for the 10th and final time. And has he done it yet? Looks like he has. So it looks like he has gone through into the lead. Number 27, Richard Pryor, who's supposed to break away from John Village on this final lap. Village goes through into second place there at Coppice Corner at the expense of John Moss, but he's not going to be able to catch Richard Pryor, I don't think.
No, it's been a very good weekend for Richard Pryor. Every race he finished this season, he would have won as well. Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth, though, that could be changed before the end, but here they're coming in.
Yeah, up to the line they come then. Richard Pryor, number 27, it is. The checkered flag is made ready. It is not shown, though, to Richard Pryor, but I'm fairly sure he is the winner. John Village takes second place, and then third is going to go the way of number 98. Which is John Moss. The checkered flag is now belatedly away. So Richard Pryor, number 27 it was, that took the win, 2.7 seconds clear of number 49, John Village. Number 98, John Moss in third place. In fifth position was number 19, John Ingram. At sixth, number 78, Kevin Welsh. So the top six cars at the end separated by, top five separated by 11 seconds, the top six by 24. So that's a pretty good job by the handicapper to sort all of that out. Coming through in seventh place now is number 22, Charlie Plain Jones. Race to the line, it's just going to be number 18, Tim Roebuck, that gets ahead of Charlie Plain Jones. Sorry, Alfred and Cork, 7th number 21, 8th number 18, Tim Roebuck, 9th number 22, Charlie Plain Jones, 10th number 72, Trevor Slatter, 11th to number 42, Tim Sage, and then Tom Emden, who led for a while, is going to be pipped at the post by number 7 I should say, Graham Wilson, the time 3B, he goes 12th, 13th to number 9, Tom Emden, 14th to number 26, Mike Whitby, 15th will go the way of number 32, which is Archie Waterfield, and I think that is likely to be all of the finishers. So well done to Richard Pryor. He came through to take his second win of the day, won the scratch race and the handicap. He'll take the checkered flag again because he didn't see it the first time around, and therefore he'll be even more surprised when he is greeted by Josh Barrett for the post-race interview. Right, we have one more race before the 116 Trophy Enduro, and that's the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge. And while Josh is waiting for Richard Pryor to come back around to him, I'll try and give you the grid for that first of all, and also remind you of the race result from earlier on today. So, BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the race to grid is what I want to open up. And here it is. So on the front row, 28 and 44. 28 is Brad Sheehan and 44 Mike Cutt. On the second row, 61 and 2, 61 Lee Piercy and 2 Rick Carey. Third row, 47 and 26, 47 Myra Bradley and 26 Paul Cook. Fourth row, 7 and 83, 7 Wayne Lewis and 83 Gary Burstow. Fifth row, 59 and 25, 59 Jim Benson and 25 Ben Pearson. Sixth row, 30 and 43, 30 Dan Harborough and 43 Stephen Schweikart. The seventh row, 67 and 40, 67 Adrian Williams and 40 Sean Jackson. The eighth row, 8 and 66, 8 Bill Redrop and 66 Mark Cormer. The ninth row, 10 and 37, 10 Clive Watson and 37 Kevin Granger. The 10th row, 1 and 23, 1 Kevin Darrell and 23 Tom Singleton. The 11th row, 71 and 82, 71 Jordan Saywood and 82 Saranga Srihari. Beg your pardon, Saranga. The 12th row, 55 and Donington 60, 55 Raheem Ballou and 60 Carl McMillan. The 13th row 96 and 9, 96 David Morris and 9 James Dalzell. Row 14 68 and 4, 68 Gareth Thomas and 4 William Lake. Row 15 will be 6 and 79, 6 Sam Walton and 79 Sergei Maniv. The 16th row 63 and 21, 63 Mark Havers and 21 Andy Abrams. On the 17th row 76 and 77, 76 Stuart Pywell and 77 Paul Travers. As the cars head into the pit lane, Richard Pryor is just about to head down there. So we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship race coming up. Then we've got the 116 trophy. Richard Pryor is looking utterly bemused to be pointed to the number 1 place board in the pit lane, and also towards Josh Barrow, who's waiting there with a runner's garland and a microphone. Yeah, so if you are not a fan of BMWs, I suggest you go home now. But if you are, then we've got 2 more very good races to come for you this afternoon. And the 116 trophy will round out the day of the 90-minute race, but first the 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And do we have updated points for this? Has Josh managed to do those? If he has, I've not opened the right document yet. Let's see if he has. There we go. I think he may have done. Yes, here we go. So what have we got? It's now Ben Pearson on 66 points in the lead of the championship from the 6-cylinder class. Then it's Niall Bradley on 60 points. So a 6-point gap's opened up to Niall Bradley. 58 points for Wayne Lewis. I think he is third. Then Jim Benson is on 55 points, the same as Brad Sheehan. And then I think it's 54 points for Dan Harborough and 50 points each for Kevin Denwood and Adrian Williams. So I think that's the points order in terms of the overall standings, with this afternoon's 6th round of the championship to come. I say it's probably one of the more well-advanced championships around the country, certainly on the 750 Most Club bill, having already had races this season at Silverstone and at Castle Combe around the end of April, beginning of May. So, good race in prospect. This second race grid set by the results of race 1. So it's Brad Sheehan with that new pink livery, as he was saying, to make it stand out a bit more visible to traffic as he was coming through. That lines up on pole position.
Yeah, that's something that's on the prototype team just worked out the idea now, like at the one things. If the price of the car is, more likely the slower cars are going to see in the mirror. So it makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, and I guess as well, if there's only one pink car out there and you know that's a quick driver, then you know if you see some pink in your mirrors, then you perhaps need to get out of the way. Whereas for several white cars, it was a white car before there's a few white cars, wouldn't necessarily have that visual impact, would it?
Well, one car we're currently missing is quite a major one because it's the M2 Championship leader, Wayne Lewis.
Yeah, I don't know where Wayne is. He finished the first race, I think. Just checking.
Yeah, because he wouldn't be up there on the grid if he didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Finish 7th.
Yeah, he did finish 7th. So maybe problems sort of towards the end of that race, and that's not been able to be fixed to get him out. So that's potentially significant from the point of view of the championship. Can drop scores, but
I think he struggled in the wet race at Coombe as well, didn't he? So at this point of the year, you don't want to be having two races that aren't great, and particularly in this championship with the point system as it is, if you start dropping a poor result, you really are in strife.
Yeah, exactly. 30-second board is shown, so they go for the green flag lap, but they'll do so without Wayne Lewis there, which is a blow to him, and that would mean that it'll be Gary Burstow, who came through from the back of the grid earlier on, that will be the first of the M2 class cars. Then a bit further back, Stephen Schweikart and Adrian Williams.
I think everybody else is there pretty much. Maybe one or two at the right at the back that didn't finish earlier, but it's a big grid of BMWs again. It's such a great championship, this, isn't it? It's pretty new still, but it is really impressive every time out. There's at least 25 cars really, and like this weekend there's more than 30, which is the norm pretty much. And it's, I say it's new, but it's very successful as well.
Yeah, certainly is. It's got great numbers almost from the off, and has attracted drivers as well as the seasons have gone on.
And I guess because BMW Car Club of Great Britain run track days as well, it's a good progression into motor racing from there. And we've got new names on the grid again this weekend, and quite possibly that's where some of the drivers start out.
Yeah, absolutely. And some drivers have come across from all the championships as well, raced the BMWs either in the dedicated BMW Championship or elsewhere. Of course, we did have cars come into the championship as well from the M3 Cup and the 330 Challenge that 750 Motor Club ran a few years ago. They got effectively merged in as a class within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Of course, we do have the BMW Cup class as well for the 325 Ti Compacts. Earlier on today, it was Carl McMillan that took the win from David Morris, who was second. Gareth Thomas was third, William Lake fourth, and Sam Walton in fifth position within that division early on. So a special race within the race for them.
It's a kind of slow green flag lap, isn't it, that Brad Sheehan is taking them on, which makes you wonder how much heat you can get in your tyres at the pace that he's going.
It's rather like a parade, isn't it? You see these laps being run at lunch times. But it's not going to get heat in the tyres. He knows which way the circuit goes, so I'm trying to work out what the benefit of it is really to anybody in this condition. There's a bit of weaving going on, so they're getting a bit of heat in the tyres that way, but they're not doing it terribly quickly.
Mike Clutter be keen to make a better start than earlier, won't he? He didn't really get away at all.
No.
Lee Pearson made a good start earlier, so 2:36 he could have a go at Sheehan perhaps into the start of the race. And Niall Bradley, we heard it was Brad Sheehan's team that was helping him get out. And he did get out from the pit lane and drove up to fifth and got the fastest lap, so I guess he's one to watch in this 20-minute race.
Yeah, no, it should be actually a very good one, shouldn't it? It's definitely a lot windy now. I don't think it'll be a big problem in a race like this for cars that are quite heavy. It shouldn't buffet them too much like it might do a single-seater or like sports car, but the wind has definitely gone up over the last half an hour.
Well, the cars that we saw previously would probably be one of the worst ones, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
If you were lost in 7, if you'd gone the right way, it could give you quite a bit more speed in a straight line.
Yeah, absolutely. Need all the help you can get. Right, so Brad Sheehan, 28, the white and blue JK Automotive car is going to be on pole. The red car with the Union flag on its roof, Mike Cutt. Next to him, then it's Lee Pearcey. 61 also has a Union flag on the roof, but depicted in black, yellow, and grey rather than red, white, and blue. And an all black roof on the blue and white car of Rick Kelly, a blue, white, and yellow car of Rick Kelly. The 1 Series V8 engine machine. Then it's Niall Bradley, definitely one to watch out for. So 2 is Paul Cook alongside him. I'm sure we'll have another fine battle as well in the 6-cylinder class between Jim Benson and championship leader Ben Pearson. Jim getting the better of Ben in the previous race, but there wasn't too much in. And of course, don't rule out Dan Harborough in that 3 Series E30 as well. So last few rows of cars coming into position, some of them not quite finding their grid slots, but hopefully close enough. And then we'll get our race underway. We do have those cars at the backs of Mark Favors and Paul Travers, but no Andy Abrams or Stuart Pywell. So 20-minute race, a 5-second board goes up. Waiting for the lights to turn on. Red lights go on now, and they go Out, away we go. Good start by Lee Pearce from the second of the grid. Can he find a gap between two front Roman? Oh, there's contact. He spins off to the right hand side of the second. The steering's broken. He just about keeps it out of the barrier, but as I say, the steering is broken. He gets back onto the circuit. He gets back onto the grass. Hopefully, he just can keep out of the way of everybody now, because otherwise they're going to be an incident. And I think he just about housed him. But he went for a gap that was just about there, but it closed up.
Yeah, the other two sort of wheel spin as well, which meant their cars were moving about, and big wide bodies BMWs with big arches on as well, and there was just that bit of contact, and actually it was a good job all three of them didn't start going off in different directions. Otherwise we might have lost a lot of BMWs in all of that, but that didn't happen thankfully. But we have lost Lee Pearcey, which is a real shame for him, and up front it's Sheehan going away, and second is Cut, and they're both, I guess, feeling their cars out, making sure their cars aren't damaged at all from that brush. But Bradley's got third, Cookie's fourth, and Rick Kerry has dropped down to fourth position at the back, or fifth position at the back of the group of the M1 cars at the front, with a bit of a gap up front for Brad Sheehan. We heard from him earlier. The second half of the race is super important with the traffic.
Yeah, it definitely is. That will really come into play. So Sheehan it is that leads. Mike Cut in second place. Now Bradley up to third. Paul Cook fourth. And fifth place Rick Kerry. So he's lost out as well, not as much as Lee Pearcey did. Sixth is Gary Burstow in the M2 class. And Jim Benson's got a big lead over Ben Pearson as well in the six cylinders.
Okay, so I guess as you'd expect in the mid-pack, quite a shuffle on that, the first lap of the race, particularly with perhaps I should say perhaps some people backing off up front for the contact. I'm not sure there was much backing off, to be honest. So Sheehan leading by 1.3 seconds from Mike Cut then after one lap. These are rapid cars up front, aren't they? These BMW M3s and the 1 Series V8 4-litre car of Rick Kerry. But up front, Brad Sheehan is getting away. The next question is, how long is it going to take Noel Bradley to get ahead of Mike Cut? And then can he go after the leader? Into Coppice they go, and he's right on the tail then of Mike Cut as they turn through Coppice Corner for the second time of this 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the sixth round of the season. We're halfway through it already, and are they overlapping for second place? Not quite, but Cut's under lots of pressure here.
He certainly is. That's from Niall Bradley then, who did such a good job from the pit lane in race one to climb up into the top six positions. There goes Brad Sheehan though, and now Cut under a bit more threat from Bradley. Two of them will be overlapping, I think, as they head into Redgate Corner. The brake lights both on. Bradley trying to go all the way around the outside. Don't think he's quite going to make that work, but it's not for the lack of trying. Mike eventually just slots back in behind him, but he's going to have his work cut out to keep Mal Bradley at bay.
Yes, it was a good effort. Bradley knows he doesn't want to let Sheehan get too far in front. He's 2.5 seconds ahead at the moment, and he's not yet past Mike Cut. He carries a lot more speed through the old hairpin there, and has he got the overlap past Starkey's Bridge? Not quite. Cut is still in front, and as they battle, Brad Sheehan's lead just gets bigger and bigger. You've got Paul Cook in fourth, right with them now. Of course, he started from the back earlier too, so he's for the first time in this lap. In the early stages of this one, they turn their way through Coppice. Brad Sheehan's already there, getting his car a bit crossed up. And these cars try and put their power down. They've got lots of it, and again, a better run out the corner for Niall Bradley alongside Mike Cut much earlier this time, coming down towards the Robert chicane. He's got the inside line as well. Surely he's going to make it work in the bigger E46 machine, and he does. So into second has come Niall Bradley from fifth on the grid. He started from the pit lane in race one, so it's been a big progression through the field over the course of this afternoon for him. He's 3.5 seconds behind Brad Sheehan. He's done a 1:14.38, which is much quicker, I think, than we saw in the early race. So a new lap record.
Yeah, 1:14.49 for Niall Bradley was the lap record from earlier on today. So we've gone faster than that already. Class 2 being led by number 83, Gary Burstow from Adrian Williams at number 67 in second. Class 6 being led by Jim Benson with a couple of cars between himself and Ben Pearson. And the Cup class being led by Kyle McMillan again by about 5 seconds from David Morris.
Okay, this is lap 4 for the leaders. Noel Bradley's not getting away from Mike Cut just yet by the looks of things. They just turned their way through McLean's. Now they're at Coppice, and they've got the first bit of lappery already on lap 4 of the race. We're only a quarter of the way into this race. And have you spotted something there, Ian?
Is that Wayne Lewis heading out?
It is, isn't it? So will he be classified? He's just about, I guess.
Yeah.
And that'd be good points still, because there'll be plenty of points on offer in Class M2.
Yeah.
The cut still with Bradley here. They both drop Paul Cook as they complete 4 laps. The lead gap is 3.3 seconds. I think Mike Cutt's just done the best lap he's done in that car around Donington Park, 1 minute 15.1. So following Niall Bradley, he's finding even more speed after that E36.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Gary Burstow goes through, leading Class M2, and he's now got Adrian Williams immediately behind him on track, but about 3 seconds behind. But Williams has been a little bit quicker than Gary, so we'll see if there's a challenge on for the Class lead. Callum Granger looked a little bit squirrely under braking there as he went into the chicane. He's in about 15th position, might have dropped back a place as he is behind Bill Radrock now into 16th.
In the earlier race, Adrian Williams had an off, didn't he, on battling with Wayne Lewis, so perhaps he has got the pace to go after Gary Burstow here. So we've done 4 laps, we're on lap 5 of it. And the leader's already onto the back straight, coming past more slower cars. Real GT racing feel to these races, don't you? With the fast BMWs, big engine cars at the front, and then the more production spec cars, I guess, at the back. More standard cars. So across the line comes Brad Sheehan in the 14s again. This is a fast-paced race. Both the leaders in the 14s. The gap is 3 seconds. Mike Cutt's going quickly, just not as fast as the top 2. Really strong pace. These cars not on slick racing tyres either. Some of the quickest production cars on treaded tyres, I think, in the country out there at the moment.
Yeah, seems that way. So Gary Burstow and Adrian Williams go through. Does Williams make up any time that time? No, he's a bit slower that time, in fact. Jim Benson is still has, one car between himself and Ben Pearson, who is about 3 seconds behind and not really showing any sign of catching Jim Benson this time.
Car in the gravel at the chicane. Is that Sean Jackson's car? Let's see if he doesn't come through. Car 40, that would be. And Kenny Denwood must be there too, because neither of them come through.
Yeah, Sean Jackson's certainly off.
I don't know whether did Denwood come through eventually? Yes, he did. He lost 15 seconds.
Oh, and Dan Harborough's got some damage, I'm afraid to say, to that lovely E30 M3 to the left front corner. He's come a mischief.
He was only a couple of seconds behind that battle, so whether the 3 of them have somehow got tangled, it's a possibility, I guess.
It's a question. It's road registered, that car. I don't know if it's driven to the circuit, but it might not be driving home.
There's only other BMWs in the country that do that.
Oh, and look at this, side by side, either side of a back marker go, Niall Bradley and Mike Cutt, and Cutt is going to get back up the inside of Bradley this time for second place into Redgate Corner. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. Mike Cutt goes back to second position.
Good stuff from him. Of course, coming from the Northern Sports and Sling Car Championship, there's plenty of lap traffic to deal with there as well, isn't there? So that'd be good practice for him. And he's got into second place. They're now 5 seconds behind the leader, Sheehan. I guess Niall Bradley got caught up a bit with the yellow flags and back markers, didn't he, through the chicane?
Yes, and Cutt had a good run out of there to make the move into Redgate Corner. So we'll see if Bradley can come back at him again. It wouldn't be a major surprise. There'll still be yellows at the chicane next time they get there, though. There's about 6 or 7 car lengths between Cutt and Bradley there as they head up to Coppice Corner this time.
There must be a yellow because the green on the exit. We can't see where the yellow is from the commentary box, but yeah, it must be there. So it's easy to get caught up in back markers, as we've seen already this weekend. Pass a back marker under yellow and you will be punished for it.
And the leader, Brad Sheehan, using his lights as well as his pinkness and scaring back markers out of the way. It's Kevin Denwood, actually. And I wonder if he's got a problem with his car. He's just getting out of the way, therefore. But
the yellows have gone in, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just gone in because the green's going now that Marshall showing a blue flag in, which is quite greeny blue, but nevertheless it is a blue flag.
And Kevin Denwood is coming into the pits.
Yeah, so he's clearly had some kind of drama as well. Any sign of damage on that car, Josh?
Not that is obvious. We can only sort of see 3/4 of it, so what it looks like the other side of the circuit. Well, I'm able to see, but it's not been a great start to Kevin Denwood's championship defence of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
That time through, Adrian Williams took 3/10 out of Gary Burstow, but the gap between them is still 2 1/4 seconds. Jim Benson continues to see Class 6.
Mike Cutt took 2.7 seconds out of Brad Sheehan in the traffic, so that's come down to 3 seconds. The lead gap now. Obviously, I assume that's all traffic related rather than pace related, but that is what you need to do in this part of the race where there is plenty of the traffic to deal with. It's all about average lap times, as Paul Trussell would keep repeating, in this kind of race where there are traffic all the time. Leaders then into the chicane, and are they closer some more? 3.1 seconds was the gap Sheehan to cut.
I think they are, and Bradley is getting a good run on cut this time as well out of the chicane. They are side by side, wing to wing, as they head up towards Redgate Corners. Debris and stuff blowing across the track now as well, but Cut just about manages to rebuff Bradley there. Now, what was the gap looking like? It was down, wasn't it? 2.09 seconds.
Yes, that's another second. Of course, that's 2 in a row that the gap came down. Rick Kelly can't live with the pace of the top 4. It's so fast, this race. 5 seconds separate Sheehan, Cut, Bradley and Cook. Rick Kelly unable to live with them, so he's in 5th. Leading them 2 in 6th is Gary Burso by a couple of seconds from Adrian Williams. Then Jim Benson should be 8th, the Class 6 leader. He led by 13 seconds at the end of the last lap from Ben Pearson.
That marker between Mike Cut and Brad Sheehan, but not for much longer. Cut slices ahead as they go into the right-hander at McLean's. He takes now Bradley with him. Is that Paul Cook, actually, that's not too far behind either now as well? He might have gained a bit of time somehow in the traffic, but it's Sheehan that's turning onto the back straight. Again, scaring drivers out of the way with the flashing headlights. See if that works. It's not actually that close to the car in front at the moment to pass him before the chicane, but certainly letting him know is there. So 2.09 seconds was the gap. 8.5 minutes of the race left to go. What's the gap now? It's probably about the same, I would suggest, as it was on the previous lap. It is 2.02, so very close between the 2 lap times that time through. Sheehan leading, Cut second, Bradley third.
Paul Cook was the quickest of the 4. You thought he was a bit closer. It's around 4 seconds that separate 4 cars at the front of this race. Sheehan won the first race easily, but this is not going to be the case in this one. There's still 8 minutes of the 20 to go, so more than 2/3 of the race, more than 1/3 of the race even is left. So plenty of racing to play out around this Donington Park National Circuit. And in M2, where they're just crossing the line, they're only separated by 8 tenths now, so Adrian Williams has caught Gary Burstow in the traffic as well. They turn their way through Redgate. They're half a minute behind the overall leaders, but they are having a good battle themselves. So we said Jim Benson's a long way ahead in Class 6. What about in the Cup class? That's Cole McMillan, who's 6 seconds ahead of David Morris.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. As over the line comes 43, Stephen Schweikart in 9th place. Leaders on the back straight there, and again, traffic being negotiated by Mike, who I reckon is a bit closer again to Brad Sheehan this time, with 7 minutes or so of the race left to go. There's several more cars up, and they're now getting towards the sort of slightly faster, slower cars, if you see what I mean. Yeah, gap down to 1.58 seconds that time, and Cut a 1:15.22, only a tenth off his best time of the race so far. So even with the traffic, Cut is going absolutely rapidly.
You've got cars lapping cars, haven't you? And that's when it gets really tricky, because people might jink out when you're not expecting them to. And they might be having their own battle as well. So Sheehan leads down into the old hairpin, being chased by Mike Carter and by Niall Bradley, and Paul Cook's not terribly far behind either. What about the M2 leaders? Well, it's still Burstow ahead of Williams. They cross the line to complete their 10th lap of the race. So that's the other battle to watch, I think, in the final stages of this one.
Paul Cook, having been a bit quicker, seems to have dropped back again on this lap, possibly just the way the traffic has panned out. But the 4th place driver now a little bit further behind Michael Cutt and Niall Bradley, who will shortly be turning on to the back straight. And again, I think we're a bit closer to racing to Brad Sheehan. It was 1.58 seconds. I reckon it might be down to around about a second now as they turn their way towards the chicane for the 11th time. And, yeah, definitely closing in is Mike Cutt. Over the line they go to complete lap number 11.
BMW drivers take more of the circuit than some of the other categories have this weekend through the chicane.
1.2 seconds now the gap. It was 1:15.94 for Sheehan, 1:15.58 for Cutt, 1:15.56 for Bradley.
1.8 seconds separate the 3 of them. So it's coming to a climax as race, isn't it? And it's hard to know how it's going to end. Brad Sheehan will be pleased about how big of a gap he pulled out early on, because he needed all of it to keep the others at bay somewhat. What about the M2 leaders? They should be coming through Short to spin for Gary Burster out of the chicane, and he just about avoids the tire and links the car back straight again, but he's lost the lead there. I think that was a spin all by himself. He was being put under pressure by Adrian Williams, but he's quite a quick recovery, to be fair to him, but he's lost the lead then too.
Yeah, and probably most pleased that he didn't connect with the barriers there, because it looked like he might do at one point. Right, leaders are where? They're on the back straight again, and it's side by side for second place through Coppy's corner. Niall Bradley and Mike Cook going wheel to wheel down the straight. So they're still battling with each other. They're not necessarily working together to catch Brad Sheehan, and Bradley's gone back through down the back straight.
He has, and he's not that far behind the leader, though, is he? He didn't really lose time trying to make up a position. The gap now is a second, and he did a 14, did Noel Bradley on that lap, but he's been correct under pressure because Mike cuts back up the inside. He's done this before, and he's doing it again, and Noel Bradley, I'm sure, will be very frustrated with that. Mike Cut didn't do anything wrong. He made a great move into Redgate, but Noel Bradley wanted to go forward. He didn't want to lose another place.
Yeah, and I don't know, that has just given Sheehan just a little bit more daylight between himself and the next two, I think, hasn't it? And maybe they would have been more well advised to work together, Kurt and Bradley, to try and catch Sheehan, but that's not how it's worked out. And so they're heading up towards McLean's once again. The red cart of Kurt, just has the white and green cart of Bradley, but yeah, Sheehan's lead is a bit bigger this time.
It is. There's some dicey battles going on further back in the park, I think. What's happening in the Cup class? It's Cole McMillan, 7 seconds ahead of David Morris now. And then Gareth Thomas is third, battling with William Lake. And the leaders come down to the chicane with Brad Sheehan leading, Cut second. Third is Bradley, and dropping away on this lap is Paul Cook.
Yeah, and Bradley's going to get alongside Mike Cook again. They're going to go either side of two of the Cup class cars. It's going to be Cook then that has the line for Redgate Corner. Sheehan has navigated another back marker as well, but the gap, 1.5 seconds as they cross the line. I think it's a bit less than that, actually, as they head down the Craner curves with 3 laps to go, probably, I would think. Green flag on the exit of the chicane again, Josh. So what's going on there? Can't see if there is a car stranded there, but there must be. It wasn't there before anyway. Leaders back to them.
It's gone in now, the flag. So.
Yeah, it has. Leaders are... Well, Brad Sheehan's got a bigger lead again, hasn't he, I think?
Yes, and we're only 3 minutes to go. That's a healthy lead indeed. And with not actually that much traffic in front of them at all. There's 3 cars on the straight, but that's about it. So that would be advantage Brad Sheehan, you would think. And it's side by side for second. Bradley's alongside again. He doesn't give Mike Cut huge amounts of room on the exit of the corner, but he's done it. He's gone through. But Mike Cut's going to fight back. Is he up the inside into the chicane? He's going to break late, but Brad Sheehan has done it. But he's overshot the corner. He's gone very wide through the right-handed elements, and Mike Cut's right underneath his rear wing. We know how good he is on the brakes into Redgate Corner. Now Bradley's had him pass him at least a couple of times, I think, into Redgate, so he knows he needs to defend on the right-hand side of the circuit, so Mike Cut has to go left. Can he cut back here in the lighter car, the E36? I think Noel Bradley knew exactly what he needed to do. He knew he needed to defend, and he has done, and he's got second place this time.
But what that's really done now is really handing this to Brad Sheehan on a plate, because that's really slowed each other up. They're 3.26 seconds adrift over other people, are like 4 or 5 seconds adrift now, having done that bit of dicing into Redgate Corner. So Brad Sheehan now, it's his race to lead, you'd think, with 1.5 minutes left to go.
Indeed. Pretty dramatic race there, hasn't it?
It has.
And one of the better dry races, I think, for these cars we've seen. So, especially right at the front, have so many cars involved in it. But Brad Sheehan's done a good job here. He got the fastest lap early on as well. Since then, he hasn't seemed to be the quickest driver, but he's been able to hang on out front. And Noel Bradley's dropped Mike Cut now. He's passed him. Can he catch Sheehan with only 1 lap to go? Surely he can't catch him, but it's been a really good drive for him nevertheless. 1 lap to go then, and the last lap will just go out to the leader, Brad Sheehan, who completes 15 laps, and he is a gap of 3.1 seconds ahead of Noel Bradley.
And a second and a half between Bradley and Kurt now. So let's look at the M2 class. That's Adrian Williams leading by about 7 seconds from Gary Burton. So that's 67 from 83. Jim Benson, number 59 in 8th place overall, leads class 6 from Ben Pearson. And there's quite about 20 seconds between those two. And the Cup class is still being led by Cole McMillan. He is about 10 seconds ahead of David Morris, so 60 from 96.
Okay, so things look settled heading on to the last lap of this race. And I don't think the leaders have too much traffic to deal with. The gap's come down, is it? Or is that a back? No, that's a back marker between them, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's Jim Benson, is it? That's just gone a lap down, possibly. But yeah, the race looks pretty settled now. And it's going to be another win for Brad Sheehan. We heard earlier he ruined a few car problems from the first two meetings, but Donington Park's gone well.
Yeah, but it'll be his third victory of the year now, won't it? He will have had one already this season, two more today to add to that. So it's getting him back into contention for the championship. He turns into the chicane for the final time. And Brad Sheehan, well, they never actually really got close enough to challenge him, but it felt like a much harder race that time for Brad Sheehan. Number 28, he crosses the line to take the checker flag. Second place goes to number 47, Niall Bradley. Third to number 44, White Kurt. Across the line to take 8th place overall is number 59, Jim Benson, won Class 6 as well. Paul Cook, number 26, takes 4th place. And then we wait for Rick Kerry, number 2, who should take 5th. In the meantime, we've got the Cup Class cars coming through. We've also got Ben Pearson for 2nd in Class 6. There is Rick Kerry to take 5th place now at car number 2. 6th place is going to go to Adrian Williams, the M2 class winner. He's yet to come through though. Wayne Lewis, where did he get? He got up to 27th in the end, and he got ahead of Kevin Denwood, who was a non-finisher, but finishes, I think, 4 laps behind the leaders, having started the race from the pit lane, but he'll still pick up some points for that. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Still 5th in class, so useful points there. 6 points it will be for Kevin, plus the points for starting the race as well. Adrian Williams has now come through, number 67 to take 6th place. Gary Burstow at half lap power over line as well to take 7th place in car number 83. Right, next up we have the 116 trophy race. Now I do have information on some start drivers for this one, so let me see if I can bring that to you. So in programme order, start drivers look to be Alan Caulfield in number 5, Paul Brooks in number 6, Shane Rowe in number 9, Richard Wadlow Smith in number 19, Ben Seabold in 25, Mark Burton in 26, Andrew Black in number 40, Azar Mirius Klossas in 41, David Weinberg in number 43. Let's just see if we can quickly get through. And I won't try and get through the rest of these just yet, because we can see that Brad Sheehan is already down there with Josh. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, so let's carry on with that list. So, I got to car 53, which is Andrew Shang. Car 71 is Christopher Godden. Car 77 is Tim Crichton. Car 88 will be started by Ross Riley. Car 93 by Alex Povey. Car 99 by Kevin Begley. Car 209 by Tom Mills. Car 232 by Ian Dockrell. Car 417 by David Scotting. Car treble 7 by Sam Carrington Yates. And it looks like car treble 8 is a non-starter. There's one or two missing from that list, but those are all of the start drivers that we have for this 116 trophy race. Bit of cleaning up being done from that. So this race will have a rolling start, of course, it being a 90-minute endurance race, which was eventful for the opening round of the series at Silverstone. Let's see if I can bring you, though, the grid for this race. The Gas Sharks 116 trophy, the qualifying session held just before lunch, and I can, and it's going to be as follows then. So the front row will be 5 and 77, 5 being started by Alan Caulfield and 77 being started by Tim Crichton. The second row, treble 7 and 87, treble 7 being started by Sam Carrington Yates and 87 by Louis Woodward driving solo. Third row, 75 and 58, 75 Lewis Tyndall and 58 Ian Carver, both solo. The fourth row, 12 and 59, 12 Andrew Woodbine and 59 Rob Carvel, both of those driving solo. Fifth row, 53 and 71, 53 Andrew Shank starting that car, and 71 Christopher Godden starting that one. Sixth row, 14 and 26, 14 is Tom Sibley, and 26 being started by Mark Burton, who drove solo in the last meeting at Silverstone, but he's got 2 friends with him this time. Then on row 7, it's 9 and 93, 9 being Shane Rowe, and 93 Alex Povey, and those are both the respective drivers to that one. Row 8, 99 and 22, 99 being started by Kevin Begley, and 22 by Richard Roundell driving solo. Row 9, 41 being started by Azemirias Klosas, and 209, that's Tom Mills starting that car. Row 10, 40 and 43, 40 being started by Andrew Black and 43 by David Weinberg. Row 11, 11 and 417, 11 Richard Lakey and 417 being started by David Scotting. Row 12, 80 and 44, 80, we don't know whether it's Theo Millwalls or Chris Bayliss starting that one, so we'll go with Theo probably. And 44, Richard Phillips on his own. Row 13, 232 and 6, 232 being started by Ian Dockrell, and 6 is Paul Brooks starting that one. Row 14, 16 and 25, 16, we don't know who's starting that one, so we'll go with Omar Mahood, and Mahmoud Sari, and 25 Ben Saybold, who does start that one. Row 16, 19 and 42, 19 is Richard Wardlow Smith, and 42 is... again, one we don't know, Liam Blazitz will go with, and row 16, 88 and treble 8. I don't think the treble 8 is actually going to take the start. 88 Ross Riley is going to start that particular car. So they're all lined up in the assembly area, ready for the start. We are close to the scheduled start time. The safety car is waiting for them to lead them around on the rolling lap as well. A couple of cars can see just being recovered heading down the back straight, so they should be clear shortly, and we'll have the cars out onto the circuit for the second 116 trophy race of the year. To explain how this works, it's a 90-minute race. There is a pit window between 15 and 75 minutes, and shown 3 laps once the pit lane is open, and all teams have to make 2 mandatory stops. So whether they're 1 or 2 or 3 driver teams, they all have to make a 90-second stop. That's more than the usual 60 seconds due to the sanitisation required of the common touch areas inside the car, and the time at the top is from when the car is stationary. There's no refuelling at any point in the race allowed. and there is a pit lane speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour as well. Now, a couple of the entries have a penalty. 26 Mark Burton has a 30-second penalty. That will be added to his first mandatory pit stop. He's actually driving with two other drivers this weekend. And 93 Alex and Guy Povey, they have a 10-second penalty. And again, that is because of success at the previous meeting. The winner last time out was Mark Burton. It was a very dramatic race, actually, for a 90-minute race. Very good race. Mark Burton getting the better of Simon Will-Cancel, who's not racing today, and then Alex Guy Povey were third. Anthony Sesson and Alan Caulfield fourth. Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates fifth, and Lewis Tyndall was sixth on that occasion. And this time round, so the winner from last time, Mark Burton, is only back on row 6 of the grid, so he'll have a bit of work to do. Of course, the low-cost champion about 3 years ago now was Mark Burton, sharing the car today with Simon Glenn and Marcus Burnett.
A couple of pretty experienced drivers. Marcus Burnett, so he's done the Oregon 24 hours. I think Simon Glenn might have done as well. So they should be used to doing long stints, and they do half an hour each, something like that. And with Mark Burton heading off, be interesting how many places he can gain at the start. But I didn't see Silverstone, but seeing the races I've seen, Sam Carrington Yates tends to be the quickest driver, doesn't he? And he starts there on row 2, so he'll be wanting to watch in this first stint, I should think.
No Marcus Burnett, James Winstanley advises us, so that's right. A change to the programme. Thanks, James, for updating us with that. So we've got a big grid, more than 30 cars here for this 116 trophy, 90-minute race. All of these cars are identical. It's a great low-cost way into endurance racing. It's the E87 generation of 1 Series car, very minimal modifications, and it's really designed to be a very low-cost way into to longer distance racing. You can amortise the costs over more than one driver. They use gas shocks, of course, as you might expect, as they're the championship sponsor. It's the 1.6 injection engine for the cars produced from 2004 to 2006. The standard brakes, but they can choose their own pads. 5-speed transmission, and they run on Nankang tyres, and they're very affordable in their own right at just £260 a set. So they're pretty hard wearing as well. So a good race in prospect, Josh. No doubt strategy will come into play.
Absolutely, because as you say, 2 pit stops, but that can take part over an hour period, can't it? 15 minutes to 75 minutes. And if safety cars come into play, that's usually a good time for people to pit. Well, that kind of ruins the flow of the race, but if you want to win a race, that's usually a good strategy. So we've got Tom Mills and Paul Abraham out there. They're a couple of Fun Cup races. So getting their endurance racing in a different way here with the 116 trophy. See, Ben Saybold is out. He raced with us with the Clio 182 Championship some time ago, so good to see him returning with this, the 116 trophy. So you get lots of new names, and then you get lots of familiar names, including Ryan Bentley. Was he a Stockhatch champion, I think, at one point?
Yep, he was.
And with Andrew Chang, who's another Stockhatch racer from that same period. So there's a real mix, isn't there, of experience out there, or newcomers, as well as really experienced drivers. And you've got the Carvell brothers. They've been racing for some time, haven't they? In Volkswagen's more so, but good to see they've chose this route over the last year or so. So cars up at Copper's Corner, safety car lights are out, so it should peel in this time. The red lights are already illuminated on the gantry. Hopefully today they'll go out, which was the problem, a bit of a glitch at Silverstone, which caused a bit of confusion at the start of the race. So it's number 5, Alan Caulfield, on pole position. Number 77, alongside Tim Crichton. Second row, the treble 7 car, Sam Carrington Yates. He should be very fast in the early part of the race, I expect, and did a lot of winning last year. And 87, Louis Woodward, who's driving the race, first of the solo drivers, on the outside of the front row. So they're heading down the exhibition straight towards the chicane, and when the safety car pulls into the pit lane, the drivers will
be in control of things, and the race will get underway for 90 minutes of racing, almost bang on time, 2 minutes past 5. So safety car pulls in. The grid looks to be well formed, everyone 2 by 2, which wasn't the case at Silverstone. 1 or 2 with the windscreen wipers going, but the red lights are on then. And for 90 minutes we get underway, and it's a good start by Sam Carrington. Gets from the second row of the grid already. He's going through on the inside of Alan Caulfield, but also from the outside of the front row. Tim Crichton gets a decent start too, so it's Sam Carrington Yates and Tim Crichton going wheel to wheel event as they head up into the first corner, but Carrington Yates looks like he's got the move done.
Yes, it was an awful start really in the pole man, wasn't it? Alan Caulfield, who's done a lot of these races, so should be used to it as they turn their way through Redgate okay, I think, onto the Craner curve. But yeah, Caulfield lost, half dozen places, something like that at the start of the race. The top 2 are going away, so that should be Sam Carrington Yates and Tim Crichton. And Crichton's right on the tail of the leader as they turn their way through the old hairpin and accelerate up the hill. They're side by side now for the lead of the race. So Sam Carrington Yates took the early advantage, but I'm not sure how much longer he's going to lead for as they're side by side up to McLeandian. They're 3 left behind.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. It's really like a 10-lap sprint, this, isn't it? But the top 2 getting away from the rest of them. There's a distinct 3-car group for second position, but over 30 cars here, of course, for this 116 trophy race. Spots of rain coming onto the camera lens as well, so that could play its part as well as the track conditions get a bit difficult, a bit greasy. There are some very experienced drivers. There are some quite inexperienced drivers as well in this field as well, and yeah, most of them now do appear to have the windscreen wipers on. They come down into the chicane for the first time then, and they come out with the 77 car leading, so that is Tim Crichton. Treble 7 Sam Carrington Yates is in second. In third place it's the number 75 car of Lewis Tyndall, but he's got Alan Caulfield trying to reclaim ground and get back ahead of him. I think he's done it actually as they go through into Redgate Corner. Rob Carvell was in 6th place, who's behind Louis Woodward, who's going to be a problem in this race because he's got no transponder, and so he'll constantly have to be added in manually by the timekeepers, which will cause confusion.
We had all 31 starts, so that's good, isn't it? A big grid, a real improvement on a couple of years ago for this series. The 116 trophy backed by Gaz Shocks, and Tim Crichton doing a great job, wasn't he? He lost the lead early, or he was passed by Sam Crichton Yates early on, but he made a great run through the old hairpin to grab the lead. I think Tim does huge amounts of racing, doesn't he? A bit of Formula V, I think we've seen him out in, but going really well here at Donington Park. Sam Carrington Yates has been the form man in this 116 trophy, so to pass him is a real good effort. I don't know if he'll be able to get away. Of course, the slipstream in these low-powered cars will be in effect all the way around the Donington Park National Circuit. And has Alan Caulfield got himself back into third now after, well, I'm sure he'll be very disappointed with the starter of the race for him, but yes, I think he is P3. I'm interested to see if he can bridge the gap to the top 2, which on those 2 tail into the chicane.
Yeah, they certainly are. So good scrap this going on in the early laps. It's still Tim Crichton leading, Sam Carrington Yates in second, Alan Caulfield, as you say, up into third place. In fourth place is the 75 car, that's Lewis Tyndall. In fifth place is 87, that's Louis Woodward without the transponder. Sixth is number 59, Rob Carvell. Then it's Ian Carvell, his brother, that's next up. Of course, they long-time racers in the VW Cup, but more recently they've been racing in this 116 trophy series.
Alan Caulfield was the fastest lap, a 1 minute 31.42, which is only about a second and a half of a qualifying pace, so track conditions look okay at the moment. Then Lewis Tyndall for 5th, Woodward, 6th Carvell, he qualified 8th, so he's gained a couple, and Ian Carvell, he's actually dropped a position to 7th, and Tom Sibley, he qualified 11th, he's up to 8th, and Mark Burton 9th, up from 12th, so there have been some gainers in the early laps of this race.
Getting very windy as well now, I can see the way the grass is blowing across there on the bank on the infield. So yeah, third place car getting away from the fourth place car, but the 2 leaders right to go. There's some debris, some debris of some kind blowing across the track, but it'll be clear of the track by the time the leaders get to it. Drop down the hill then towards the chicane for the third time. A reminder that the pit lane window opens after 15 minutes. We only had 4.5 minutes so far. And still the wipers going. A couple of cars heading right to the right-hand side of the track in about 8th and 9th positions there. But it's still Crichton leading from Carrington Yates in second. And it's the Anthony Seddon racing car of number 5, Alan Caulfield. I'll hand over to Anthony later on. Lewis Tyndall in fourth. Rob Carvell. It's Louis Woodward that's fifth, Rob Carvell sixth, and Ian Carvell seventh again. Just confused by the lack of transponder on number 87's vehicle.
Was it the Carvell brothers that were going at it down into the chicane?
Must have been.
It's around that area, and they were pretty close coming out of the chicane too. Fastest lap that time went to Sam Carrington-Yates, 1 minute 30.72, so we're within a second of qualifying pace now, and of course the cars will be full of fuel as well, so they'll be the heaviest they've been all weekend, so that's a good lap time, which suggests the track is okay despite spots of rain and winter wipers on. And everybody's come through. 31 cars still running with Tim Crichton out front from Sam Carrington-Yates and then Alan Caulfield. We know with Caulfield that Anthony Seddon is as quick as him. Unsure about the top two drivers' teammates though, and of course that will be a factor as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll try and keep track of which driver's taking pit stops when, because that will be quite important, because there's 2 mandatory stops within a sort of 1 hour window. It's quite confusing.
Challenge for the lead into the chicane. Carrington-Yates looked up the inside, couldn't quite make it.
Not close enough, was he, to make that work, I don't think. So it's still Crichton holding him off. I guess if Carrington-Yates thought he was much quicker, then he would want to sort of get ahead of Crichton to try and make an escape, because he knows that he's much quicker than his second driver, Mark Sullivan, so that, which could prove crucial in the later part of the race. And Caulfield Vessel in third, Lewis Tyndall in fourth, Louis Woodward is in fifth, and then Ian Carvell sixth. Mark Burton's now made a place. He's up into seventh place, so he's started back on row 6. Mark Burton just making steady progress here. Just on a personal best lap of 1:31.91, but the best lap is with the race leader, Tim Crichton, with the second place car, Sam Carrington-Yates, 1:30.72.
Okay. Lots of BMWs heading down the Craner curves there, making a pretty decent sight, and lots of races this year for these cars. I think they lost out a bit last year, didn't they, with the...
I think they had 3 races in the last year, which was a bit of a shame, because there was a lot of interest last year, as we've seen again this year.
We've got Cadwell Park up next. That's going to be a busy circuit there. I think they should be at the rescheduled Anglesey meeting, won't they? Then Brands Hatch, Snetterton, and there's some talk about a longer race at the end of the year, with a question mark over it at the moment.
Well, we're also looking to get another meeting in before Cadwell as well, to replace the Anglesey date that's been rearranged as an extra meeting.
Okay. Close for the lead, same order though. I guess some battling for what's that, 5th place, is it? Being led by Louis Woodward, or he was the leader.
So I think that's true. I think Ian Carvell's moved up into 5th place now. Mark Burton 6th, Louis Woodward down to 7th.
One car was on the grass coming down into chicane. Funnily enough, grass don't slow the car down as good as tarmac when you apply the brake. Who was that then?
It was this car here. It's the number 93. So that's Alex Povey, I think, isn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Very experienced driver. Fastest lap for the leader, Carrington-Yates, does a 1:30.63, and that means he's closer to the leader, Tim Crichton, who's doing a really good job here as they turn their way then through the old hairpin. Crichton was out with his pair in at Silverstone, and they finished 8th. Carrington-Yates and Sullivan finished 5th. Seddon and Caulfield finished 4th. So the drivers are on the podium at Silverstone. Mark Burton is up to 6th position. He's working his way through the order. Simon Walker-Hanson's not here. And Alex Povey finished 3rd at Silverstone, but he just had that off and is down in 12th position.
I'm distracted by the hair that's running across the infield at the moment. That's diverting my attention. Look, it's coming up the hill here, Josh, and hopefully it won't get onto the track.
About the lead of the motor race, which is nose to tail heading down to the chicane. Carrington-Yates can't quite do it. You'd think these cars would give off a bit more of a slipstream than what they appear to. You certainly can't draft past another car, can you?
Yeah, they don't look all that slippery, do they? You'd think they're fairly brick-like, really, but doesn't seem to work that way. Still, Crichton from Carrington-Yates. They're not really getting away that quickly from Alan Caulfield in 3rd place and Lewis Tyndall in 5th, but look at the gaggle behind them. So you've got Ian Carvell, then you've got Mark Burton, but Tom Sibley now has managed to get himself up a position into 7th place ahead of Rob Carvell. And there was also a Rowe, Shane Rowe, at the wheel of car number 9 at the moment. Real gaggle there.
Tom Sibley's done a bit of Ginetta racing, I think, in the past. So he's moved over to BMWs recently, which I suspect is a bit more affordable. And he's running there in 7th position. Mark Burton, so he's in 6th now, chasing Ian Carvell. Then the gap isn't there before the next one. So if Burton can get past Ian Carvell, it'll be interesting to see what speed he has. And it's that battle, is it? Heading up to McLean's, and it's that Burton on the inside going for a move. Ian Carvell couldn't quite make it though. So he'll have to try again in a bit. But the leaders come out of Coppice, and yeah, certainly Alan Caulfield's not far away from the two of them. And then you've got Lewis Tyndall, who's doing all the race by himself, there in 4th again, not that far away from the podium runners. And you've got the great group of cars battling for 5th place, with Mark Burton trying to find a way ahead of Ian Carvell. Then you've got Tom Sibley, who pulls out of the toe this time, but no one's making a real effort to pass into the chicane on this, the completion of lap 7, 10 minutes for the race gone.
Yeah, so 5 minutes away from the pit lane window opening, the bumper sticker, or the number plate sticker on Tom Sibley's car's been slightly deranged. He's fallen behind Rob Carvell again on that lap, and they're about we've got Louis Woodward in that group, and they're about 3 seconds clear of Shane Rowe, who rounded out the top 10 as things stand. There's another little group coming through, including some of the 40-40 prepared cars, and one which is dragging its bumper behind it looks to be Richard Lakey, number 11, who runs in 20th position.
Andrew Chang's a bit further down than you'd expect. He's in 13th position. Ryan Bensley qualified 9th, so they've lost some positions in the opening 10 minutes of this.
Yeah, he's from Kingsley, of course, manufactures race car door cards and Race Compact Cup in 2011 and 2012, did some racing in Hot Hash and the Mini Challenge as well in recent seasons.
You get the Dockerels out there as well today, GT races, Porsches I think mainly, but they're a long way down the order as well, 22nd position, very different type of car to drive I should think, with that momentum, rather different to a Porsche. It's free abreast now for 5th coming down the straight into the chicane, so who's made it through here?
That's one of the Carvells, isn't it, that's ahead, but which one is hard to say. Mark Burton uses quite a lot of the green concrete runoff area there. It's the 59 car then, so it's a Rob Carvell that's now got to head out group ahead of Mark Burton and Ian Carvell, and then Tom Sibley getting alongside Ian Carvell as they run up towards Reigate Common. I think he's got through, but no, Ian Carvell later on the brakes slots that he might get past Mark Burton as well. It really is like a sprint race, this, isn't it?
There's a bit of a touch between them as well. A lot of these drivers used to sprint racing as well, particularly in that group with the Carvells and Mark Burton as well. Down the Craner curves, they say endurance racing is like a sprint race now anyway, don't they? Perhaps a bit different at club level, although these cars, they should be good to drive flat out, I guess, for 90 minutes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Quite a short race, I guess, in comparison to some others. They're still at it, going up towards McLean's. There's 4 of them all together, and Louis Woodward's trying to go around the outside of all of them. I think he's got 2, so that was a good run for him.
Yeah, and he's wanting to get one more as well, isn't he? Which is one of the Carvells on the run up to Coppice. That must be Ian Carvell, I think, because Rob's actually quite a few car lengths ahead of them now. He's just been allowed to sprint clear a little bit with the others battling behind. Leaders come through to complete 9 laps. The next time they come through, the pit lane window will be open as well. So still Tim Crichton leading, Sam Carrington Yates in second. Their lap times are almost identical that time through, 1:30.7 just over. Alan Caulfield has come through third, number 5, fourth, number 75, Lewis Tyndall is through as well. And it's Rob Carvell on his own. Ian Carvell has now got ahead of Louis Woodward, who's under pressure from the Tom Sibley car, and then it's Shane Rowe, 2 Irish drivers. In 8th place, Andrew Wood by 9th. The one that's dropped back is Mark Burton.
He's in the pit lane.
Okay.
Before 15 minutes.
So this is not going to be if it is his mandatory stop, it's too early. It's out of session. But the way he's waving at people, they're not prepared for him. So there's something wrong with the car, I suggest.
He lost a lot of time, didn't he, on that lap, particularly into the chicane. And was there contact at Redgate when Carvel came up the inside of him, I wonder, because it looked like they got a bit sideways.
Could have been. So he's come in with 14 minutes to go.
And he's got a puncture. There's a spare tyre being brought out, so I wonder if there's a puncture and it's on the right rear. If there was contact, that's where it would have happened. So possibly that's the case.
Looks like it probably is, isn't it?
So that's the winner from Silverstone, well and truly out of contention now.
You would think so. Yeah, because it's a competitive field up at the front there, so it's not as if he's going to sort of have all of the drivers falling by the wayside to bring him back into contention.
No, this isn't a mandatory stop, and it's probably not going to be a rapid tyre change, I can't imagine, in these here, because of course that tyre changes weren't expected.
More than 2 seconds, that's for sure.
Well, that's just ridiculous, but and unnecessary. But in this race, Tim Crichton's just set the best lap of the race, a 1:29.83, which is 1/100th of a second quicker than the pole time.
Wow.
With lots of fuel in the car as well, so the car should be heavier than what they went out in qualifying with.
Pit lane window is now open. No one's taken advantage of that just yet, though. Will people want to dive in straight away, or will they gamble maybe for a safety car at some point and see if they can take advantage of that if and when it comes?
If you're a one-driver team, your strategy is a bit more open to you, isn't it? Because obviously the idea, as you said earlier, is sharing costs. So if you're in a three-car team, you don't want to do one lap or whatever, do you, under safety car? So you're more likely to share it out in 30-minute stints, you would think.
More or less, yeah.
Whereas if you're a one-driver team, well, you've got as much strategy open to you as possible, really. Two-driver teams are a bit more open than the three drivers, you'd think.
Yeah, and you could do that situation, whether you're two or a single driver, of back-to-back stops, if there was a long safety car period, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And the leaders across the line again. Crichton pulled out to 8/10 last lap, and Carrington Yates has brought it back to half a second. Caulfield in third, only 5 seconds away, so his lap time's very similar to the top two. The fourth place car's dropped away now, that's Lewis Tyndall, but he's got a good gap to the battle for fifth, which Rob Carvel's escaped from, as has his brother Ian. So the battle's actually now over seventh, been headed by Louis Woodward from Tom Sibley. They've been joined now by Shane Rowe and Andrew Woodbine. Andrew Woodbine's getting a lot better than when he went last year, when he had a few laps when he shared with Sam Carrington Yates, isn't he? So a top 10 runner on his own, and within a couple of seconds of the best lap of the race, it's a good improvement from him.
Definitely. Alex Povey on 11th place at the moment, so they're a little bit further up the order at Silverstone.
Yeah, on the podium, so yeah. I'm not sure which of the two is a little more likely to be quicker. Well, they did qualify for all teams, so they've actually gained a few positions from there.
They have indeed. So I think everyone's all okay, apart from Mark Burton, but that car out of the pit lane now. So that's back into the race. F1 is continuing on.
The tyre change wasn't too slow, was it?
No, pretty cost a couple of minutes, something like that.
It would take just as long to work out what the problem was and get the spare tyre out and get the jack out and what have you.
Yeah. I think the lead's a bit closer again this time. 0.54 seconds was the gap. This time it's been about a quarter of a second, 0.22 in fact. And Sam Carrington Yates trying to get on the inside of Tim Crichton, going into Redgate corner, but couldn't do anything about it. And they're just starting to get a bit more traffic to deal with now as well as they go on. Corville's gone through third. Lewis Tyndall a bit more distant in fourth. Fifth is the 59 car of Rob Carvel. Sixth is the 58 car of Ian Carvel. Then it's Lee Woodward and Tom Sibley next up. Then Shane Rowe and I think Andrew Woodbine will round out the top 10.
Okay. So we've had nearly 20 minutes now of the race. Top four was pretty much, I think, identical on Dave Atty's lap chart since lap 3. And lots of sevens in the first two places to right.
Yes. I think I've noticed this at a previous round as well. You got all the sevens together.
Mark Burton's back in the pit lane.
So maybe there's more to it than just the tyre.
Looking at it again, I wondered if, because obviously now that contention, he's going to let Simon Glenn do a bit more of the driving, but yeah, so they're looking back to the rear right corner. So that's not good, is it?
No, but at least this will now count as a mandatory stop, which is something.
There's another car in.
Well, which number I didn't see. So
a 3-digit number, which would be 209.
What we want is numbers on the back of the car at this point. We don't have numbers on the back of the car.
Could it be?
It's driver
232. That did a slow lap, and I thought it was a 3-digit number.
Okay, and has that got more than one driver in it?
That'd be the Dock Rolls.
Yeah, so that's probably 232, making its first stop then.
Problem is, they're not noisy cars to notice them coming into the pit lane, are they?
No, we need to be sort of permanently looking out of our window to see them come in, which means that we're not looking at anything else.
The lead gap was just 0.24 of a second at the end of 13 laps. So Carrington Yates is very close to the leader. And they'll be coming to the end of their lap shortly. 5 seconds ahead of Alan Caulfield now. There's a big gap to the rest.
Into the pits comes number 43, so that's David Weinberg. Well, he might not hand over to Eduardo Fredani. That's the thing with this system. We don't know whether they're handing over or not.
It's just the leaders going side by side past traffic into the chicane, or a bit of jinking about as well. Is that Carrington Yates on the inside to grab the lead? He got off, he's in the gravel, which he kind of gains advantage from. Is that the case?
Yes,
Carrington Yates in front, but he's lost momentum by going through the gravel. So as they go down to Redgate, is he going to come back under pressure from Tim Crichton here? He goes on the left-hand side of the racetrack, but can't do it. So that a move that worked. We've got a new leader then across the line for the first time in the race. It was in traffic where it happened, and Sam Carrington Yates got through then into the lead.
Be interesting to see if he's able to pull away now he's got there, or if these two are on a pretty similar pace. Not spotted anyone else come into the pits just yet. Number 9 is flashing his lights. That's Shane Rowe at number 14 ahead, Tom Sibley. Andrew Woodbine right with him, so that's a 3-car battle for 8th, 9th and 10th positions. There's quite a few cars in the pit lane now. I don't see them all come in. Get the binoculars out, try to work out who's in here. 19, now they have put the number on the back, that's very good of them. And the other one that's in might be, it's not 15, it could be 16 I suppose, which was one we didn't know the start driver for anyway, so it's slightly...
None of the main contenders are pitted, have they? Which is, I guess, a bit more important to keep an eye on from here. So perhaps that's a suggestion for next year reg change, to put numbers on the back.
Yeah.
We'll have a big number on the roof, like 44 does, which is Richard Phillips, who comes across the line. They're the leaders. And is that Crichton
back in front? So they have swapped around. So the answer to the question, will Sam Carrington Yates get away, is no, because he's lost the lead. He'll think about trying to get it back at Redgate corner, but no, Crichton hangs on.
Okay. Caulfield still 5 seconds behind, third. Certainly at this stage, it's between these three, but as they've all got co-drivers, that could change in the second and third parts of the race.
42's into the pits. And the 232 car, which did come into the pits, is reversing into the garage. So it was the 232 car, but it's put out of the race.
Yeah, the Dockerell's not really as high up as...
There's a car off at the chicane. It's halfway across the gravel track. That's the 88 car being driven by Ross Riley in the first part of the race.
That's the car that was at the back of the field, to probably being lapped at the time.
Checking that his indicators are working now, by the looks of it, they appear to be. So Ross Riley back into the race.
I'm sure there's some BMW jokes at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. First time I've seen him used in my life. What have we had? 24 minutes, 15 laps completed by Tim Crichton in the lead, 3 tenths clear of Sam Carrington Yates. someone about to pin? No, I thought someone was going to pin into the pit lane then, but no. Just keeping to the left-hand side of the circuit. But as we get towards the half-hour mark, you would think we might start to see a few more drivers start to make their first stop.
Yes, that's for sure. Nearly there now, 5 minutes from 1/3 distance, and 16 laps have been done. Yes, Tyndall's still there in fourth, but he's 21 seconds behind the leader now, 5 ahead of Rob Carval, and Ian's very close to Rob. It's hard to separate the Carval brothers, isn't it? Years of racing, like you said, I think both of them battled for a VW Racing Cup Championship, and it was a very different championship to what it is nowadays.
Absolutely.
Well, they race much at golfs, I think, back then.
Was it even what won? More than perhaps race, I think.
Yes, there was lots of different types of Volkswagens back then, but that championship's changed somewhat since then. But good to see the Carvals back out racing. But they haven't done that much over the last few years.
No, not what I'm aware of. So good to see them. Good to see them competing here this weekend on the 1/6 trophy, as they have done for a couple of years now. One to the pits is the 88 car. It indicates as it's coming into the pits, and following it in is number 6 as well, which is Paul Brooks making a stop. But that's from 20th position, so again, not one of the front runners. Still not have any of the top 10 or so in the pits, apart from Mark Burton, who is now running in 30th out of 31 with the Dockerels having retired.
The leaders have gone through at the end of 17 laps, 6 tenths between Tim Crichton and Sam Carrington-Yates. And the Caulfield's catching them. He was 5 seconds behind earlier, he's now 3. So I suspect Anthony Seddon's going to be the quickest of the co-drivers in those first 3 cars.
Possibly, yeah.
Seddon, I presume it was he that got the pole lap. Both him and Alan Caulfield pretty evenly matched, but they've been pretty much on the podium in most of these 1/16 trophy races. And they're experts with the car. And I can just imagine they were the favourites, but it's so easy to lose time in the pits, isn't it? I know there's a 90 seconds they've got to be in there, but it's so easy to lose time with an issue in the pit lane.
Into the pits comes Asamilio Asclosas, number 41, to hand over to either Julian Kingston-Smith or Antonio Almeida Souza. So that's car 41 into the pits for its first stop as we come up to the half-hour point of this race.
They were the leaders across the line to complete 18 laps this time, and the gap here is 7 tenths of a second. I don't know if it's actually been out over a second at any point. The car stopped in the middle of the track up at McLean's, or on the right-hand side of the circuit, which is not ideal by anybody's stretch of imagination.
It's more or less on the racing line, isn't it? And it's not... no, it's just pulled off now. It's just pulled away now. Got the car fired up. Hopefully, just drive onto the grass, my friend. Drive onto the grass.
Car 14, which is Tom Sibley, who was inside the top 10. He was 8th.
Yeah, don't just drive onto the grass, my friend. Get it off the circuit.
That's not happened.
No. Unless there's a bit of a Charles Leclerc's about this, and he's trying to gain an advantage with teammates or something. Into the pits comes 22.
He starts to move again. It's a bit strange what's happening to the car, to be honest. Has he going about 100 metres and then it stops again?
No, so to speak. Richard Roundell's into the pits as well. It's now carrying a more respectable pace, but I suspect he'll be for the pits, which is strange because it was going well. Tom Sibley going solo, so he's not got anyone to hand over to. But I guess the point there was that if he'd stayed there, he might have been in a safety car type situation. I don't know if he's got anyone else running in the same team as him. It could have handed them an advantage. Here are the 2 leaders. They're still nose to tail pretty much, but it is Tim Crichton still ahead of Sam Carrington-Yates. And Crichton having a 1:29.83, best lap of the race. Carrington-Yates a 1:30.17.
They've been caught by third, haven't they, Caulfields?
They have, actually, because they both did 1:33. I wonder if they got stuck behind the back markers. They were in that yellow flag zone or something like that, because that can make quite a big difference, especially in these cars where momentum is key. 40 into the pits now as well, so that's Andrew Black.
Okay, and now we're coming up to that half-hour stage. It's not surprising that we've got pit stoppers. Leaders should be passing us. Oh no, probably on the other end of the track.
Yeah, it was McLean's, I think. In fact, over 2 leaders side by side there. Making their way through. It looks like they are. Sam Compton Yates on the outside. You've got Caulfield right behind them as well now as well. So it's 3 cars for the lead as they head up to Coppice Corner as we are approaching the 30-minute point in this race. And it really is like a sprint because you've got 3 cars absolutely hammer and tongs going for the lead of the race. It's Sam Compton Yates trying to find a way past Tim Crichton, who's got head to blaze as they drop down the straight. Alan Caulfield in there as well. Tim Crichton driving on the left-hand side of the circuit. Is he going to leave the door open for Sam Carrington Yates? Yes, he is. And Sam Carrington Yates goes through to take the lead in treble 7. And Tim Crichton just about holds on to second from Alan Caulfield.
That was quite a lively lap, wasn't it? So Sam Carrington Yates has got the lead before, but he's got the lead again now after 20 laps of the race and half an hour. So that was a half an hour race. That would have been a very entertaining final lap, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
8 tenths separate the top 3 then, which is the closest that Alan Caulfield's been to the other 2 all race long. And they've got a bit of traffic, I think, going down to the old hairpin. And all that car's in a bit of an awkward place for the leader. Carrington Yates rounding outside through the old hairpin. Now, if he's made this work, he might be able to break away, but I don't think he particularly has. He has not, because he's got Crichton and Caulfield right on his tail, and to the left-hand side of the circuit goes Crichton. I think he is blocked there. He had a break going up through Short's curve, which I don't think you'd normally do in these cars. But yes, super close. The top 3 separated by absolutely nothing on lap 21. With these bigger grids, definitely the 116 trophy race that been very competitive here at Donington Park between these 3 in this first stint.
Yeah, absolutely. You wonder if any of the 3 here will decide to back out of this and head into the pit lane.
I think stop. Crichton's back alongside here on the inside, and down the inside of both of them comes Caulfield. They might be having too much fun to come into the pits here. They might not let their co-drivers do any driving. Who leads this time then? Is it back to Crichton? It is. Carrington Yates might lose second here too, because he's got Alan Caulfield nosing in front. He's ahead across the line as they complete 21 laps of the race. 2/3 of a second separate the top 3 at the end of the lap, and it's Crichton that leaded backing out of it there with Alan Caulfield. He's on lots of these races. He knows it can't be one-third distance, but it's a good scrap that was developed in this race at the front of the field. They're a long way ahead of anybody else as well.
They are indeed 24 seconds ahead of Lewis Tindalls, who's quite lonely. And then you've got the Carvel brothers, Ian and Rob, 5th and 6th, then 7th, 8th and 9th, Lee Woodward, and then you've got some of the back marks as well, and into the pits comes number 16, which I think is actually for his first stop. I don't know if that's been in before. Then on Mahmood, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor.
Okay. Well, the leaders, they'll be heading back towards us, I guess.
Tom Sibley seems to be carrying on as normal now. Having had a lap of 3 minutes 39, he's just gone past at a reasonable lick. Although was that another 3 minute 39 lap? He's running in 24th place though anyway.
Here come the leaders down to the chicane. There's it's Crichton in front. In second, Carrington Yates feeling the need to defend, I think. Or was he attacking? Hard to tell. I think he was doing both. They're staying in the same order as they complete another lap. Yeah, I think they're enjoying themselves too much in this race. The top 3 as they complete the lap. Again, 2/3 of a second separate the 3 of them as they head off down towards Redgate again.
Yes, Tom Sibley actually came into the pits, didn't he? After his dramas up at McLaren. So he's pretty served his stop as well now, his first stop, but well down the order. So that battle for the lead, heading down the Craner curves. Crichton, Carrington Yates, Caulfield, the 3 Cs, making their way towards the old hairpin for the 23rd time in this race. So all things being equal, we should get probably 58 laps out of this race, I would think, something like that. taking into account the fact that they've got to make 2 90-second stops, which will effectively cost them a couple of laps. Heading into McLean's, more traffic for them to deal with. Probably not this lap, but the next one, I would think. We'll see how effectively they deal with that. But we're still well into the middle third of the race now.
The leader gapped the other two a little bit, or he just wide out of Coppice in it. Goes a bit
slightly, and it's actually close for second and third, isn't it? With Caulfield getting alongside Carrington Yates at the moment. I think Carrington Yates has held on though, as the leader gets past the 40 car, which has been into the pits, the long black and Kitchener car.
6 tenths is the gap that he's pulled out. To be fair, it's larger than what it has been for a lot of the race so far. Still Lewis Tyndall in 4th, Robin Ian Carvell 5th and 6th, Louis Woodward is 7th, Andrew Woodbine 8th. Shane Rhodes dropped to 9th, I think he was a little bit higher earlier, and then Alex Paley completes the top 10. After 23 laps now of the race, the leaders, the 3 of them turn their way through the old hairpin on the 24th time around the circuit. But you'd certainly think that the first pit stop is coming up soon. Brighton's got 2 other drivers to share with, Peter and Harry Omerod.
Yep, and a bit more rain falling now, possibly, as well. So, whether that makes any bearing on things, I don't think it does.
The wet race we had at Snetterton a couple of years ago, the lap times were way off, something like 30 seconds. So I guess when it does get slippery, these cars, and I guess because they're budget tyres, in fact, they don't work quite as well as other tyres do in wet conditions, but the rain is so gentle here at Donington Park today, it's not having any significant bearing as it stands.
Richard Lakey in for his first stop, car number 11.
The top 3 are absolutely together as they cross the line. 3 tenths of a second, 1/3 of a second separate the 3 of them at the line. Caulfield is on the outside of Carrington Yates. They stay in the same order. That was the closest the 3 of them have been all race long.
Yeah, and that continues as they head through Hollywood and down towards Redgate. 2 of them pretty much side by side.
Has Caulfield got 3 there?
I think he might have done actually. It's quite hard to pick out the colours on these cameras, but he may well have done actually. Got up into second place, but you're right. Only 1/3 of a second covering all 3 of them over the line. Well, I think he has, hasn't he?
It's not quite like the Sam Carrington Yates domination we've had in some races in past years.
Not at all. All the better for it.
That marker might have just allowed Crichton to break away from the other 2, but it seems if you're able to get the break, you don't stay in front for very long. Well, the slower car was over the curves, trying to keep out the way of the battle for the lead. I think Carrington Yates is fighting back here on Alan Caulfield, so they're side by side again. As they come down to the chicanes, the inside line for Carrington Yates, and he slots in front. He's taking a lot of speed through the chicanes, so he takes an awkward line through the second element of it, and Caulfield's going to try and come back past him.
Yeah, we'll have a go. So Crichton just about just under a second up the road from them at the moment. But it's Carrington Yates that hangs on to second through Redgate, but it looks like Caulfield carries good speed through Hollywood. Can he challenge down the Craner curves, perhaps? On this, the 26th lap of the race. These 3 teams, drivers, clearly the class of the field at the moment. I suppose if they think they've got their quickest drivers out there now as well, they will want to leave them in for a bit longer. But they will have to make, in the next 36 minutes, 2 more pit stops. Because all the pit stops must be done by 75 minutes into the race. And actually, the same goes for all of the drivers in the top 10 at the moment. All yet to make a stop. Which is unsurprising, why they would be in the top 10. But
yeah, but they're also the cars that are basically in the top 10 that should be, even without stops.
Yeah, that's true.
The early two cars that went missing both had issues, Tom Sibley and Mark Burton.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think a lot of people are playing the strategy game, but there's a chance this race might go green all the way through.
Could do. Can be quite efficient here. As of the grass there goes the race in as it gets past the back marking 209 car, the Jigsaw Marquis car, so 77. And they're actually a bit more spread out the top three this time. It's the same order, Crichton, Carrington, Yates and Cover, but there's now 1.73 seconds separating them. Long way back to Lewis Tyndall, number 75 in fourth place. Lapping about, capable of lapping a second or so slower than the first three.
Carl Elbom still together, fifth and sixth. Rob ahead of Ian at the moment. Small gap between Louis Woodward and Andrew Woodbine, 7th and 8th. Alex Povey, 9th, ahead of Andrew Rowe now, and Rowe's been caught by Andrew Chang. And one of the Carvels are in.
I think it's the 59 car that's in. So that is Rob.
Yeah, he was slightly slower lap, didn't he? If that makes sense.
So Robin for his first stop.
So he'd be in front of Ian, wasn't he, up to that stage?
He was, yeah.
That's the first of the real contenders then that have blinked first, I guess, and made the first pit stop.
Yeah, and of course he's a driver that's driving solo, so he has got that flexibility, as you've been saying. In now comes number 99. So that's Kevin Begley. And he will either continue or hand over to Simon Cullum.
And he's from 12th.
Leaders across the line again, and they've closed up a bit once again. The gap between the three of them down to 1.07 seconds again.
I guess one way you can gain a lot of time in this race is how aggressive you are into the pit lane and getting your speed down as late as possible.
Right, it's hard to do that here. There's one off in the gravel at the chicane. At Silverstone, you've got quite a long pit entrance before the white line. Signifies the start of the pit lane, but you've not got that here.
88.
It is, and the driver getting out of the car. It was Ross Riley that started that car, but it could be Gary Taylor that's now in it.
It's in an impressive place.
It is. It's sort of right in the corner of the gravel trap, isn't it? So I'm not quite sure how you get there.
Well, in the last race, we left a car there which was probably more in a worse place. The only problem this race is a lot longer, of course, than the car club race. But I suspect they will leave it there.
Could do. It's not. It's not a common place to have cars going off, is it? That's for certain. No sign of the safety car moving to the end of the pit lane or anything like that.
Andrew Woodbine has caught Louis Woodward for what is now 6th.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Then you've got Alex Povey in 8th. Andrew Chang is with him in 9th, who's also past Shane Rowe. Is that Rowe in the pits? It was a slow last lap.
No, it's not Rowe in the pits. Oh no, that is Rowe in the pits. So yeah,
That was a way too quick pit stop though, because he would have only just...
No, it's the next car further down the pit lane that he's in. And now the treble 7 car's in, so Sam Carrington Yates is in now. Is there going to be a driver change?
Yeah. Mark Sullivan's right there, I think.
Yeah, it looks like that is the case.
It's pretty much halfway into the race now as well. If Mark Sullivan wants to do half the race.
Yeah, Sam Carrington Yates is getting out, I think. Of course, they could have another stop before the end. It's within before 15 minutes before the end. I can see the Snatch tractor is going to head up towards the chicane, I think, to get that car out.
I think it's a little while before it gets there.
So it could just by yellows at the minute.
How would it? You have to go under the tunnel, like.
No, it'll come up the loop, and
But then you'd have to cross the track.
yeah. So whether they'll get a safety car for that remains
So
to
the
be seen.
safety car's moving.
A couple of cars coming in, 93 and 53 now are into the pits.
Safety car's moving in, so I think you're right, which means a clever strategy is here. We'll keep the cars out until the safety car does come out the track, because actually, right now, it's the wrong time to pit, absolutely.
Yeah, give it a minute or two.
But contact. The safety car's moving, so it's going out now.
Yeah, and safety car board shown.
Contact with drivers, I guess, isn't easy here. Is it?
Well, I think that some of the drivers have got radios.
Yeah.
So you think that the drivers talked about that post-race at Silverstone. So there's actually a few coming in now.
Yeah, so now probably is the right time to come in, isn't it?
Yeah. So we've got car 5, which is one of the leading contenders, car 80. How did the 77 car come in? That I didn't see. The race leader. I think it might have done. But it's quite hard to tell.
It's less than pit lane. That was when I did that one by myself. That was nice and easy to tell because at the end of the pit you can see them coming.
Yeah, here they're just all coming in. I've given up. I'm trying to keep track of them. But absolutely 6. But 87 is staying out. That's Louis Woodward. But everyone else, and Rob Carvel, who's just been into the pit lane, is staying out as well.
I guess it's quite a good idea here because you want to catch the back of the train of the safety car. Yeah, because safety car's half a lap ahead of these cars now that are coming through, so you can do another decently quick lap.
Yeah.
How are we getting on with the snatch tractor? I guess it's going to have to wait a little bit before it can get across the circuit. But here it comes.
Indeed.
It shouldn't be too long really. Driver getting back in, and once you get the car out of the gravel, he should be able to drive into the pit lane with no real problem.
So the one here that might have made a boob on the pit stop is Sam Carrington-Yates and Mark Sullivan, in that they went in just before. Is this going to cost them?
It's quite possible, isn't it? He's done half the pit stops under green flag conditions.
The track snatch vehicle there to recover 88 car from the gravel trap at the chicane. So for a while at least, the time screen is going to be rather confusing. But some of the cars that have been in to make their stops are now back out on circuit again. They've been stopped for a minute and a half. And obviously it's been a very slow safety car lap, so these drivers haven't lost another lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, so it would be crucial here for people to get out of the pits before the safety car queue, and there's lots leaving now. One of the lights going to go red.
Well, that's going to be the problem, isn't it? They will at some point go red. As the safety car queue comes back, it's the number 9 car that's at the head of the queue, which is that of one of the rows. Shane Rowe started. They might have swapped now to Andrew. Red lights now at the end of the pit lane. So that's a few drivers that are going to be delayed. They go green because there's only half a dozen cars behind the safety car.
Yeah, well, they're only red lights for 5 seconds, but that loses you like 90 seconds of the race. So.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Car is going back to the pits, and the snatch tractor's already left.
Yep. So that's good. More cars coming in. The 42 car coming in now. That's the Brezitz, Webster and Allen car. It's the second stop for them. But you would think then we'd get one more lap behind the safety car, and then the race will get back underway. Now there's a car there with about 6 116s behind it that's going a little bit slow. It's not really going at the pace you might expect it to try and catch up the safety car train.
Is that not Anthony Seddon and Aaron Caulfield?
Possibly. There's a few groups, isn't there, that are circulating rather than doing what they can to push on.
Well, this group is slower than the next one. Oh no, there's 7 cars in this group, so it couldn't be that one. No, you've got the 2 leaders, what were the leaders, which was the Crichton and Caulfield cars.
Oh, this is frustrating because that car is going slower than it needs to, and the safety car, I'm pretty sure, will come in this time.
But they are 2nd and 3rd overall still, and the only car in front of them, Louis Woodward, did not pit.
And into the pits now comes 58, so that's Ian Carvel. So I think that must be his first stop. I think he's been in before.
Yeah, did he do back-to-back stops?
It's possible.
Because he's done a 3.5 minute back time.
So he's doing 2 then, back-to-back, which is what we said you could do if you were a single driver.
Well, I guess you could do it if you were a free driver, but it's not such fun for a guy that doesn't get to only gets to do a lap under safety car.
Of course, the team down the lane making sure that the stops are of the requisite 90-second length. Any that are under length will be penalised accordingly.
And things are done safely as well. I'm sure it's going to be a hot topic.
Yeah, especially when we've had such a busy pit lane. We've still got this situation whereby the group of cars there that's not making any effort to catch up the safety car, which is coming in this time. And that's a real shame because it compromises people's race. The 9 car is following the safety car into the pits. That's to make their second stop, Shane and Andrew Rowe. But now they're doing it under green flag conditions, potentially.
Yeah.
So, what's the order?
Did Woodward pit?
I don't think he has done.
I wonder if he's pitted this time or the time before last.
Yeah, 93's in again, which is for their second stop. So you've got Louis Woodward leading, Tim Crichton second. Whoever's in that car now in second, Anthony Seddon third.
There they are, across the line together.
They are indeed green flag waves. They can now pass that slower car, and it's actually Alan Caulfield. The Tim Crichton car, and it's not Tim Crichton at the wheel now, we don't know who it is, has pretty much let Alan Caulfield and Anthony Seddon's car go through and take what is the lead of the race.
Well, Woodward must have pitted, mustn't he?
Yeah, so Woodward has made the first of his stops. So it's now, we think, probably Anthony Seddon at the wheel of that car and taking the lead of the race.
Lewis Tyndall is 13 seconds behind them in third. Fourth might be Mark Sullivan, who's taken over from Sam Carrington-Yates. It's not. It's Louis Woodward out the pit lane now. So he actually didn't lose in that, did he?
Doesn't seem to have done. So it's all rather confusing because the still cars come up for one that haven't seen the green flag yet as well.
So this is frustrating for the drivers in this group. Anthony Woodbine in that, and
spinner! It's the 42 car coming out of the pit lane, keeps it out of the barrier, and everyone else avoids collecting it. That's the Brezitz, Webster and Allen car that's been in twice to the pits, one of the 40-40 racing entries. So lives to fight another day. So we should have the race lead coming through the chicane now. We do. That's Anthony Seddon, we think, in the number 5 car. And so he has the lead for number 77, which is the Ormrod and Crichton car. Those two separated by, about 3 seconds now, 3.6 seconds on the road. Third, another one coming to the pits for second time is the 75 car of Lewis Tyndall now,
from third place.
Yeah.
That's an interesting choice.
It is, at this stage, with safety car having gone back into the pit lane.
So that means Louis Woodward will be up to third, Andrew Woodbine will be fourth, Mark Sullivan fifth. So the 2 cars Sam Carrington-Yates has drove over the last 2 years are 5th and 6th in the race. Then, I guess it's Ryan Bensley who's taken over from Andrew Chan now for 7th. Then up to 8th has come the car of Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss, who weren't contenders earlier. That was car 80 earlier on, Dave. Way down 16th in the early stages, so they've come through.
The Carvels are going to be interesting ones because we think they've both, City and Carvel double stopped, didn't he? And he's showing in 10th at the moment, so he'll be one to keep an eye on in terms of where he sort of feeds back in as others make their second stops. So we are 52 minutes, nearly 53 minutes into this race now, coming into the last 35 minutes or so of the race.
Car 40 didn't sound too clever passing us. Well, the Andrew Long, Andrew Black and Dan Kitchener car. Where's that? That's way back, isn't it, I think? 27th position, it was a slow lap, 142. Lead gap has stabilised at 3.9 seconds. So after the Ormrod poor restart, is now going on that lap as quickly as Anthony Seddon did, which is interesting. And those two are a long way ahead of the rest. So the safety car didn't allow anybody to catch them. And it should be Lewis Tyndall who is in third now, because Louis Woodward pitted. No, it was Woodward that pitted. It was Tyndall that pitted, wasn't it? So Woodward is third, Lee Woodward 23 seconds behind the top two. He was lapping quicker than both of them on that the 33rd lap of the race.
Car 14, Tom Sibley, is getting a black flag. So that's because he's going to have some kind of penalty to serve, one would think.
He's 13th at the moment, which is an improvement after his error. The car stopped earlier, but black flag is a bigger issue. The Carvels lost out. Of course, they made 2 stops, though, haven't they?
Yeah, well, it's only Ian has.
I think they both have, and they're both together still.
Yeah, amazing.
So they're 10th and 11th, and they could. That strategy could work for them, I think.
It could do. Certainly wants to watch in this race. Oh my word! There's about 6 cars on top of each other. There as they go through the chicane. One of them, pit lane bound, is the 40 car, which you said was sounding off. So one of the 40-40 team cars, but a couple of the other 40-40 cars involved in that Schmozzle and one of the Carvels. I think
The other one should be far away.
Right, just behind him, Rob. About 2 seconds back.
Ryan Bentley's going quick now. He's just on a PB in the 53 car and is catching the car that led earlier on, Mark Sullivan, who's taken over from Sam Carrington-Yates, and I suspect he'll be passing on this lap. They should be coming to the end of the lap shortly. And again, there's a load of cars together coming down the back straight then, and is anyone going to make a move here? Is Bensley in this group to pass Mark Sullivan? 53 we're looking for here. Let's have a look. Yeah, here it is. The 53 is the white car. He is ahead of 777.
Yeah, he is.
So that's 5th place now for Ryan Bensley.
Yeah, mortgage broker. He was the 2008 Stock Hatch champion, the runner-up in 2009. He was the runner-up in Sport Max in 2010, currently racing in the Civic Cup, and he's expecting to be out and do a couple of rounds in Hot Hatch this year in his Civic EP3 as well.
Well, that's been interesting. Ryan did a bit of commentary with you, didn't he?
He did. Oh, that's some of the racing of the UK stuff on 750 Race Club meetings. We even had him doing we did film features as well at some race meetings as well. Track guides and such like. That's ambitious.
6 seconds is the gap between Sedya and Omerod now, up front, after 35 laps. There's only just over half hour of the race to go now.
Time flies, isn't it?
Seddon doesn't appear to be as quick as Caulfield, actually.
No, he's doing 133s, but it's difficult to gauge because I think it's getting a bit more grim out there. Although, as we've said, Ryan Bensley's gone faster, albeit that was than Andrew Shang. You had the car in the first part of the race. As a general point, the lap times are slower than the best times by sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, something like that now. So I think the conditions are deteriorating, Josh.
Possibly. I guess the tyres might go off as the race goes on as well. Andrew Woodbine comes through. Where's Lee Woodward gone? Is he in the pits in, or?
I don't think so. There's no car in the pits, but I think that's him.
Yeah, it's definitely raining more now, actually, looking at the cameras. But I think just in the last lap or so, it's got worse.
Car 6 in the pits again. But not one of the front runners. So Lee Woodward would try to locate.
Nothing seems obvious, but I don't think he's come through, has he?
I don't think we've seen him. We'll see if he does appear. If he's stranded somewhere on the circuit, we've not been able to pick him up searching through the CCTV cameras.
On that lap, Omerod was slightly quicker than the leader, Seddon. 5.7 seconds a gap. So it's a big gap now there from them two to Andrew Woodbine, who's actually one of the quickest drivers on the circuit. He's 8 seconds ahead of Ryan Bensley.
There's one that spun just coming out of the old hairpin. It was spinning and it's come to a stop, but I think everyone's managed to avoid it. Didn't see which car that was though. I think it was a dark coloured car, but it's getting back up to speed now.
Woodward have been put back in, so it's that transponder.
Okay, right, yep. So that makes sense. Back in 3rd place.
28 seconds behind the leader.
It looks like effectively a double lap time there.
There's the car facing backwards out of McLean's.
Oh, yes.
That Woodbine, possibly from fourth.
It is, I think, yeah. It is the AWE car, so Andrew Woodbine has spun out of fourth at McLean's. Into pits comes 14 top Sibley, and that might be for a penalty, actually.
And sprinting away from the car is Andrew Woodbine, and where it is, we've got a snatch tractor not far away at Coppet, haven't we?
Yeah.
So that might actually go down to McLean's. It's a long way up the corner, isn't it? I wanted to go out over the curbs or something and settled the car. How are lap times doing? 1:38 for the leader, so if conditions are getting worse, it does appear that's the case. And 1:43 for Omerod, so yeah, I think on that lap the conditions have got much worse, and we've seen Andrew Woodbine spin into the gravel, which is another sign that it is tricky out there now. Where's Louis Woodward then? 87 in third place. What kind of lap time is he managing? A 1:40, so he's 3 seconds quicker than Omerod, but 2 seconds slower than 7.
Yeah, so what we suspect might happen in these conditions is happening, in that the lap times are getting sort of much more sparse. Lap times actually in dry conditions are all very close together, but in the wet, perhaps some drivers less experienced in these conditions, perhaps haven't driven the car very often in the wet, don't know how hard they can push. Busy finding the limits.
Have we got any snatch tractor movement? Yes, we have. Up at McLean's. Here it comes. So yeah, this is going to be done under local yellows.
Yeah, it looks like it. So Ryan Bensley, he's the 1:38, so lapping in the same kind of bracket as Seddon there, and faster than Sullivan. I've got yellow flags at the start line now as well, and the safety car's heading out.
But the coverage is going to be half done. There's a car off down the Craners in the gravel trap in the middle of the circuit.
Okay, that's where it'll be for then, because there's marshals heading to the scene there.
That would have been a pretty interesting moment, I suspect, for the driver.
I can't see which car that is, but safety car scrambled for the second time. So those that haven't yet made their second stops will be heading in, including the 77 car has come straight in there. And actually that works out quite nicely because there's 29 minutes of the race left to go.
And the leader missed it, the chance, I think, that Nick Seddon come in, which could cost them. Although I suspect this safety car period will last a little while.
Could do, few laps maybe.
But of course the snatch track is just the other side of the track, so maybe not too much. And presumably after this safety car period, everyone would have done 2 stops. 22 is the car off. That's Richard Roundel. He was 17th. So both him and Andrew Woodbine come a cropper on lap 36 of the race. So the race, well, I said it might go green all the way. We've had 2 safety car periods now since that. And the next 5 minutes or so, hopefully we'll work out what the situation is with the race.
Yeah, a few Ryan Bensley's in for his, so that'll be a second stop for him, and Treble 7's in also for their second stop, so those are all in.
I think the Andrew Woodbine car is clear of the McLean's gravel. So it's just on at the Craners, I think. Which I don't think there's any progress there as of yet. Marshall's just reached the car, and now the snatch tractor can cross the circuit.
Yeah, and hopefully that will be dealt with fairly promptly. But we'll get probably at least a couple more laps into the safety car. I think the safety car's about to come through.
And I suspect Seddon will come in. The safety car's caught the leader, but that's going to go wrong now. And actually Seddon pits.
Yeah.
So this should put the Omerod car into the lead, I would imagine.
Would think so, yeah. I think that's the favourite
as long as they didn't,
situation.
As they didn't get caught by the red lights there. There's a few cars that have. But it will become clear soon. So we'll only have about a 20-minute sprint when this gets back going, won't we?
Something like that. It'd be interesting to see how close on track some of the contenders are together as well. Because if they are close, that could make for an entertaining race, really. But safe to assume that everyone would have made their stops by now, I think. So 64 minutes gone.
Actually, could Anthony Seddon almost get a lap on the field here if they don't wave cars through?
Potentially, I suppose.
I wonder if the onboard car did get caught by the red lights. So there's still some cars ahead of the safety car, one at least.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that car though.
We'll just have to wait and see how this pans out.
That's the Woodbine car that's been out the gravel at McLean, isn't it? That's for the pits. And the Seddon car's away. So yeah, if we don't wave people through, I think they're going to have the best part of a lap on the field. So that means the onboard car actually did get stuck behind the red light situation.
Right.
So perhaps that strategy didn't work quite as I was expecting it to.
Well, this is the thing. You make a gamble, don't you? When you sort of dive into the pits like that, it can work perfectly in your favour, but there is some risk attached.
The safety car's coming in, so that is the case. So Anthony Seddon should win this, surely.
Well, let's just see how how it all pans out when they've all been through and done another lap. But yeah, they're on 39 laps now.
Carvel's are second and third, I reckon. Is that the case? Yes, it is.
Yeah, they are, and they're still on the lead lap, 2.5 minutes behind Shedden, but it'll be about a minute by the time they've sort of taken into account the pit stop time.
So actually, the onboard strategy didn't work. So Lewis Tyndall's fourth, and then onboard fifth, and those and Ward and then Bensley and then Sullivan, they're all quite close, aren't they? Second through to eighth.
There's a fight on for second here, potentially.
There's 14 seconds between 7 cars.
Yeah, but you would think that it's Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield that it's actually just played out perfectly for them as far as the safety car and the pit stops have been concerned. Pure good fortune on their part, and bad fortune on others.
Yeah, because I think if we didn't get another safety car, the Carvels would have been looking strong, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. So there is the race leading car. That's been through now to complete 40 laps, so it's just a question of how big that gap is, but I should think it'll be getting on for a minute over Ian and Rob Carvel, who they were second apart in cars 58 and 59 respectively. Some back markers, a lap or more down, going through as well. But yeah, I think it is going to be about the race for second place here now, Josh, with only 23 minutes to go.
And we shall see shortly if Ian Carvel is still ahead and how the first lap's gone. Here's 58, so Ian Carvel still ahead with Rob not far behind. Then there's a gap. It was Lewis Tyndall before, and it still is him. Then it's Omerod still in fifth, I think,
And then Sullivan, or possibly now Counting Yates again, it could be, I suppose.
Woodward's just in front, so he's in the middle of Omerod and Sullivan. What happened to Ryan Bensley on that lap?
That wasn't it? 15 seconds. Yes. Well, not 15 seconds. 15 seconds further than the best time, but that's 7 or 8 seconds lost from what they've been doing recently.
And look at the lap times. That would suggest it is Sam Carrington Yates. He's the quickest car on the track.
Yeah. So that would make sense. So how high can he get back up the order then?
Actually, Tom Sibley's quicker, but he's a couple of laps down. But yes, Carrington Yates for the podium, possibly.
You would think that's a possibility. He's second at the minute.
He's at 7 seconds behind. He's actually 13 seconds behind Carvel, isn't he? And after that, a second quicker.
And there might be about 13 laps, probably just under that, left to go. No, actually, probably about 13 laps left to go.
Hard to know how the conditions are going to adjust over the next 20 minutes, which is, I think, going to be pretty crucial. And for the leader, Anthony Sedgwick, I'm not making a mistake, and he's just in a 38.1, so he's pretty rapid on that lap.
Clear track.
Yeah, that's going to help.
Which helps. Which not many others have got the benefit of at the moment. There's a lot of traffic as that sort of the safety car queue unwinds itself, I guess.
Yeah, most of that front group are towards the back of the queue. Ian Carvel's on the 35, so conditions are obviously improving.
Yeah, and that means the gap's down to 39 seconds.
Onward's on the 35 as well, as is Carrington Yates.
Yeah, so, okay, that's interesting. So Seddon's not as quick as we thought he was then. Or Seddon Caulfield.
I guess you don't need to push it, it's a bit tricky.
Not when you're 38 seconds ahead with 20 minutes to go.
But the second onward looks good. Quickest car on the road, actually. And he's catching Lewis Tyndall rapidly.
Yeah, they'll probably be like with him now, I should think. Because they're only 1.2 seconds adrift at the start of the lap. There's overlying the Seddon and Caulfield car racing again to complete lap 42. Only 1:38 for them, so not as quick as some of the other cars out there.
I guess there's 38 seconds. They can't afford to lose too many seconds of lap.
No, three seconds a lap for 13 laps would lose them the lead. And that's pretty roughly how many laps we'll have left to go. So there's the Woodbine car. That's back into the race, having been off earlier. That's running in 28th position and is 4 laps down now.
Here's Ian Carvel in second place across the line. It's a 35.9, so what, 2.5 seconds quicker than the leader. Then Rob Carvel is third. Onward got fourth, hitting the 34s. And then what about Carrington Yates? He's in a lower 34.2. So he is 4 seconds quicker than Anthony Seddon. He's 47 seconds behind. At that rate, it's possible,
It's just about doable, isn't it? If those gaps persist.
But of course, it's much easier for Seddon, I guess, to speed up and the others to slow down with a big moment.
One of them spinning, keeps it out of the gravel trap, thankfully. Otherwise, we might have had another safety car.
That would have made things a lot closer up front.
It would have done. That would have made things interesting, wouldn't it? In the closing stages of the race. So, Seddon again coming through. Seddon and Caulfield, number 5. That's on real 1:37, so he's slightly quicker that time. But if the conditions are just getting less bad again.
There's a car off at Coppice. And it's on the exit of the corner. It's in an awkward place.
Hopefully that will get going again. It's the rear wheels are just over the curb. Yeah, it will do. And that is the 16 car?
Possible. 22nd place, that car. The Omar Mahood, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor car. Another one spun at Coppice. So that's tricky. Oh, and 2 have gone off in avoidance
into the gravel as well when they get out. One of them has done. One of them is still there.
That's just a bumper that's left.
It might be just a bit of body work, yeah. Second and third have come through. Carvel did a 1:40 that time. Ian Carvel, Rob Carvel at 1:39. So they lost round to the leaders. And Ormond did a 1:38. Sullivan at 1:39. Tingle at 1:43. There would have been yellow flags there at various points.
I wonder if in those 40 seconds when the conditions got worse as well.
Could have done. Yeah, I think that and yellow flags would probably explain that.
If you look at the camera down the back straight, you can see the tyre marks now starting to become visible on the circuit, which is usually a sign that it's getting more slippy.
Yeah, more difficult out there for sure. Bigger spots of rain on our window, which is as expected. We were expecting to get heavy rain at this part of the day. And it's materialised.
There's someone going off up at McLean's and into the gravel. It's all got rather interesting out there now. That's going to get out the gravel as well, I think.
Yeah, it does. And that was one of the Carvels. Which one? I'm not quite sure, but it's been passed by Sam Carrington Yates anyway.
39 for the leader that time, so which is decent for if you compare the last 2 laps.
The car that was off at Coppice said it wasn't 16 because it's completely.
Oh, there's another one off on McLean's around the same place, but that looks like it might be stuck in the gravel.
Yeah, and it's well in. And it's one of the 40-40 racing cars, I think. Can't read the number on it or through the blocks there, unfortunately.
Right, it's Ian Carvel is still there, so it must have been Rob.
Yeah.
That went off. It's car 41, and it's damage to front bumper in that, so that's the Julian Kingston Smith with Asa Morius Closos and Antonio Almeida Souza. They were running 18th before that. So Ian Carvel's second. He's got a penalty. Ian Carvel's got a 10-second penalty. What would that be for then?
Consult my list of possible penalties.
So that means the Ormerod car will go into second, although they're third on the road. Fourth is Carrington Yates, who's the quickest car on the track again. Rob Carvel dropped to fifth, and Lewis Tyndall sixth. Louis Woodward seventh, and Andrew Chang eighth.
I'm not sure what the 10-second penalty will be for, because I'm not for jumping the start at this stage. And there's no other penalties listed on the list here that would account for that. It's not a track limits penalty because you'd start with 5 for that. And then get 10 and so forth.
It's a very delayed start penalty. Maybe there's been some evidence taken to the race control.
Yeah, that'd be sort of out of position, of course, because it's a rolling start rather than a jump start.
So what we do with the car at McLean's, I wonder.
I think we might get an intervention of some kind.
Here comes the snatch vehicle.
Yeah, it's heading down from Coppice Corner, isn't it? To capture it at McLean's.
So we'll do it under local yellows, possibly. A 143 for the leader. So that was slow. But is it because the conditions have got worse again? On that lap. I think we'll be doing this under local yellow because the snap tractor's on the.
It's almost there now, isn't it?
It's in the gravel already.
Yeah.
143 also for Ian Carvel, so that's even, and a 143 for Ormerod. So
okay, that is the time, those are the conditions now.
A 41 for Carrington Yates, who's 2 seconds quicker, and he's right on the tail of the Ormerod car. So we wonder if Carrington Yates could get on the podium, and it looks pretty likely now. It looks like it's going to be a second place.
It does, with penalty for Carvel to take into account. Could get there off his own bat effectively with 14 minutes left to go. Irrespective of the penalty for Carvel, the tractor is now at the scene of the car that's stranded in the McLean's gravel trap, and we'll try and pull it out of the way.
It's obviously very easy to make a mistake at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're 13 or 30 seconds off of dry pace as well, which is fairly significant, isn't it?
It is. Does mean that we'll have to get slightly less.
Big spin down the craners, and the car digs into the gravel but doesn't go over, so that's positive. But that's how, again, the snatch tractor's not far from there, but as conditions are tricky, it's a hard choice, isn't it, from race control what to do.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that car that's stranded on the gravel trap. We can't see who it is. The camera's not zoomed in on the number for us to be able to tell.
Nope. I should say that.
And it is is that 19? Yeah, Richard Wadlow Smith, David Pickup in that car at the moment.
Number 23rd. Oh, Mark Burton's car's got a load of penalties. At least 15 seconds of track limit penalties.
I did see, I think that car got the John Towns drag earlier on. So at least 15 seconds.
Well, obviously it might not have been he driving, Simon Glenn with him this weekend. And the snap tractor's coming out at Crane's cars under local yellows.
So we may get through to the end without any further intervention from the safety car.
Sam Carrington Yates hasn't really made any progress into Anthony Seddon then, because it's 46 seconds, and I think it was about that when we started monitoring it, when it looked like it was going to come down rapidly.
Yeah. So that's not going to change now, I don't think. The lead.
Into 11th place has come Jack and Christopher Godden, who I don't think they featured earlier on.
No, they led briefly at Silverstone before, mid the pit stops. Jack Godden and his father Christopher racing that car.
That was 71 earlier in the race, Dave.
right at the 22nd after 15 laps, so a long way back, and now they're just outside the top 10. I think Jack,
And he's rapid, 143. It's the quickest car, or pretty much the quickest car on the track.
I think Jack's pretty quick. We showed that at Silverstone, pretty good deal faster than his father, and that possibly explains that one.
They did qualify 10th, so he obviously dropped back in the early stages, but going well now. Could get themselves back into the top 10. Yeah, they finished 9th at Silverstone.
Yeah.
So could get a similar result.
Green flag on the exit of the chicane. What's going on there, Josh?
This car recovering. Is that Andrew Woodbine again?
It is Andrew Woodbine again. I think that's back onto the circuit. The green flag's still away vigorously, though, as if there was something else there, though.
Yeah.
But we can't see it on our CCTV. It's going now. It's gone in, so...
Obviously just waving to the green, pick the people that got the yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's up in a moment on the craners under yellow flags. That's not going to be looked on well. They saved it though, but yeah, that's not ideal.
Right. Our snatch vehicle is going away without having moved the car.
The marshal's still there. Oh, my word. More people having moments down the craner curves. Yeah, that's not great, is it?
Well, yeah, that car may have moved, but it didn't. It's not been moved out of the gravel trap, unfortunately. And the snatch vehicle was giving it up. So,
some sort of problem was it down there?
what we know is the pit lane window's closed. That closed 5 minutes ago, so no more pit stops to be made.
Marshall's retreating as well now with drivers, so perhaps they'll leave the car there.
Yeah, maybe just be left there now for the rest of the race. About 9 minutes to go of the scheduled 90.
Very slow lap for the leader, 151.
Okay, why was that then? So that could have been an issue with yellow flags potentially, being behind a slower car, I suppose. That's an inopportune moment.
We've got yellows at McLean's now.
Shouldn't do, I don't think. No, well, all we do, yes, at the apex of the corner. So is there something between McLean's and Coppice? No, is it just the snatch vehicle moving back into position? Well, it's behind the barrel, isn't it? So there must be something further up the hill.
I think that is
obvious. It could be right behind the barrels on the inside, which we wouldn't see, I don't think.
Oh, yes, and the car is recovering.
Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. So that time through, Carvel took 6 seconds into the advantage of Seddon and Caulfield then, but of course he's got that 10-second penalty. And Carrington Yates caught Carvel by over 1.5 seconds as well. So looks like he's going to get second back on the road.
Yes, it's going to be tight for who gets third between Ian Carvel and the onward pairing. Because there's about 10 seconds between them with the 10-second penalty.
Yeah.
I think it was Anthony Seddon. That's a better lap, that's a 145, so whether it was a moment or yellow flags or whatever, all is okay still. I think they'd be quite pleased if they had the gap made in the safety car, because otherwise this would have been a bit tighter.
It would have been, certainly. It worked out in their favour. Oh, and is that the 43 car with its hatchback having? Because that was the one that was open, I think, in the hot hatch race as well.
It's lost its rear bumper. We'll look at that on the race earlier as well, probably.
For Ferrari and Weinberg car.
Well, I thought it's slightly different spec, the hot hatch car, but not sure.
It looks an awfully
Yeah.
similar incident, though. Anyway.
Oh, 8 tenths between Carvel and Carrington Yates. So Carrington Yates is to get second on the road this lap, I should think. And he's 32 seconds behind the leader now. He's not going to catch him, surely, but impressive. A few people having skated moments into the old hairpin in a big group of cars. Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield only finished 4th at Silverstone. Mark Burton, who won it, he's 20th in this race. Sam Walker-Hatch's not here. Alex and Guy Pavey were third on ninth. So Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, who were fifth, are going to be second, I think. Lewis Tyndall, who was sixth, is sixth again. There's a sort of a bit of a mix-up from how Silverstone was to how Donington Park's looking at this point.
Certainly is. Race 1, Lamborn winner, Mark Burson, down in 20th. Possibly a bit further back by time penalties are applied as well to that big kind of motorsport team's time. Big group of cars heading into the chicane now.
No, Carvel and Carrington Yates in this.
Yeah, they are, and they're just getting to the front of that group as well.
So Carvel stayed in front then, after being caught quite quickly on the last lap.
Probably 3 laps to go, maybe 4 laps to go. More likely 3, I think. I had to look at the lap times.
There was 6 minutes when the leader crossed the line to go.
It might be 4 then. Might squeeze 4 out of it. 29 seconds, nearly 30 seconds the lead for Seddon and Caulfield. Car number 5.
Slow lap for the onward car, which should be good then for Ian Carvel to still get a podium out of this.
Yeah, absolutely right. One car getting out of the way is number 44. Putting across to the right hand side of the track, that's Richard Phillips. That allows Ryan Bensley to go through. He's in 8th.
Jack Godwin is still the quickest car out there. He's up to 10th now and catching Guy Povey pretty rapidly.
He's doing a good job, is Jack. And we'll see exactly how far up the order.
There's another one off at kind of cars,
heading in the general direction of the car that's all over.
Another one too.
Oh no, there's 2 of them. None of them have managed to hit each other. That's 2 more cars deeply buried in the gravel trap at the old hairpin now, or towards the old hairpin. And I think it's that's nature's way of telling us that we're getting towards the end of this race. Now, which cars are they? One of the Carvels and one of the 40-40 cars. It is the 59 car, isn't it? So that's Rob Carvel. That's 5th. So he was the second of those 2 cars that spun all in quick succession.
No, I wonder if we're going to end this race early because of that.
That's what I was thinking. As across the line again goes Ian Carvel and Sam Carrington-Yates.
So now Ian Carvel's got through that traffic. He's able to go quicker and keep Carrington-Yates at bay. Both drivers at kind of cars head in for the marshal post.
Yeah, so still 29-second lead for Seddon and Caulfield, number 5. As we do get into the final knock-ins of this race now, 1 hour 27 minutes very nearly have gone by. As the 75 and 87 cars getting together, so 6th and 7th, separated by less than a second there, as they head on towards the end of their race.
The open boot car still going around, it's all like
not particularly aerodynamic.
Yeah, Seddon should be free shortly.
Ought to be.
Is it him?
I think it might be etched him heading through the chicane now, and we'll have 2 laps left to go. No, it's not actually. Here he is. It's this car. We'll have 2 laps left to go.
No, checker flag.
Checker flag's going out. So a win for number 5, Anthony Seddon, and Alan Caulfield, a slightly early checker flag with those 3 cars stranded in the gravel trap between the Cryder curves and the old hairpin. So a victory there that was really sorted out by the pit stop strategy, and a little bit of luck as well in terms of the timing of red lights at the pit lane. Who is going to be second? Well, that's changed on the road on the final lap, and that the treble 7 car of Sam Carrington has got ahead of Ian Carvel, although Ian Carvel had with that 10-second penalty anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference. Will Ian Carvel finish third? I suspect he will, because it's a long gap back to the next car through, which should be the Ormond and Crichton car. It is heading towards us now. Jack Godden has made it up to 8th though on the final lap. There goes the 4th place car of the Ormonds and Tim Crichton. They were 21 seconds behind Ian Crichton. Ian Carvel in the end, so the 10-second penalty to Carvel will make very little difference. Lewis Tyndall is going to come across the line in 5th place. I think it's going to be Louis Woodward in 6th, was the timekeepers put him back in to position. And Ryan Bensley is just coming out of the final corner now. No, it's not him, but I think we'll find that Ryan Bensley has been across the line actually to take 7th place. Last few cars just coming across the line, but a win then for Seddon and Caulfield. Number 5 from treble 7, Sullivan and Carrington Yates in 2nd place. Ian Carvel, number 58, was 3rd. 4th to number 77, that's the Ormods and Tim Crichton. 5th, number 75, Lewis Tyndall. 8th, number 6th, number 87, Louis Woodward. 7th, number 53, Andrew Shang and Ryan Bensley. 8th, number 93, Alex and Guy Povey. 9th, number 71, Jack and Chris Godden. And 10th, number 80, which was the car of Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss. So as Anthony Seddon, as we think it is, comes into the pit lane, we'll say goodbye to those of you listening on the live stream. Don't forget Alpha Live coverage from Croft next week.